Hello, welcome. Good to see you, YouTube. Today I am going to be working on my Tamagotchi-like game. Why? You probably already know why, but if you don't already know why, it's because we're doing a game jam, the Game-like Jam. Specifically, we make games like other games within a month, and in particular, we're making Tamagotchi games this month. This is the 6th one we've done. It's the last one of the year. It's closing out Season 6. Season 1. Wait, this is Game-like Jam 6, Season 1 of the Game-like Jam. It's our first year, and it has helped me finish games because I was over-scoping my games. It was taking me way too long to finish games, and so by giving myself a month and the sort of concept behind the game ahead of time, it's really helped me just learn how to pump out some little things and get some good game dev practice before I go on to bigger things. So, what is my little thing right now looking like? So it is a Tamagotchi game, of course. So typically it's about a talking cat who shows up at your door, you take care of it, and then you start making content about that cat to make money to be able to pay for the cat's health and well-being. Now, obviously, that is not quite what the game looks like just yet. I got a little work to do. I got some work to do, but that's okay. I'm here working live, and I'm working off-stream as well, Tuesdays and Fridays. And then if you're a member or a Twitch subscriber, you will also get access to an extra Monday member stream. What's up, Joe? Welcome. Good to see you. How you been? So yeah, let's see. So this is kind of my mock-up of the game, frightening as it may be, where you are in your room and you can click on these different things, sort of point and click style. Click on the couch, click on the litter box, click on the computer, click on the camera phone, and click on the cat. And you click on any of those things and you go into these different little mini game areas. So you click on the couch, the cat will, assuming the cat wants this kind of attention, the cat will have these little circles or some kind of mini game where you pet the cat and the cat will be happy, assuming it wants to be pet. Then you click on the cat and you can play with toys with it of some kind. Maybe you could buy different toys that the cat finds more fun. You click on the computer, you will play mini games that help you make money, or you can spend money on the computer as well. And then you click on the camera phone, you can record video that maybe helps the money you make be like multiplied or something. And the pooper scooper, you're gonna flip some poop out of here. So it's a lot of mini games. It's a lot of mini games to make. But and the feeding. So here's the thing. I do have some of the work kind of done here. So we did a 1-hour game jam for years on this channel. Although I stopped doing the 1-hour game jam because I stopped finding it to be beneficial to me making games in 1 hour. But that does mean I have all these bunches of mini games. This is a steak flipping game. This will be probably very similar to how I do the poop flipping game, where you flip away the poop and you get points. Yay! And you clean the poop up. So I've got like a bunch of mini games tucked away that I'll just bring out for the sake of this. Harvest Earth will be on Steam when? Long time from now, very long time from now. Yeah, so Harvest Earth was a game that I was making. Man, I must have paused that probably right before the Game-like Jam. I would say December 2024. That's when I stopped working on it because it was just dragging on and on. I was not getting this game done. And I didn't like the game that much. Like I liked the world I was building. I liked some of the mechanics, but I didn't feel like the presentation was great. It felt like there was a lot of work that could be done. Thanks for the hydrate, Frank. And I knew I needed to hone more skills before I spent, because I was working on it for like a year, and I still wasn't happy with it. I didn't see where it was going. So I knew I needed to stop and make small games, so that way I could just get that practice in of actually completing things and getting so many more skills, right? Like the Harvest Earth had like the worst code in it from when I first started learning to some of the slightly better code as I got better and better. And it was just like a weird mishmash, and so I just didn't have like a good, clear vision. So yeah, we're doing these games. Welcome Thomas, welcome Grimdev, bonjour, it's Friday, let's go! We made it to Friday! So this game is about a cat. I have set up some animations. There's a long way to go. I pretty much have everything in like a, a debug menu. So obviously we have a lot of work to do, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna finish it this time. I guarantee it. So I've made out of the 5 previous Game-like Jams, I have completed 4 games. The last Game-like Jam, I did not finish my game, and I'm not gonna let that happen again this time. But yeah, this is just a fun one. it just flips its head in and out. That one's just for fun. Thanks, Grim Dev. So this is just me being able to switch between the different animations. I would love for the cat, I'm planning the cat to be able to sandbox, so maybe next week I'll work on that, sandbox around through these different animations, walking in the room, and stuff like that. And what I want to do today is get the stats. So hunger, happiness, whatever. I feel like I had more, I think I wrote these out somewhere, and you probably need to go find them. But yeah, I want to make sure the cat changed. Looks different. I don't know. I don't think so. This is an asset I got for $10 on CG Trader, and it came with a whole bunch of animations. Now, technically, you can switch the cat's skin. There's a few different types of cats, colors. There's like the calico. There's the, there's a black cat. Maybe there's an orange cat. Let's see. Let us see what kind of cats there are. Oh, we'll see if it might not let me change it live. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. I thought I had them up here. Is it? Where? I don't know where. Oh, maybe it's. So I don't actually even know. Oh, here. There it is. It's texture. We got it. Black cat. There we go. Black cat. And then. What else? Gray cat. So this will. I'm thinking it'll just be kind of like randomized which cat you get. Even though, you know, in a lot of these kind of games, this is an Abyssian, a lot of these kind of games, virtual pet games, like have you collecting different pets and stuff, but I don't have time for that, so I couldn't do that, but it would be nice. There's the orange cat. So yeah, I'm not gonna worry about, oh, I keep using the wrong texture. There's one that has an eyes on it already, and the ones that don't, you can't tell. Yeah. So I think you're just gonna get a random one, and that's just the cat you have. That's the cat you get. You get to use it's like real life. It's the cat you get. And you know, if I ever continue this after, maybe then I'll think about making something more fancy there. A lot happened in your week, but you won't bore me with details. Okay, I'm here. But yeah, also, you know, I might not be able to give you the attention that what you're saying deserves. Whoa. Oh, is it just because like a visual glitch? Whoa. Why is there brown under its eye there? What's going on? What's going on? What is that about? That's interesting. That's something I hadn't noticed. Yeah. We're gonna enjoy some game dev. Don't put yourself through the stress if you don't have to. I do wonder why. Oh, is it because this is still the same pattern? I see. We have to change it over here as well. 2 places. So let's do that. I'm going to have to remember that when I start switching these. That it has to be changed in 2 places. Well, now I have one more memory of that. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. That's because this other material is for the eyes. It's the shader. Yeah, the cat isn't. Well, yes, it is a cat with quite an attitude. This cat's gonna be. It's a talking cat. It's gonna be a bit narcissistic. It's gonna demand, as cats do. If you've ever had a cat or no one's been with a cat and it's feeding time, the cat is gonna let you know. The cat is gonna make sure you know that it's feeding time, and this cat is feeding time. So yeah, I've been working on facial expressions as well. There's a lot more that I want. It's a catitude. It's a catitude. Yes, exactly. So I've got like this surprised face. There's this like suspicious face. There's a sweet and innocent face, and then there's some evil and mischievous ones. I want to make a whole bunch more. I have a couple. I have some sleepy ones too. I just haven't added them as buttons. So yeah, we'll have some nice personalities. What kind of games do I like? You just like multiplayer games like Overwatch and Halo personally. Yeah, I used to play a lot of like Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 when I was into the online games. But I haven't played those games in years. These days, I do like to play retro games. I've had this like little side hobby where I've just been like, I don't know, rooting and messing around with like old tablets and devices, and you know, like I restored this like old like netbook. It's like remember there was like this time in like the 2000s where like there was like these small little laptops that had like pretty much just only internet capable. They're kind of like Chromebooks, but before they were Chromebooks. Hey, what's up, guy? I restored that recently. But anyway, the reason I tell you that is because I have been bringing an old Kindle Fire back to life. It is Android 4 on it, ice cream sandwich. And I just added a SNES emulator on there. and it works great, and it's really fun. And so yeah, so I often play like a lot of those like games I have nostalgia for, the old Super Nintendo N64 games. But like for real though, like, and it's kind of like the online games. I'm gonna be honest, like I really like Elder Scrolls. I really like Fallout. Like those are my favorite. Those are my favorite games. Like it's just the truth. I love those games, and it's just that's just the reality of it. So, I do like a yearly playthrough of Skyrim and or Fallout depending on my mood, and that's just who I am. That's just who I am. So those are my favorite games. But I do like playing a lot of the classic ones too. And then, you know, obviously I'll pick up like an indie title once in a while, but I know where my heart's at. You know, I had like a stint with Vampire Survivors. I got really obsessed with Vampire Survivors, and I played the absolute crap out of that. So once in a while something emerges as a game that I just like, I gotta play this. But yeah. What about you, Joe? What kind of games? Oh, you said what kind of games you play. Overwatch and Halo. Nice. Yeah, Android versions are food. I know. And they do it less these days. Like, I think their, like, original project names are food, but then they don't, like, release them that way. But back in the day, they were like, this, you are going to know, the dessert. Not only food, they're desserts. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to have stats. We set up time last time, where this is a real-time clock. I mean, it's going faster than real-time, but it can go real-time. We're just like multiplying it to go a little faster. And I need to do AM and PM. It's not that hard. But the reason why I wanted this time, and the time persists, so it says 5:28 right now. Let's exit the game. So the game is done. The session is closed. If somebody closed their browser or shut the game down, shut the computer down, walked away, came back, and the same kind of thing. They boot this up, it's gonna remember the time that it was. It's gonna continue from that point. So it's got persistent time tracking, and the reason why I wanted to get this set up was so we could keep track of, or have the hunger, have the loneliness change based on those time ticks. So that's what I want to do. Now, this is just a little debug section over here. If you haven't realized that, it's not the game. I have a long way to go. This game it'll be somewhere in here. All this stuff. Actually, so the stats aren't going to be. I don't want bars and meters and stuff. I am going to make bars and meters today for the debug purpose, but I'd rather the cat tell you I'm hungry, or there's an alert that if it's getting bad, it's like, hey, your cat needs some food. But I'm just trying to move away from the meters for my game. Can't get into story-driven games nowadays. Fair. You loved Halo, RuneScape, Call of Duty growing up. I did love, okay, so I did like the first two Battlefield games. I really loved the early Call of Duty games, like Medal of Honor type games. Those are really fun. But there was just a point where I stopped really enjoying those games. I don't know. The series was changing into something that just wasn't as fun to me. I hungry, feed me, mother. Yeah, exactly. That's literally its personality. Very demanding. As it should be. Yeah, I have fond memories of playing like Battlefield 1942 and stuff. I loved that. It was so fun. You know, cause and I feel like a big difference between like the modern Battlefield games where like in Battlefield 1942 you could just sort of like the maps were so asymmetrical, and you could really just like kind of hide and like run around and like spend a lot of time going from point A to point B without any action and see action happening way in the distance. It seems like the more modern Battlefield games are just like bam, you're in the action, here we go, we dropped in. It's like constant chaos. Grand strategies. Oh, you know, I did love like Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, those kind of games. I played a lot of the first Sims. I never got past the first Sims though. Grand like Civilization and stuff like that. Nice. What's CK3 and Victoria 3? I don't know. Those sound cool though. Interesting. Anyway, and that's the thing. It's like we're so many types of games. There's so many types of games. Like two people can say like, oh, I'm a gamer, you're a gamer. Oh my gosh, we're both gamers, and then just talk about games the other has never heard of. Because it's just such a vast industry. But about the story-driven thing, I don't play that much. I mean, I guess those are RPGs, but I tend not to play like linear stories. I like games. That's why I like the Bethesda RPGs, is because there's just like all these little nooks and crannies, like a story you might miss on one playthrough, but then like 4 playthroughs later, you finally get that story. That's what I love about it. It's just like it's like exploring little parts and taking different paths I hadn't taken before in a previous run. I've been watching my spouse play a lot of Baldur's Gate, the latest Baldur's Gate, and that also seems like it has that component to it where you could miss a lot the first time. Your school has a coding club, and apparently the first game they made was a Roblox obby. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a platformer game, right? Except it's just, you know, you're constantly ascending. Catitude. Oh my gosh, that could be the game title. Whoa. I bet there's already a lot of games called that. Doesn't mean we can't call it that, but that is actually like I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. I actually haven't thought about the name of the game yet. Catitude, Steam. Oh wait, we're trying not to use Chrome as much. We'll do it over here. Sorry, Firefox. I forgot about you for a second. There's, you know what? Not a lot of games called Catitude. There's Catitude Playing Card Deck. There's Catitude Steam Brush, which is not a game at all. I'm actually a little surprised how few. I would have thought there's like plenty of games called that. So what the hell are we talking about here? So wow, you know what? You might be onto something, Grim and Kai Guy. Maybe I need to put some kind of catitude in there. I was like, surely that's been taken. Alright, so let's add some stuff. So I want to add a button in this debug at least, so that way, I want to add a button so that way we could like press like increase the hunger, increase the loneliness, so we're not actually playing the game, we're just like boosting the stat, just for the sake of testing. Make the logo for the jam, it's awesome. It depends what you mean by logo. So I design everything, 100%, everything on this game jam page is made by me, all the past game-like jams. With that said, I did not create the Tamagotchi logo. I did, however, find an SVG of this logo. So that's not its original colors. Tamagotchi SVG logo. Whoa, I hear myself. Oh, because the Twitch stream that's crazy. That is bizarre. Oh my god. That's tripping me out. I did find, I don't know if it was like particularly easy to find, but there was an SVG that I found. Maybe it was this one? Yeah, I don't know. It was one of these. And so I recolored it. Yeah. No, this is their actual logo. You can tell because it even has their little copyright on it, which I felt would be weird to remove. So I did recolor it to match the Game Like Jam colors, but other than that, I did not design that. It doesn't look good though. I think this is probably the best looking Game Like Jam logo out of all of them. So yeah, so for every Game Like Jam, I make it a little different. So Granny, we have the Granny logo on there. So it kind of depends on what the actual game's logo looks like. Screevery was a bit of a challenge. This is such a weird old looking logo. Ever breathed in mace? What are you talking about? What? Why are you saying that? I like the Puyo Puyo one. What kind of psychopath just says it out of nowhere? Yeah, I think it's the best looking one out of all of them. Frogger's kind of nice, like the stark green against the purple. There's something kind of nice about that. But yeah, I do think this is the best looking one so far. What's up, Skate? Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I was using like there was like the original Tamagotchi logo, and I started out with that one. I might even have the old mock-up. This is a different one. But I didn't like it as much. I just didn't think it was that good. It didn't look that good to me. And I just was like desperate to find something a little better. So we went through there. I was originally gonna do like this one. Put it against the purple. But it just, I don't know, it was like okay. So this is like actually truly the first original Tamagotchi logo. I don't know. It wasn't doing it for me. It was just kind of plain, so I had to get creative. I think I even went like through a few different like iterations of the colors too. It's a lot of fun. I like doing this kind of stuff. It entertains me. Oh, I was gonna show you the different versions, colors of the logo that I went through. Here. I was really just experimenting. So there's like, we went with like a blue one, blue and purple more so. So this is just nice because I just had the, I don't know, this one was just an experiment. Since I had the SVG, I could really just get creative with it and do whatever. Someone sprayed mace in the school's bathroom and hallway, got the residual, and everyone just started coughing and walking by, including you. That's psychotic. That's messed up. I mean, kids do stupid things. Kids are kind of psychos anyway. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about a kid. Don't tell me your age, I swear to God. Don't tell me what grade you're in. None of that. I don't want to know. But I assume that's some very young person behavior. And we're gonna say, and you're not gonna say otherwise, that you were a counselor at the school. All right, so let's work on the game. I'm going to add stat stuff in here. So I want to begin with, let's say, a meter. Hunger is the easiest one, so let's add a progress bar. Now I do want to not just slap it in any old place. We want it to be within this scroll container right here. Make sure that's visible. It's just a little tiny in the corner. We can make it a little bigger than that, I think. Methinks it could get larger. Okay. And 100. Yeah, 100 is pretty solid. We could do one. I like 100 because then you have more like granular steps along the way. Which isn't necessary, but I like it. Okay, and then we can obviously set like a default value, so that way it's like kind of, it's very squished. I think we need to deal with the container size here. There's some container issues going on. Instead of child protective services, cat protective services, come and take your cat. Well, that's the thing, right? Because you're going to be a content creator in this game, making content about your cat, and that's how you make money. So, in theory, the viewers of your content would like notice and yeah, get your cat taken away. Like, absolutely, 100%. Like, actually though, yes. Correct. That's right. Okay, we're getting this in here. Nice. I am going to add a theme. I have 0% chill. This is who I am. So I do want it to be looking a little nice, okay? So in this theme, I'm going to add, you could argue it's a waste of time, and I think it's a fair argument, but okay. You gave that idea? You did? Oh, yeah. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for giving that idea. I don't know. I don't remember. But that was already like planned. But you definitely made me be like, yes, let's do that. So thank you. Let's add in a background here. Thanks for the hydrate, Skate. And as Skate always says, we all need to drink water. It's important. So this isn't just for me. Cheers. Okay. That is to say, I didn't drink for you. You guys have to go drink for yourselves. Okay, so let's add this in there. Oh, we can just use the swatch. Makes it a little easier. Tamagotchi games are so cozy. Yeah. That's sort of like why I chose. I wanted like a cozy game to be something we've done recently. Absolutely. Let me get this other color here. Water good. Agreed. Because nothing's more important to me for the game like Jam. I mean, there is a lot that's important to me for the game like Jam, but probably the most important thing, I should say, is variety. You know, so we're getting exposed to a variety of different mechanic types. Because again, there's just like we were talking about earlier, there's so many different kinds of games. There's so many games. And you know, it's hard because I'm also looking for small games that are achievable in theory within a month, which can be limiting a bit. But that's okay. All right. It's part of the fun. The writing on the talking cat for fame content reminds me of that singing frog from Looney Tunes. Is that how you sounded? He was the one who did like the WB. He was like in front of the WB. I don't know, whatever. The WB frog. I think of him as the WB frog. That's funny. I mean, the cat will have a deep voice like that. Fill. We'll add another flat in there. I like to have a little pizzazz. I'm sorry, it just makes me more interested. And then a border would be great. Google Cricket? What the heck does that mean? What's Google Cricket? What is that? I do think the dinosaur game could be a good one, potentially. That has potential. It's almost too simple though, so I'd want to come up with like a harder version. Which what would that even be? Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. That is what he sounds like. Oh gosh. Speaking of that, I was telling you I was like refurbishing an old Kindle Fire and putting like emulators on there, and I found like these old like Tiny Toons games I used to play as a kid. Delightful. It was like this Tiny Toons sports game or something. Is so that unlocking that nostalgia is just delightful. Tiny Toons, except it's like this maybe. Tiny Toons. I don't even know how it's spelled. Sports SNES game. Ever had a Leapfrog tablet? I never did have a Leapfrog tablet. I never did. Yeah, it was this. It was this. I played this so much as a kid. I don't know why. I just liked it. It was because it was fun. Because it was fun. That's why. You know, I look back at the old like Barbie game. I look back at the this game. I played a Rocko's Modern Life game. Apparently, I really liked things based on other IPs. But you know what? They were fun. I played a Mickey Mouse game, the Mickey Mouse Circus game. Yo, these games were fire, okay? Like, nowadays, you hear that, you may not think it's that good. But then again, Kingdom Hearts is huge and good, so who knows? I never had a Leapfrog tablet, but I bet you could do some hacking into those as well. Yeah, I love these games. They're also kind of like party games, basically. This is like the original Mario Party, were these games. All right. Unless there was something more original than that. We're gonna do a Tiny Toons game like Jam one of these days? Probably not. That's the other thing, is I don't like the games to be too obscure. Leapfrog Letter Factory is integral to your childhood. The vowel song Sticky Letters is tattooed in your brain. Okay, maybe someone else out there is like, yes! Like, they totally know what you're talking about. Toony Fun, yeah, exactly. Border. What is this color we have on the border on the... What is this color? No, not that color. The border color. What is that? Where is that? Where does that live? Oh, it's in here? Border... Oh my gosh, swatch that. Swatch that down. Give me that border color. I like to think that these colors maybe could also be the beginning of colors I use for like the menus and stuff later. I think that's also what... I'm going to go ahead and justify me doing all of this with that and say that I am also here working on this debug menu because maybe I'll use it for a menu. I was thinking this tab container, it's kind of nice because it already has like all this like logic built into it. I mean, fancy menus are nice, but like fancy custom menus, but they could be a lot of work. And so if I could find a way to like reduce that potentially, whoa. I'm going to. Are we on the fill or are we on the background? We're on the background. Oh, that's because you have 300. That's too big. That's too much border. Even 10 is too much border. That's too much. Oh, it doesn't go outside of it. I see. Kinda hate that. We can fix that though. I think we can go to the fill maybe. Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say we could shrink it down, but I don't think we can do that. No coincidence you're matching your brand purple colors. It is not a... No, actually, that is 100% why I picked these colors. Now that you mention it. This is what I did. No, you're right. You're right. I also just like these colors. But yeah, actually, I forgot. I actually just happened to conveniently forget that that's why I picked these colors. Absolutely. You got me. You got me. You got me. What was his name in Breaking Bad? Hank? You got me, Hank. Or, yeah, Hank. Do you not respond to YouTube chat anymore? What? What? Why would you say such a thing? Why would you lodge such a heinous accusation at me? Oh, I missed your message. It wasn't that I don't respond. I just missed it. What? How could you? Okay, so I glance over one message and now I don't respond to YouTube chat anymore. Come on, give me a break. Cut me some slack. All right, help me, help you. Be like, hey, you missed my message. Jesus. Oh my God. All right. I just didn't see it. Favorite quick meal to cook at home? I think the leapfrog tablet. I was doing the ragtime singing, the leapfrog. I was just like deep in there. I'm not a traitor. I'm not a traitor. Look, nobody watches us on Twitch, okay? Twitch is. Nobody cares about Hyper Game Dev on Twitch. Like, like it's important to understand that. No, that's not true. There are a couple of you out there on Twitch, and I love y'all for being there on Twitch. Thank you. But ultimately, YouTube, y'all are bae. Come on now. Crazy. Because it's usually the opposite in every other stream in the world. Yeah, Twitch, it's annoying. Favorite quick meal to cook at home? Chili. Definitely chili. Absolutely. I think in a member stream, I even cooked it on stream. Because I was running late, and I didn't want to be late, so I just cooked. Now I just be late. So I cooked some food on stream. Yeah, so, you know, get some beans. Get some canned tomatoes. Get some seasoning. Get some frozen veggies. Throw it in a pressure cooker. Turn the pressure cooker on, walk away, come back in 20 minutes, chilling. So, yeah, that's definitely my favorite quick meal. Now, there's also, and y'all are gonna think I'm crazy for this one. You're always are like, what? I like shredded wheat. I like plain shredded wheat. Not sugar shredded wheat, plain shredded wheat. And let me tell you why. Because I take that shredded wheat and I season it. I put like freaking Cajun seasoning on there. I put blackened seasoning on there. I put like basically I make them taste like Doritos. And I just eat them like a bag of chips. It's so good and it's so much more nutritious than regular chips. So I stand by it with pride. So that's more a quick snack, but sometimes it is basically a meal. So yeah. Seasoned shredded wheat and chili. What about you? What kind of quick meal do you like to make, Joe? Next time we have a free Friday in baking, you're making Lee's recipe chili? Okay. There you go. There you go. You know, I try to put a little more intention into it, but sometimes when you're trying to do it quick, you just kind of slap these things in and go. The seasonings is the important part. Yeah, chili is good, especially with an Instant Pot. I know. Pressure cooker changed my life. Like, holy crap. I can have, like, such nutritious, yummy food so fast. So fast. Only with the pressure cooker. Let's get a different font color here. So I can actually see stuff. Font outline. I don't know that we need a font outline, but if you want one, sure. You need an air fryer. You be making everything crispy, nothing will stop me. Nice. Yeah, someone here was very adamant that a air fryer is just a toaster oven with a fan, which I don't think I don't see why that's bad. Like, yeah, nice. Toaster oven with a fan. I love that. I've never had an air fryer, but just get like some broccoli florets, toss them in there. The great thing is you don't need oil, which is so much nicer for getting crispy stuff than like bogging it down in oil or something. This could be a little bigger. I know. Why is she worrying about this? Because it's nice just to warm up. Okay, I'm just warming up. That's what I'm doing. Maybe we can make the top and bottom. Yeah, but then you have to do it everywhere. That's maybe a little too thick. We want chunky, but not that chunky. The other thing would be nice is, well, the other thing too would be thinking of it as like stages. Isn't there a way to do that now? I thought maybe there was a way in Godot now to have it be like segments Am I bugging, or is that like a thing? Might be bugging. Okay, now I'm definitely getting distracted. It was godot release 4. What are we on now? 4.5. Will it correspond different colors with the different stats? No. This is just for debug. That's too much. That's too much. There's not gonna be any stat bars. There's only going to be alerts if it's gone too far. So the cat's gonna let you know. It's gonna speak its words that it's hungry. It's gonna say that it's lonely. It's gonna say that it's got poop to scoop. And then if you miss that initial cue after it starts to get kind of bad, then alerts are gonna pop up to let you know that you have to deal with it. So there's not gonna be any meters on screen. This is literally just for debug purposes. I could have sworn there was like something for segmented UI, but maybe I'm just imagining it. Yeah, there's an asset. I don't like using those though. I'll make it before I use that. But that's true. That's true. I probably should use those more. I don't know. I don't like the plugins that much. I thought there was a built-in, and maybe you're right, Grim, and I just saw that and I thought that it was built in. I just like remembered it wrong. That's the most likely thing. Alright, I guess I'm imagining it. That's okay. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Meter's fine. Okay. We did that. How much expanded? 5 everywhere. Well, you kind of would want... Oh, yeah, I see. So this becomes what? 15? And 15? Nice. It's a little chunkier. Hey, welcome back, Toe Man. It's almost too chunky, though. We like a little chunk. Cat chunk. Just a cat's amount of chunk. That's it. Oh, I guess we do want these to be a little bigger, don't we? Alright. A meter I can be happy with. I do kind of wish there was little margins on it. I don't need there to be margins on it. But I want them. Okay, then we're gonna call this stat bars. Make sure that fills out a little bit. Add a little margin on there. See how much better that looks? I want to work in a nice environment, okay? It's what I want. That's why I come hang out with you all. Oh, I missed another message. You don't make use of your Instant Pot near enough. Gotta get using it more this winter. Chili sounds. Yeah. Oh, it's so good for winter. So good for winter. Yeah, my time schedule's crazy. I'm just sort of I've started going with the flow. Like I started out streaming at like 1 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesdays, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Fridays, and that became I stream on Tuesdays and Fridays. So yeah, if I start on the day, I consider that a win. Uh-oh. My keyboard just died? I don't think so. I hope not. Okay, great. Now, it would be nice if we had like a label here. That would be optimal. So I know which one's which. Yeah. Yeah, not today. Tuesday. Oh, let's get this label. Perfect. So this can be hunger. It's a bit large. It's a bit much. Oh, you should really put the whole. You should have done the whole panel container. Why don't you do that? I don't know, because I just thought of it. That's why. That's fair. Thank you. You're welcome. Wow. So I'm going to. We're gonna call this hunger. You're probably gonna just do all the stats. Let's just do like stat bars. We'll just make this its own stat bar box. Make it its own thing. and then drop that in there. This one is hunger. Make that label a little smaller here. Oh, we don't have the margin on one side, but we do have it on the other. Okay, let's fix that. What? It needs to be fixed. Put this out here. We'll get an overall margin container. And that goes out there, right? Oh, and then we gotta put everything inside of it. That's container. You didn't want to stay expanded? You just wanted to get consumed? No, that's very interesting. That is not what I could have wanted. Far from what I could have ever hoped for. Why is the time just like crushing it? Just... I don't know. But that's too much. If this is gonna happen, I can't spend the time trying to figure this out. That's too much. Forget the margins. Ah, but I want the margins. Y'all, I want the margins. What if I put it up higher? Okay? What if I put it up higher? What if instead of there, it's above the flow container? Will that make it happier with me? Nice. Nice. Instant pork chop, fresh made broth, beans, jalapeno, garlic, onion, fish sauce, cilantro, green onion on some rice. Oh, fish sauce. I gotta use fish sauce more. I'm big on chili crisp, which is something, but it's no fish sauce. I gotta mess with that. I'm not a big meat eater, but meat, if I was a meat eater, you better believe that Instant Pot would be the way I cook it. Because it just makes it so much faster, right? So much faster. You ain't got no anchoring. You gonna put it way up there? Yeah, I can live with it. Going to the Mandarin tomorrow. I don't know what that means. Your mom is going to a Stevie Nicks concert. Nice. Is that something? Oh, there we go. What is that? What is the Mandarin? I feel so left out. I feel like I don't know things. Is that like a venue or something where you live? And like where you live, like everybody like, okay, you don't know the Mandarin? The orange? The language? Okay. I'm gonna make this text a little bit smaller. It's gonna look good. It just is nice to feel like things look good, okay? It's nice. Oh, I kind of wish there was a margin on the progress bar, though. I do. It was only Canadian. It's a Chinese sit-down restaurant. It's a buffet. Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, Chinese restaurants, here's the thing about Chinese restaurants. They're kind of, at least, you know, in America, Canada, they're basically McDonald's in the sense that they have like a chain brand where you know you can go into these Chinese restaurants and you're gonna find some crab rangoon. You know you're gonna find this. You're gonna find this on the menu. You're gonna find that. And the menu's gonna even look like the same in all these different places. So there's definitely like a consistency across. Where they almost feel like chains. But yeah, there's so many different Chinese restaurants all out there. You know. So many. With that said, they are all very similar. Okay, so your mom is seeing Stevie Nicks at a Chinese restaurant. Damn, how the mighty have fallen. A koi fish pond and a cotton candy machine is pretty fancy. Okay, that does sound fancy actually. The underused Iron Man villain is called the Mandarin. God, why don't I have any chill? Because my eyes desire things to look nice. Damn these eyes. And Arena, you're going to the restaurant. Sounds lovely. That's not the center. That's not the center. Come on. I just have to be okay with that because I need to move on and do actual things because it's a game jam. Come on. Look at this. I can't allow this. This is unacceptable. But if you do this, you're gonna probably run into the same. Oh wait, this is. Whoa. Oh, because you're murdering the V-Box. You're killing it. You're destroying it. There you go. Maybe. And then do a little on top. Oh my god. Alright, we got there. It's still a bit large, but that's okay. Look at how hunger is just sunken into the ground. Violence is not the answer. What did the V-Box ever do to you? You're right. You're right. I gotta get this language out of my vocabulary. It's not right. Thank you for checking me on that. Somebody had to do it. Oh, that's the wrong side. Alright. Jesus. Hunger bars. So then what we do is we would duplicate this. So this is actually the hunger bar. Duplicate it. Oh, we're gonna need another V-Box in here. A V-Box for the V-Box. Put this up here. Boop. Boop. Whoa. Why does it look like that? That doesn't look right at all. Wait a minute. This is just a debug box? I know. Move on, crank, think the shareholders. I know, right? It's just a debug box. It's 100% just a debug box. Absolutely, completely, utterly. But here's the other thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to set this up for future projects. So I want this to be nice and potentially like even like a plugin that I use someday. Only violence is only the answer if it's a last resort. Yeah. True. No, wait. Well, it depends. Oh, wait, but the panel container... I'm actually a little confused. I'm a little bit confused. The panel container... Oh, because the... Ooh, I see. Wait, do I see? The panel container should contain... I thought it was going to contain all of it. See there, that contains all of that. Why doesn't this contain that entire V-Box? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Why don't you want to contain that whole V-Box for me? I don't understand. I guess panel containers... Okay, fine. We'll do... You know what? We'll do multiple panel containers. It's okay. You know, we can do that too. Yeah, we can do that too. So this becomes the hunger container. In reality... And then we add another... Although you have to move... Wait, where'd the new V-Box go? Up here? Put that up there. Drop it. It's fun, okay? Put those in there. Okay. Then this panel container will actually just contain each individual set. Who did this to you? Who made you this way? Spoofing the whole crank hustle culture. Yeah, I got you. Crank? Is that a word that they use for that? It doesn't just mean a certain type of imbibing. Do you see what I see? Some Christmas song. Do you see what I see? Literally. Yeah, literally a Christmas song. Wait. Why is this the way that it is? Here, put this... Bring this out here. Oh my god. You know, put this out there. Put the panel container... Put that in the pan... What happened? I don't know what happened. Things got messed up. I made mistakes. Okay, this is less terrible. It's not great, but it's less terrible. I actually kind of... Why do I like this, though? Why does this look kind of cute? Wait, I like this. This wasn't my intention, but I'm okay with this. Your barber, for that reason, you are out. Ices? Ices? Ices! Like that you get at, like, gas stations, the, like, frozen drinks. Wait, look how cute this is. I really like this. Is this a happy accident? Methinks. So let's copy that. That's gonna go... Let's put that in here. I don't want any of this other stuff. We drop this above the V-box and put that in there. Oh, and then the V-boxes, we're increasing the separation to 18. Do you see what I see? Yes. There you go. If they haven't done that for their own self-promotion, they should. You're Barbara. For that reason, you're out. I don't get it. Your made-up term as in gotta crank it out. Yeah. I gotcha. Barbara is that one lady on Shark Tank who doesn't invest in anything. Shark Tank? I don't watch Shark Tank. But I bet if I did, I would be like, yo, I would really appreciate that reference. I know I would. Okay, this kind of works for me though. B-box container, this is, yeah, so this one's the actual hunger. All right, this is just what it is. Panel container. This one can be loneliness. That's gonna be a long word. Can we just call it lonely? It's a bit long otherwise. Lonely. They're a little less wide than I was wanting, if I'm being honest. Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. Chronically under a rock and we love it. Not watching Shark Tank does not make you under a rock. What? Like what? Like Grim, I think you've clearly demonstrated your assumption that we know what the Mandarin is. Your assumption that we know Shark Tank. I think you might be under your own special rock. Maybe we're all just under our own special rocks, and that's okay. Okay. I think you might be. I mean, Shark Tank's a very popular show, to be fair. One other thing. Oh, we didn't capitalize. I mean, they gotta be consistent. If you're gonna capitalize hunger, you gotta capitalize lonely. Okay, so I did have like a chart that I was using. You don't have television, so you don't watch Shark Tank either. You don't have a television. You said your favorite show is Steven Universe. I remember that about you. You got a television. But maybe you mean like you don't have like cable TV or something. Let's see. Where did I write this down? I wrote this down. Did I put it in the project itself? Scene, scripts, promo, menu, materials, shaders, textures, themes. Export blend files, actions, animations. I feel like I saved it to a folder. You can access television channels, you have a large monitor in your living room. Yeah. So you would like do streaming stuff, probably. Like Netflix or whatever. That kind of stuff. Yeah, I guess. Alright, semantics. You keep telling yourself it's different than television. No, but I know what you mean. It's not like the channel surfing type of... It's different. It is different. Cat care. Game. There it is. I feel like... There's like a cat care game docs extras. Oh, that's something else. Where did I save it? I saved the list. I could just come up with a list, but I want to look at the list that I made. That's what I want. I just don't remember where I saved it. Where did I save it? I hate how just like lost in notes everything gets. Yeah, right, Pressy? You watch it? I mean, we did recently get a streaming service that includes live TV, but we never watch it. We like as a novelty was like, what is this like? And then we just stopped. Dude, where is it? I think it's... I mean, it's definitely on my phone. All right, you know what? Then I'm gonna pull it up on my... You know what? I'm just gonna pull it up on my dang phone then. That's where I'm gonna look at it. If that's where it wants to be, I will allow it to be where it wants to be. And I apologize for not respecting that sooner. Wait, do I not know where it is on here either? Oh my god, you guys. I guess I just need to just use my brain and think about it. Paid software from the 1400s. There's Pluto. Yeah. Some built-in live TV button on all smart TV. Exactly. But still, they're not. It's not like, why would you want to be beholden to what they want to show you? Like, we want to watch what we want to watch. It's not like it came over on the Mayflower. That is very silly. Okay, y'all, that is very silly. Please tell me I saved this somewhere I can find it. Dang, y'all. Oh, I feel so mad right now. That I just have like notes everywhere and I don't know where to find them. Hey, what's up, Barnes? Welcome. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna use my brain. Hunger, loneliness. Pfft. The reason why I wrote it down is so I don't have to use my brain. Because it's gonna put itself to sleep. It doesn't need tiredness. I guess there's like, loneliness is like kind of cuddling and stuff. Play, boredom. I gotta use the brain. I just have to. Fun. Because look, if the hunger is filling up, that means you're getting more hungry. So I often get a little weird with it. I'm like, fedness. No, we want to do hunger. So the higher it goes, the worse it is. So therefore, we want to say boredom. Yeah, let's do boredom. That's a good one. Live TV button, that's not really over-the-air live TV. Try explaining that to technophobes who don't understand what antennas are for. No, we do have over-the-air live TV. It's kind of sketchy, but we do have it. It's not totally sketchy. It's like this overseas streaming service that is like outside of the jurisdiction of it being illegal. And they have this like, it's like $40 a year or something, and you get live TV, and you get like, honestly, like bootleg of other TV shows and stuff. Yes, Krim. Wait, I think it is that. Wait, it is, but it isn't. It's something else, but it's similar. It's not literally IPTV, but it's very similar to that. Yeah. And so it has actual over-the-air channels, and it has like other stuff too. Don't you hate it when you start flying because you put a lawnmower under your feet? Yeah. Definitely. Totally. Yeah. Been there. Let's make this bigger. I feel like that's like the minimum size. That's keeping that in. Whoa. Okay, not that big. Jeez. It's getting a little much. I'll be honest. Happens to the best of us. Yeah. Wow. I mean, y'all got adventurous lives. I'm behind the computer too much. Happened to your uncle, he never came back down. We stopped cutting the grass. We started paying some kid like $40 to come cut our yard. Well, I can't be doing that. I'm chronically on the computer. Wait, how do you... Now I don't even remember how I did what I did originally. Oh, there we go. You get fling over and get invisible wall and fall into the yellow void. The yellow void. So I was familiar with the black void, even the white void. The white void's You gotta watch out for the white void. The white void will mess you up. The yellow void is new to me. Okay, but wait, you don't want to shrink this down because not two lonelies. This is gonna be boredom. Thought those things were scams, like from the SE on TV ads. Not a scam. I mean, it's bootleg, like a lot. So like, yeah, Severance. That's how I watched Severance, because we didn't want to get Apple TV, so we used our IPTV-like subscription to watch it bootleg. It was great. You know, they often don't have like captions for things. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The rewind and fast forward is really janky. Yeah, we watched Severance. It's good. It's good. I felt that like the second season, like there wasn't enough like reminders for me when the second season started about what happened in the first season, because they were like more than a regular time apart. Like they weren't just like 1 year apart or something. And so it had been so long since I watched the first season. I was like, what is happening in this show? I wish they had recapped it a little better at the beginning of season 2, but yeah, it was great. Once like, we had to go watch some videos that recapped it for us, then we were good. Next game like jam, IPTV link. They monetized. They monetized piracy. Exactly. I don't even like. It's not illegal. Okay, boredom, and then. What else? So you're hungry, the cat needs food. Look at your level. Look at what you have sketched out. If that doesn't give you the clues, I don't know what will. Money, but that's different. So money would be like kind of a different stat. There's poop. Oh, what do we say for poop? What single word do I use for that? The place they filmed Severance in is so huge and liminal spacey. Yeah? I bet that's interesting where they filmed it. I never thought about like where they filmed that. They had some interesting locations in season 2. I'm not gonna spoil it. Yeah, I feel like because the couch is where loneliness gets dealt with. Click on the cat, that's how you deal with boredom. Click on the food, that's how you deal with hunger. I guess there's also thirst, like thirstiness. I mean, yes, the hydration is very important for a cat. Yeah, okay, let's do thirstiness, because we're not going to have a bunch of meters. So, okay, pooping. Yeah. Oh, man, you made me get up and do a gay squat. That's how much that activated me. I think so. Say no more. Yes, I do need to stop. No, but it's not illegal. It's funny, the reason why we got hooked up with it was because of my spouse's father. Because like I think most millennials and Gen Z and maybe even younger, the only way we watch Netflix is because we're still on our family account with our parents. Because they got it, and we also have it. But Netflix changed their rules, and so you can't do that anymore without them being very, very annoying. And so we were like talking to their dad about it. Their dad was like, "Oh, we have this thing. It's like kind of sus, but it gets you all this stuff, and you can watch it without having Netflix." And so we got hooked up. No password sharing. No, they won't allow it. Well, you can do that, but then you can't watch at the same time. That's the problem, which inevitably is gonna happen. Poopiness. Boredom. Oh, I guess we're gonna do thirst. I think I'm okay with thirst. Like on one hand, it feels a little extra. Oh yeah, the scroll container. We don't have to. I was gonna say I don't need to make it taller because we have a scroll container. It would be nice to see them all, wouldn't it? Okay, thirst. We should think about hydration. So how are you gonna procure water? You just buy it? You just get it? You just go to the faucet? There's no faucets. Where does water come from? You just buy it. You buy water? That's ridiculous. Maybe you just always have water. Like, water is one of the easiest things to do, because literally you just go up to the bowl and you just click on the water and you can fill it up anytime. I think that's fine. RPTV has a Pirates of the Caribbean 24/7 channel, and all of them are not in English except one. That sounds like it. Yep, that sounds about right. You never know what you're gonna get. That's the fun part. Okay, thirst, hunger, loneliness, poopiness. It's a good one. It's unfortunately it is a good one. Silly as it sounds. I might have made these a little too large. I feel like these, you need to, here, don't do this. Put them next to each other. Do not do this. You could do 2 columns, or you could use a flow container, which you already have. Make another flow container. I feel like I'd rather do that. Can we do HFlow here? Right up there, which this is also. Instead of the VBox, although the VBox has some extra things in it, doesn't it? The VBox has the separation, which we're gonna lose. I think that has separation too. We didn't clean a litter box for a month. Achievement, the litteriest of the litter. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad. The poor cats walking on their own poop. Gross. That channel's a banger. Hey, nothing, if you, look, hey, if it makes you happy, that's all that matters. Hunger, thirst, hunger 2, that is thirst. Thirst, aka hunger 2. Lonely. It's kind of nice, these little tabs. Imagine them like expanding when you hover over it. That's too much, obviously. Boredom. Get rid of the VBox. You get a letter about litter. A letter about litter. Because you got in trouble because you weren't taking care of your cat good enough. What do we say for vertical? 84. Nice. Now when does it start wrapping around? I don't remember when it decides to do that. Uh-oh. Hey, what are you doing, Godot? Don't freak out at me. There we go. Much more space efficient. Much more spatial efficiency. A letter about litter. Certainly something. It's just a litter letter. It's a little litter letter. Later, you'll get a little litter letter. That was hard. The ping before your cat gets taken away because of the viewers should be, your viewers are commenting about the unhealthy nature of cat name. Do something about it or they might do something drastic. Oh, that's quite a long message, but yeah, something like that. I like that. You get it. Great. Hunger, thirst, lonely, boredom. What else? Poopiness. Why does the word poop sound so funny? Caca. Why are these words so funny? It's gotta be the association. Poopiness. It barely fits. It's literally spilling. The poop is spilling over the label. That's how poopy it is. Okay. So is that all of them? Hunger, thirst, loneliness, boredom. Yeah, because, and then the other thing is just money, which is obviously its own thing. So I think those are all the stats. Hunger, thirst, poopiness, boredom, loneliness. Done. Yeah, it's pretty gross. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. What was I thinking? You could just make it smaller. Boredom 2. Poopiness, also known as boredom 2. I have no chill. I'm making it a little smaller. That moment you realize she's just doing this for a debug. Okay. I am, what can I say? I kind of wish they were a little longer. You know, they're kind of a bit, there's so much space that's just getting like kind of wasted there. You hate to see that. I kind of wish it allowed them to expand a little more. You know. Alas. I'll do a few clicks, but mostly we gotta move on here. Oh, there we go. Which ones are these? Margin containers. I'm just gonna search up margin container. What? Oh, but that's their. Oh, we have to do T margin container. There we go. Then select all of these, and we'll set their. Hopefully, it gives me the option. Make them expand. They're obviously all different, but that boredom and poopiness, very important. Very important. Now I kind of hate that they're different sizes, though. Yeah, whatever. A cat goes moo. Wait, that's not right. The cat definitely go poo, though. Okay, so what about time? Where does time live anymore? Time got lost. Because, see, time shouldn't be that tall. That's too tall for time. There you go. There you go. Okay. Nice. See how nice this is? And then it's just something I want to use in future projects. It's something I've been... You know, I think it did waste a lot of time in the last gym, and why I didn't... Part of the reason, among many, why I didn't finish my game. But... I kind of don't care. I like making systems. I feel like it's important for me to learn how to make, personally. I value learning how to make systems I can use again every time I make a game. That's what I believe. And I might come to disagree with that perspective someday. But for now, I like it. Can you just center it all for me, though? I changed my mind. You saying time reminded you of DHMIS? What is that? Department of Happiness and Money in Society. Is that what that stands for? Department of Happiness and Money in Society. I think that's what that stands for. Pretty sure. Yeah, it could remind you of that. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Oh, that's a bit of a different vibe than I was thinking there. Wow, yeah, that's that is different. I don't know that. What is that? I know, I just have to let it go. I wish it was centered though. It's bothering me. Alright, let it go, Lise. Get to work. Get to work. Stop. I said get to work. What did I say? I said get to work. Stop clicking. Stop clicking these things. You have to stop. A web series? Okay, let's see how it looks. Hopefully it's not taking up too much of the screen. It's not! Oh, come on. You got plenty of room. Look at all that room. Especially just for the sake of debug. That is plenty of room. Hell, you could make this... Like, don't You could not expand these and maybe make it a little... Oh, but one is always gonna be bigger. Not necessarily, not if you make them all the same size. Here, go back to type margin. I changed my mind on this. We're not gonna expand them. No more expansion. Sound like a real estate agent? Plenty of room! There's plenty of room! A bit of a fixer-upper, but lots of room. See how tiny? They're so tiny. Then I gotta come in and say like a minimum. Not that. See how big I can get it with them still. in 2 columns. 275. Can I get 275? 270. Okay, then my last great act of debug distraction is to not have it be centered. That is gonna be on the, not that, the H, probably the H flow, this H flow. Nice. And then just give it a little more room to breathe on the scroll container. It's a little shocking to me that this doesn't count as part of the scroll space. I guess we need like a dead zone or something. But I think that's because of the margin expansion. All right, done. Let's make sure these all are accessible. So I'm gonna say type progress bar. We're gonna select all of these. I actually wanna name these. So this is gonna be hunger bar, or let's say bar hunger. Wait, I don't know which one's which. Oh, this is thirst. Bar thirst. It's time to duel. What's that? Is that Digimon? Bar hunger. A bar poop. Bar bored. And bar lonely. Then I'm going to make them all accessible as unique names, so we can update them and monitor them, make sure they're behaving correctly. Ooh, you know what I forgot about? The buttons. I wanted buttons, so that way we can click on them to increase them. Now, one thing that I think we can do is actually turn something into a button. That's like a thing, right? Like a texture button? Texture-based button. Supports press, hover, disabled, and focused. I think we could use that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, that does sound like Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. Now that you say that, how could I not think that was Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't watch Yu-Gi-Oh! But y'all have talked about it enough. I should have known. I should have known. So technically I'd want to put these in literally each one. And the reason why I'm doing this is so I can again test the increases without setting up the whole thing. Okay. This is button hunger. And then the thing is we can set up the system and then map it to something else in theory. That's the idea anyway. Hopefully I'm setting this up right though. Type panel container. That wasn't that helpful, was it? Here, copy this button, come down here, paste it, put it at the top. This one is thirst. Come over here, paste it in, put it at the top, call it lonely. Like, how great is this gonna be for future projects? So useful. It's my own little personal debug menu. Instead of late, I prefer the term fashionably on time in a delayed fashion. Okay, yeah, it's a little repetitive, but I like it. I like it. Welcome. Thank you for being here, however long it took you to get here. Welcome. And thanks for holding down the mod duties over there on Twitch. Board. And then put one more in here. I'm working on debug, which is something. Okay, I think we have enough. 1, 2, 3, 5. So we're gonna go type texture button. Hopefully it's actually set up correct. Make these accessible as unique names. Is there anything else you have to press in here? Toggled, not disabled. Ignore texture size. Would like it to care about the texture size. In fact, shortcut. I don't think we need to worry about any of that. And I think other than that, it's just like a regular button. Button down, button up, button pressed. Okay, so now let's make them matter. Let's make them do things. Let's get into the code. But before I do that, I should commit. It's time to make a GitHub commit. Did you hear about the Steam machine announcement? What was that? Is it like an actual machine, or is it something to do with Steam? Did Steam release a machine? Is that like the Steam OS? Steam machine. The fabled Steam OS? Series of small form factor gaming computers by Valve. It is the Steam OS thing. It's about time. We've been waiting on this. Thank you for telling me about it. Linux for the people. The Gabe Cube. Look at that! What? Why does it look like that? It is like GameCube. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. It looks nice. I mean, it's smart. It's smart to like make this new thing that's gonna change the way we play games. It's smart to make it be iconic looking. That was a good move. Now, I will be honest, like cube-shaped things are a little awkward, but that's okay. It's a console for Steam, but it's also a PC. This looks like a little fridge. Look at that light. Some nice LED. Install any OS you want on it too if you don't want to use Steam OS. And you'll still get the games even if you put it to something else on it. I don't know about that little logo, that like little square with a circle in it. That's pretty lame, but this is crazy. This is really cool. I mean, look, on one hand, you know, it's like, oh, they got some queer people. Let's go. Yes, queer people in the ads. Right there, freaking at the front. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's me and my spouse right there. They also announced the Steam Frame, a new wireless VR headset, and a new Steam controller. Dude, what? Like, I think on some levels, like, they talk about consoles, like, being less popular, like, dying and stuff, but this is really, like, like, is this bringing consoles back to life, or is it killing them off finally? Like, because why would you ever want another console besides this? You gotta be more specific. I'm like, oh, CPU, which one is it? And they're like, 4K gaming at 60 FPS, thanks to a discrete semi-custom AMD desktop class CPU and GPU. Nice AMD. Official reveal video. I bet it's expensive. How much you think it is? Now, if you know how much it is, don't answer. I feel like, if I were to guess, like, based on the Steam Deck, because the Steam Deck can run you... Oh, they haven't announced the price! The Steam Deck can run you a lot of money, like $500. Okay, it's not gonna be cheap. If it's a whole PC, right? Like, a PC, like $1,000, right? CPU, yes, we have it all right. I know, like, if you're gonna put a CPU icon, I want to see it. I see that. Yeah, you can swap the front panel. I mean, it's gotta be like at least $800. At least US money. I don't know how much that would be elsewhere, but at least 800 USD. That's me being generous. But who knows? Maybe if they make it even cheaper than that, that would make it also the cheapest pre-built PC on the market. Not only the cheapest not wouldn't be the cheapest, but not only would it be an affordable console, it'd be an affordable computer. It's probably gonna be more like minimum 1,000 USD, if I were to guess. It was cheaper than whenever Microsoft's new Xbox Steam hybrid console that's rumored to be $1,200, then Microsoft is screwed, right? I didn't know it was rumored to be $1,200. Wow. Good for Steam. Really cool. We're going to be an Xbox Team Hybrid. That's $1,200, which is wild. I would be shocked if this isn't comparatively priced. Very interesting. Thank you for the news. Incredibly interesting. I don't know if I'd buy it though. I don't think I would. It depends. It depends. Oh yeah, GitHub commit. Very important. What have we done? What have we done? What have we done? We have added a static stat debug menu. You can pin messages again? Okay. Weird. So that was like, that must have been a Twitch side thing. Sometimes I notice my mod tools don't appear in the chat. Maybe it coincided with that. Alright, so this already bloated debug menu. I'm gonna bloat it even more. I don't even use any of these. We're gonna say region stat bar. Thanks for the hydrate, IAB. Thank you. Stat bar declarations. Get all of these. See, I turned down the ads on Twitch. I'm gonna make a lot less for channel, which is not great, but I figure if we're gonna try to build on Twitch, it's probably better to do it without 3-minute freaking ads. If you scrolled, it said semi-custom AMD. Oh, it did say it. Nice. AMD Zen 460 12T CPU and semi-custom AMD 2080Z. I mean, this is definitely going to be $1,000 minimum. Come on. Your favorite, don't hug me, I'm scared. Don't touch me, computer. Oh, see, I told you someone would get something that you're saying, Grimdev. Welcome, Irvkins. It may not be me, but it will be somebody. Gotta be at least $1,000. Snapmar declarations. Declarations. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Well, I don't even know what it is. Is it a game? It's gotta be a game. It sounds like a game. Whoa, look at that art. Oh, it's a web series. Okay, it's not a game. Yo, this art looks awesome. Oh, maybe I've seen like clips from this. Wait, I do know what this is. Wait, I totally know what this is. Wait, I completely know what this is. I didn't know that's what it was called. That name. I'm trying to create a memory right now. Don't hug me, I'm scared has the big red mop face. Big red mop face, don't hug me, I'm scared. Little green bird. Okay. Maybe I'll remember next time. Can we also just do the buttons too in here? Let's be easier. Okay, texture button. Cool. Now connect them up, make them matter. Do we put those above or below? I like to be consistent. Above. Can we call this functions? Can we call this functions? So this is gonna be region stat. What are we calling them? Stat bar declarations? Can we just call it like stat node declarations or something? I care about these things. Stat node functions. And then inside of there, we do a whole bunch of things. On a button stat, I'm gonna try to put them in, neutralize them a little here. On button stat 1 pressed, and we'll just make a bunch of these. Boop, 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 boop. 2, 3. Oop, that's 2. 3, 4, 5. And then the other thing we want to do is be able to increase. We don't need to receive it. We just need to access it. So I don't really care about, you know. Well, that's not true. Well, it is true. Well, that's the thing. Well, okay. So I'd want these stats to be managed somewhere else, right? And then we're just passing those stats into the debug menu. So that way I can also pass it into other places later. So this is, we don't need to create functions for the other ones. Is my keyboard about to die? Why did you say that? Did it say battery low? Probably. I've got batteries. I made sure I had batteries. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Good looking out. Good looking out. We got our little box of batteries. We gonna handle that. We can't have that. I gotta buy more of these. Is that rotund keyboard? I need to get more. Because they don't make them anymore. And you can only like find them on like eBay and stuff. I should really just buy them whenever they show up. Because I love this keyboard. Why would I want this? This doesn't do anything that I need. It's literally a completely different keyboard. Logitech. You freaking ads. Alright. A lot of it is circle. That's true. It was made for like people watching TV. It was like a media center keyboard. So it's something you could use to control your TV, which is part of why I like it, because it has a Bluetooth dongle as well as 3 not Bluetooth dongle. It has a non-Bluetooth dongle, wireless dongle, as well as 3 Bluetooth buttons. So that means you can either use all Bluetooth or you can just use a wireless dongle. And the idea is you could plug it into your TV for TVs that don't have like Bluetooth or whatever. It's very hard to find keyboards that do that. The only other one that I've found is not as good as this one. And I like it because I'm trying to put off buying a Bluetooth component for my PC that I built for as long as possible. Plus, I like it has these like left and right click up here, and there's the touchpad left and right click. It's the touchpad is responsive enough for me. I did at one time like the idea of all these like extra shortcuts on the side, and I was gonna use them as like a stream deck thing, but unfortunately the software didn't do a good job at keeping the assignments that I made. So that didn't work out, but that's okay. Anyway, I like this keyboard. It's what I want. Stat node declarations. Oh, that was the end of it. Right. Okay. Good. And then we need to, in ready them. Region, ready, stat nodes. Really just stat bars. No, stat buttons. And region ready stat buttons. So we'll want to say button. Oh yeah. Button. Thirst. Pressed. I should make them more neutral, honestly. It would be kind of nice, but whatever. We'll do that later. Pressed. We gotta connect. Don't forget about the connect. On button. Stat 1 pressed. Oh, it's gonna be a little confusing, isn't it? I kind of wish, you know what? I wish I had named these, actually. I actually wished I named them. Let's not call them those. No, I need to be specific. I'm gonna get really confused. And is hunger the first one that we have? Yeah, do it in order. Come on now. This would be for, like, after I, like, make this into a plugin, or I have it be something that I bring with me later into future projects. I would neutralize it, so it just was like stat 1, 2, 3. But I mean, you really should rename it for the project. Like, it's really confusing otherwise. Boop. Okay. That's just gonna be easier. Thirst. So this is just, I'm literally just setting this up so I can have better debug. But it's okay. We spent multiple hours last night getting your GitHub dark theme for Godot just right. Even managed to save it too. Gonna be using more Godot here soon. Let's go. Yeah, having the environment you like is important. I only recently customized my Godot, and all that I did is I changed the font. That was the only difference I did. I want to say, I always think I know what it is, and it's not. Is this Bitstream Mono? I think it's Vera Sans Mono, or Vera Mono. Wait, which one is it? I actually don't remember. I thought I remembered, but I don't. Is it in here? Is it where they tell you to font? Code font. It's Bitstream. Oh, it's both. It's Bitstream Vera Mono. Okay, great. I was right. I was just kidding. I realized I didn't like it. I didn't like the default font, so I changed it. You should have told me that. There goes another 4 hours. Oh, I know, right? Same. I spent so long going through candidates, and I like narrowed it down to like a certain few. I feel like they're even still. I might have done that on a different computer, actually. I was gonna say they might still be in the folder, but I don't think they are because I did that elsewhere. Yes, same. I had to narrow it down to certain candidates. It's fun. Button. Okay, I actually want thirst to be second. Leave me alone, okay? I like things in a certain order. Lonely, boredom, poop. Lonely, boredom, and poop. Oh, bored. And poop. Okay, now let's make sure those buttons work. So we'll just have a little simple print here. Nothing fancy. Fed. Drinked. Played with. Oh no, this is cuddled. Played with. And cleaned up. Okay, let's see if I hooked them up correctly. Here's hoping. I might need to change the order, like the mouse input might get absorbed in a weird way. Yeah, it did. Okay. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Oh, you could use them right there. Okay, grab all these. It's probably above. It's probably the button, the mouse stuff above it is blocking it, would be my guess. So, I think you should probably go fix that. It'd be nice, though, if we could just go over the top. I know that Godot did add some new things for, I don't remember what it was for this particular. Let's see, mouse. Handle a complex GUI easily with recursive overrides. It's now possible to change mouse and focus behavior of a control node recursively. This greatly helps creating complex GUIs without breaking a sweat. Here's an example. Let's say you create an inventory system for your game. On the left, there's a grid displaying what a hero is carrying. On the right, it shows a detailed view about the selected item on the left, a rotatable display of the item in 3D to examine every detail, a section containing a scrollable description, a box containing stats and modifiers with hyperlinks or technical terms, and a list of buttons representing actions that are possible to do with it. The problem is that the right view depends on an item being selected on the left. The user shouldn't be able to interact with the detailed view until that happens. Oh, I don't know if this helps me. By changing control focus behavior recursive and control mouse behavior recursive of the detailed view container to their disabled value until an item is selected, focus and mouse events will be disabled for every child. You no longer have to resort to complex messages to manage the behavior of control groups. Wait, I'm confused. Does this help me or not? I'm actually just not sure. Oh yeah, there's this video that I also found confusing. Focus mode all. Mouse filter stop. So these are all in different places. It's not overlapping. I'm talking about overlapping right now. This is not overlapping. Then you change the focus recursive behavior to disabled. Okay. Nice. So it's just, I see, recursive meaning it goes all the way down the tree. Like it propagates all the way down. Interesting. So you don't have to change each one to ignore. I don't think that does help me though. But I could be wrong. It's very interesting to know is there. Like I could make the top level all be ignored, but how does that help me? I don't think it does. And then, you know, ideally I could like override, like have them all be ignored and then just override this one. So that way that one is like punches through, but I don't think it's gonna work that way. I feel like when you do the recursive, it overrides whatever is already on there. So, all right, great. So we'll just select all of these. Literally just everything. Everything above that. I guess it's really the below. You literally just select everything, okay? Select the entire everything. Expand everything. Select it all, except for those buttons. I believe this is gonna have to be the way. Or you can just do them for now, I guess, and then we can fix it later. Wait, they don't even have... They don't even share enough things. Oh, maybe... there we go. I had to unselect the canvas layer since that doesn't have any kind of input stuff anyway. Okay, filter. Pass or ignore? God, it's always confusing me. So ignore means... it won't matter. The control will not receive any mouse movement inputs nor mouse button input events through GUI input. The control will also not receive mouse entered or mouse exited. This will not block other controls from receiving these events or firing signals. Nice. Ignored events will not be handled automatically. If a child has mouse filter pass and an event was passed to this control, the event will further propagate up to the control's parent. Sure. Okay, so then we come to the texture buttons. Select all of these. And we change the mouse not to ignore, but to pass, which is good. Maybe, possibly. There we go. Fed. Boop, 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 boop. Lonely. Cuddle, 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 cuddle. Poopiness. Boredom. Play with. So now I can click on these to try to increase them artificially to test the increasing of stats. Let's go. I'm committing after that. That was a whole bunch. Declared stat nodes and set up their input. Okay. Excellent. So what now? Now, I guess we need to figure out where the actual stats are going to be handled, right? So we have the clock. That's like the main thing that's going to help tick away stats. So we could say every minute, you know, if it's like 100%, the value is 100 or something. 100 minutes making you really hungry. It does seem like how long it would be for a cat to be hungry. Truth be told. But we can maybe increase it a little more. And I guess it'll be different. Like each stat will decrease differently. Like maybe it gets bored faster than it gets lonely or something. Ooh. So I kind of want to come up with like a different factor for each one. Maybe I'll think about, okay, which one is the fastest? I'm thinking boredom. It's weird because boredom and loneliness feel very similar, right? But boredom is just more about like playtime. So maybe loneliness. I mean, some cats are very solitary, but we'll just say this cat isn't. Maybe loneliness goes down the fastest, with boredom being the next fastest. I feel like I need to write this down before I forget. Stat decrease, fast to slow. So the fastest one, loneliness goes down. Then boredom, wanting to play. Maybe thirst is next. Hunger, and then poopiness. Okay. I also want to think about what that factor is, like how different are they as well. So I'm just going to experiment with some different ticks, see what feels good. Let's make the thirst happen every minute, and then we'll just start with that. So I do need to store these values somewhere, so we're going to make a manager, obviously. We have the time manager and the data manager. Let's make a stat manager. Manage stats. Give it a script that we put in our generic scripts folder for now. We're going to make sure it has a class name and it's set up as a singleton and all that good stuff. Class name, manage stats, extends not much, just a node. Then we'll create a static variable ref typed to its own self. Manage stats. And then we will initialize it with a ref equals self. Okay. Nice. And we'll want to store the stat information on here. So, and these I would like to access from outside, so we're going to set up these as private variables. So there is, what? Hunger, stat, value, maybe we'll say hunger value. What would the other, I guess like increase? We don't really need anything other than that. Like maybe, I don't know, we'll say hunger value. Hunger value. Probably should call it a variable. This will be a float, I guess? Doesn't really have to be. I'd kind of rather it not be. Like, if we're doing 100, we might as well make them floats, which I think we can at least put on here. Right? Maybe. I mean, if the step is 1, then it won't be a float. I thought there was a way to, like, literally make it an integer, but I guess not. Rounded? You know, I didn't have a little description for it. Well, I think it's gonna be a float one way or the other, because if you look at the progress bar node, it's always a float. So I don't think you're gonna get anything other than a float. Alright, so float it is. But we'll just know that it's going to be a very rounded float. We'll start, do we start the game with all of our values at max? Or is it like all half? Or something. I mean, here's the thing, you're gonna start the game, the cat is going to like, come into your house. Needing help. So I think it probably should give it a little try. I feel like it should be quite low. The hunger should be low, the thirst should be low, the loneliness should be low, the boredom should be low. Maybe a little non-boredom. No poopiness. Yeah, I think we should have them all be quite low. No, hunger should be high. Hunger should be high. Because it's hungry. So we could say this is 100 to start with. Oops, okay. And then thirst, we're gonna also put that at 100. Very hungry, very thirsty, which is true in like Tamagotchi as well. The stats, at least in the ones we're doing for the jam, stats are all the way empty. Lonely, boredom, poopiness. Variable, lonely value. I'd say it's pretty lonely. Maybe there's something out there. We'll say 70. Like some other cats or something. Boredom. I don't think it's gonna be that bored. It's got some excitement out there. So I'm saying the boredom is quite low. And then poopiness all the way low because there's not really like a place for it. So it doesn't really matter. Float equals 0. I'm just gonna shorten these. Okay. So those are all the starting default values, which I could store as a constant. I probably should. You know, for like if the game restarts, we have like the constants to refer back to. So let's do that. Make each a const. And because it is syntaxical tradition, capitalize each one. Tedious as it may be. Thirst, lonely, bored, and poop. Oops, I'm supposed to capitalize the word const. I was getting a little too antsy for a capitalization. Okay. So then, actually, probably be better to just set these like that. Bored and poop. Okay. Great. So the decreasing of each one. So I would like a helper function. At least that's what I did in the JavaScript game I made, where it was like an incremental clicker game. There would just be like this helper decrease stat that the stats would filter into individually. So we'll say func decrease stat. Now, do I want to pull this from anywhere else? Well, the only thing we need it from is time. So I guess this could be, yeah, this should be, this could be accessed from outside. Decrease stat, and then we need to know which stat. So that's feeling like enum type stuff. So let's make an enum for, now we don't already have a stats enum. I could have sworn we already had a stats enum somewhere. Where? Wherefore art thou, enum? Here. What? In the time? Establish everything that will be saved as well as their defaults. Load stats. Oh, this is not managed time. This is managed data. So this is like when it's saving files. Got it. Got it. Well, we could have it be centralized on the stats manager, and then the data manager could pull from that, which is going to be a little more verbose, because I would need to then say, like, manage stats.ref.stats, as opposed to the obviously much simpler this. But it just kind of feels right to store the stats data on the stats. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's interesting we're calling time a stat. I guess it is. Do we actually use that anywhere? Stat.time. Oh. I don't think we do. Oh, stats, not stat. Okay, there's stats.hunger. I don't think we actually need this. Oh, we are using it in the time manager. Okay, well, if we're using it, we're using it. Feels a little weird, but I guess for the sake of saving, it's convenient. So we'll call time a stat, I guess. I don't like it, but I'll just have to learn to like it. Alright. Time, hunger, thirst. What's our preferred order? Lonely, boredom, poop. Lonely, bored, poop. Okay, so we're gonna bring that out of there. Come to manage stats. And drop that in here instead. And now we go back to data and we have to refactor. Everywhere we use stats, all caps. Pretty much. So stats is going to get replaced with manage stats.ref.stats. Okay, so we'll find every instance of it. We don't want to do it there. No. Oh wait, we do want to do it there. Yes. Oh, but not there. Okay, can we do case sensitive? Match case would be great. Okay. Yes, we want it there. Yes, there. Not here. That's the enum itself. Don't care about doing it on the comment. Yes, there. Yes, there. Yep. Yep. Okay. Replace them. No undos. Can I have mandatory parameters after optional parameters? What did you do? Oh, did I forget to... No undos. I forgot to add anything in replace. Are you sure? Did I really? How? Because you opened it again for the match case. That sucks. That sucks real bad. Okay, we can undo it. Nice. Since this was basically the only place where we did. So when it says no undos, I feel like it means in its respective location. So you would have to go to that script and undo it there if you wanted to. Okay, well, you know what? This is, I mean, here, let's look at the last list. Literally, the only other place was in manage time. So I have to go to manage time and update that. But in manage data, that's where they all were. So, you know what? It's not that big a deal. Suboptimal, but not a big deal. Okay, so we'll do it again, except this time we're gonna actually remember to do manage stats.ref.stats. Okay. No. Oh, is it because it's not saved? Here, save it, then run this again. Oh my gosh. Manage stats.ref.stats. Then replace it. Alright, we got it. Don't replace the enum. Don't care about the comment. All the rest of them are good. Okay, now replace it, no undos. Remember, ref under base manage stats is not a valid type. Oh yeah, so we don't actually need ref for these, where we use it for a type. But I think that's the only place where we use it for a type. So, okay. Good. And technically, I don't even think this would need to be ref either. No, probably should be. It's a default. Oh, here too. Don't do that. Okay. Then we'll go to the time manager where we had a couple that we need to fix. Oh dear. What happened here? There we go. Just change it to manage stats instead of manage time. Or manage data. Manage stats. Okay. What's broken? Did I break anything? Oh yeah. That's what we were gonna do. Okay, let's just make sure all the other stuff got switched well enough that there's not like a big error. Okay, great. Time is still ticking. Perfect. Okay. Now that we have all the stats over here, and the reason why they're lowercase is because I don't have to. Like, I could use 2 lower, but it's because I'm using these as strings as well, like elsewhere. That's why they're lowercase. I could, if I really wanted to, I could have them be 2 lower, but I don't really want to, so I'm not going to. Okay, decrease stat. This is going to return nothing, but it's going to expect to see one of the stats in here as the type. So stat to decrease, that is going to be typed to the stat. And we don't really, we could do like an amount. I don't know why it would be a bunch, like a huge chunk. I don't see that really being a thing. Maybe it's a thing and I don't realize it's a thing, but I feel like it's like not a thing. Loneliness, boredom, thirst, hunger, poopiness. I mean, I would say like poop probably shouldn't tick down gradually. It should be like it goes and it poops and then like a big chunk happens. So definitely poopiness, actually. Boredom feels gradual. Loneliness feels gradual. I mean, loneliness is tough. Like, I mean, if you like leave the house, all right, but that's not really going to be a mechanic, so could just be gradual. Thirst. Yeah, I think poopiness is the only one. So rather than like pass in the value, no happiness, that's boredom. So these are just representing the negative components. So loneliness would be, well, boredom. I guess loneliness would be the happiness, basically. Yeah. Boredom would be played withness. Thirst would be hydration. Hunger would be fedness, and poopiness would be like cleanliness, basically. Yeah. But none of these are going to be really listed. They'll only show up as like warnings Like your cat is feeling lonely, your cat is bored, your cat is thirsty, your cat is hungry, your cat feels dirty or something. So instead of like passing in a value of how much is being decreased, I feel like I'd rather just have a special case, like if stat. It makes it less flexible in some kind of theory, but it's only one thing. So if stat to decrease, and if I change my mind, we can always change. We can always make it different. If stat to decrease is set to stats dot poop, then the decreasing needs to be a little bit more significant. So I guess we'll establish an amount. We'll just say 1. Except if it's poop, then the amount we'll say is like 25. So it's 25%, a quarter. Basic. Oh, there we go. Okay. Great, so we have an amount, but what do we do with that amount? We subtract it from the base stat here, the hunger value. The variable version, of course. So we do need some kind of matching there anyway. I mean, we could potentially pull the string from this. I mean, you could. It would be nifty. If I want to add another stat someday. So we would just do... I kind of want to. I'm kind of into the really dynamic things. So we're going to say... I guess we'd want to construct it, whatever it's going to be. So variable stat name stat variable will be a string, and it's going to equal nothing by default. Then, well, we could even say it equals stat to decrease. Oh god, I gotta remember how we get it. Was it just a string, or was there like something else that we were doing to get it to become a string? Construct the self-destruct button? What? Make the cat explode itself? Make the whole house explode? I can't take care of this cat anymore. Sad. That's really messed up. Welcome, Vinge. Good to see you. You have a sick mind, but I appreciate it. Sometimes we need to expand what we know as being acceptable. Sometimes explosions have to be acceptable. Wait, where do we turn it into... the enum into a string? Stat string... It'd be good. I'm setting up stats. So I made a little debug section. It's probably gonna throw an error. Nice. Debug section here for checking where these stats are at. And they're actually clickable on their own. So if I click on hunger, it says fed. If I click on lonely, it says cuddled. So that way I can test increasing and decreasing the stats. And now I'm setting up the underlying code that will make the stats increase and decrease. And I'm making it more challenging for myself than I really need to by not using a match statement. By turning the... Here's something you could do. If you want to just test it, just do func... Oh, wait. But we do have this. I've been using this more. We have gdscript.live. So what we can do is create an enum, and in that enum, and in there we can say something, and then we'll print string enum dot something. And does that show up the way I expect it to? Maybe? There's nothing happened? Nothing? 0. Oh, okay. It took some time. Okay, 0. So it's showing the integer, which is not what we want. That is not what we want. I don't remember how to do this. I mean, obviously we can't just do that. Like, that's not gonna show something desirable. Wait, how did I forget how to do this? We just did it Tuesday. Lise, what? You've done this before. I have? You have. Oh. You do it on your past projects all the time. Look at that code. Oh, key! I remember now. Find key. I got it. So it's string enum find key something. Okay, try this. Okay. Oh, a parent would be good. Yeah. I see why you want that. That's really reasonable to ask for. Okay, something not declared in the... Oh, okay. Oh, but this has to also be enum.something. There we go. Okay, this is the syntax. It's weird. It's just weird, okay? It's a weird syntax. Okay, that's what we want. It's extra, but it's what we're gonna do. So... Not this. Instead, it's gonna be stats dot... Well, actually, this is just gonna be stat to decrease, whatever it pulls in. So it's gonna find the key in stats, and it's gonna make that a string. But not only do we want that, but we also want to add in an underscore plus that, plus... Will there be a friskiness stat? No. There is... So the stats are all just like purely for caretaking. The friskiness stat is in your own mind. You project the friskiness onto the cat. These are the stats. So there's loneliness, which if you increase it, it makes them more happy. There's boredom, which if you increase it, you make them more played with. There's thirst, which hydrates them more. Hunger, which makes them more fed. And poopiness, if you fix that, they're more clean. Not a friskiness stat. But the cat will have friskiness. Because it's very important to me that the cat will sandbox around a little bit. It'd be interesting to say, like, if those sandboxing, like, maybe if it is playing, being frisky, it's like boredom will increase. Like, maybe it can increase its stats itself. That would be kind of cool. That's the other thing, like, just because you feed it, well, it'll eat. We're not free feeding this cat. But, like, hydration, like, if you fill up water, a cat isn't like, I'm gonna go drink now. Ooh, water, yay. Most cats. So I actually do think I would want to tie the stat increasing to the cat actually doing something, not just the player doing something. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. And then we'll just say plus underscore val, and then now we have our variable string. Now we're gonna say, so we want to increment by the amount. So set stat variable, which is that looking for a string name? It's looking for a string name. I can make it a string name. Easy. Boom. And what we want to set it to is the amount. Well, we want to make it incremented. So we don't just want to set it. We need to get the existing. So we'll get the existing stat, right? I'm trying to use less match statements. This is how I'm using less match statements. I need the if here, though, because poop is special. Obviously, I could pass amount in, but it's just one thing. I don't want to have to pass. I mean, you can make a default. Here, make a default. You know what? Let's clean this up. Let's clean this up. Screw it, let's do it. Amount equals amount to decrease. Just make it a default. Amount equals amount float equals 1. Hey, what's up, Rogi? Today you learned how to use navigation region 2D in combination with navigation agent. Nice. It's good stuff, right? Really, really powerful. Nice. So you figured out how to like bake it and get it to detect certain areas, move around in those areas. It's good stuff, isn't it? Isn't it great? What are you gonna use it for? Why are you learning it? It's pretty cool. You still don't understand how navigation obstacle 2D works and how navigation link works. Navigation link is if you have, so let's say you baked your region. You didn't ask, but I'm gonna explain it anyway. Because it's a learning opportunity. Ugh. That's too bright. I'm trying to use Firefox more, but that's too bright. So, let's say you baked your navigation region. This is your usually it's blue, not green. There we go. So you bake your navigation region. This is how the bake turned out. Let's say it's a top-down game or something. If you wanted there to be a link, we don't have purple, so we'll have to do this. Normally they're purple. What are you gonna use it for? No comment? Oh, you're using it for your Tamagotchi-like? Let's go! Yo, I am super pumped for your Tamagotchi. And I got lost. Okay, we'll do this again. This Excalibur project is too big to try to go find that. It's gigantic. Okay, so a navigation link is something you set up just like this. It's like a little gizmo that you put in the world. And it'll say that your character, let's say this is your character. Your character can, or whatever, the thing that's navigating, the agent can move all around here. Separately, the agent can also move all around here. The navigation link says it can also cross between these. That's it. That's a navigation link. And then, as for the obstacle, yeah. As for the obstacle, that is, let's say this is our obstacle. OBS. We're live streaming. We are live streaming, to be fair. So what that'll do, you set this up as an obstacle. It has its own collision and stuff. And so that same agent crosses here, it'll just not go there. So it'll see that that obstacle is there and it'll avoid it. It won't bump into it. It'll treat it just like the boundary you have here, as if it was like not here, basically. So that's obstacle, navigation obstacle. That's navigation link. It's very intuitive. I see, because your pet is gonna be like wandering around the scene. I gotta do that too. I really want that. I want that sandboxing effect, so it feels like your pet is like alive in the space. Okay, amount equals 1. We want to say amount to decrease. That's what that equals. If you want to pass in something else for the poop, you make it different. Now it's this beautiful, clean thing. Except we need to do a little more, which is get the actual current stat variable, and then we want to combine it. So this is new variable, new stat value, which is going to equal getting that stat variable and combining combining it with the amount, right? And then return the new stat value. Great. But this is decreasing, not increasing. So you would want the default to be negative. Oh, but it is increasing. It's weird because decreasing the stat, it's confusing because the stat is poopiness, right? So when it becomes more poopy, the bad thing, it increases. But it's a decrease in that it's negative. So I guess we should say increase. I guess this is increase. I mean, what's really the difference? The only difference is one is negative and one is positive. You know? Like, we could just use the same thing. Use the same function. Let's say update stat. Stat to update. It makes me wonder if obstacles can move. Yes. And that's why we would use them instead of just baking. Exactly. Baking the region to have borders around obstacles. 100%. You don't need obstacles. So that's one rabbit hole I'll avoid for now. Yeah. That's exactly what it's for. Yep. So, like, I was using them in Harvest Earth. Like, buildings would be an obstacle. And then there'd be helicopters that'd be flying. And they'd see the obstacle and say, oop, I'm going to go around that. So, and then, by the way, why does that sound like it's moving? Because in Harvest Earth, the level was moving, which meant the buildings constantly crept forward. So they were moving in that sense. But yeah, exactly. You got it. But I guess if you also just wanted to, because here's the other thing, like baking it could be more complex. Let's say you're just building a level out. You know, it could be nice if you don't know what obstacles, what things are going to be in there too. It could be convenient, but I think that is optimal, yeah, to use it for moving things. But now I don't have the amount to decrease default. Now it's not going to make sense anymore. So we'd have to have amount to update, stat to update, amount to update, increase. I guess we could say decrease Boolean equals false. I don't love it, but at the same time, it is gonna make it a little easier. I guess it's a little harder at a glance, you know, because you'll just see update stat. Let's make them two separate ones. I don't like this. I'm gonna make them two separate ones. I don't like this. That's too much coupling. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want them to be separate. That is a tutorial waiting to happen. You'll have to add it to your list. Do it. Do it up. Okay, so that's gonna be -1. Yeah, we could make sure we pass in that. No, I think you should put it in here. Have it be a subtraction. Can be better. Ooh, what if it goes below 0? We don't want negatives. Negatives are not desirable. So we do have to account for that as well. So we will want to set a maximum and a minimum. So we'll say constant stat max. That's going to be a float. It's going to be 100. And then constant stat minimum, which is going to be 0. Okay. So we have to check for that before we set it. If new stat value is less than or equal to 0, we could have like a special warning go out, like a signal get emitted or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna make a signal, and this is going to be stat critical, stat empty, because if it's already 0, yeah, if it equals 0, yeah, that's fine. Stat empty. We'll call it stat empty. And that will carry with it the stat. So we'll say stat that's empty. Empty stat. It's like the same thing backwards. Empty stat. You don't really have to add these, but it's nice. That's it. Just equals one of those. Okay. Cool. Nice. So if it is less than or equal to 0, we want to emit the signal, or Whoa, I've never used emit signal. What is that one? I usually use dot emit. I guess one is different because you can make it like a string. Nice. But we're gonna actually say stat empty emit, and then what it's gonna bring with it is the stat to decrease. Otherwise, it'll update the value. Okay, but we won't even say this. We'll say less than or equal to stat minimum. Great. Next, increase. Which, even though it's going to be very similar, I think there's a point where everything doesn't have to be coupled. Like it can go overboard. I think it'll be nice to know to have like a specific function that's checking separately, decreasing and increasing. And then it'll be more readable too, so I can clearly look at the code and see, oh, this is increasing, this is decreasing. So if I just make it like a flag in here, unless it was like an enum or something, it's just not going to be as readable to look at that this is doing a decrease, this is doing an increase. That's my thinking anyway. So amount to increase, we're just kind of arbitrarily renaming them. Only difference is we're adding instead of subtracting. And instead of checking that it's less than or equal to the stat minimum, we want to see if it's greater or equal to the stat maximum. And if it is, we can do stat full. Signal stat full, full stat stats. And whatever we want to do with that, we can do things with that. So stat full is the stat to increase. If it's not full, set it to the new stat value. Cool. Great. Now, I did make those buttons, but I didn't make a decrease. So the decrease happens over time. You don't have to worry about it. Well, except for the poop. The poop actually does happen on, like, event moments. So I do want to think a little bit more carefully about that one. But what we'll do is we'll click on those buttons. Oh, what's up, debugger? What you got for me? Oh, yeah, we'll get there. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's interesting because, like, it's not going to be used in this class. It's actually going to be... Well, no, it will be. Okay, so, okay. I'll tell you what. Well, it's weird because we are using it, but we're using it here by constructing it through set and get. So then I'm going to get this warning that they're never used. I'm going to have to tell it to ignore the warning because I want them there, but I don't want to, like, directly use them in that way. So that's going to be interesting. Anyway, so right now I can click on these and it increases, and then time will decrease it. So hunger over time, thirst over time, loneliness over time, boredom over time, but poopiness is different. Poopiness isn't over time. Poopiness is like an act that occurs, which will happen on some type of timing schedule, but it's not the same where it's constantly decreasing. So I'll have to think about how that is handled differently. Like, I guess that'll be part of the cat sandboxing, literally, is sandboxing into the litter box once in a while. But in theory, to be like, maybe like after it eats, so after you feed the cat, there's a certain amount of time after it goes and makes a poopy. Now, obviously, there's pee as well, but we're just going to ignore that pee is a thing, just for the sake of scope. So yeah, after it eats a certain amount of time, then it'll go to the litter box. So like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours or something, an hour, something like that. Okay. So we'll have to circle back to testing that one. But let's at least do increase stat. So back to my debug, so we can see if they're all working correctly. Well, before I even do that, I would want to make sure we set those defaults, which actually we can have that being followed here. So how often do we want to check that? Like every frame? Yeah, I mean, we do need to make sure every time tick. Do we have something for checking time ticks? That would be great. I don't think we have a time tick like signal, but that would be probably good to have like a time tick signal. I think that like makes sense, right? On seconds tick, on minutes tick. We save on every minute tick. Cat mecha minigame? Whoa, that'd be awesome. I I haven't thought as deeply about minigames, but a little bit. I say that as I show you a giant list of minigames. I don't know. What I did was I looked through my old 1 Hour Jam games. This is not what you're saying, but this is about the closest that I've got. And I haven't gone through all of my 1 Hour Jam games. This is just like the most recent ones. But in this one, you slice some stuff. Wait, what's the key? Oh, there we go. Oh God, what was it? There it is. I can see you could be a mech punching things. I feel like I did a shooting game ever. I don't know if I did. Oh, the closest I got to a shooting game. I try to avoid shooting stuff, but there is this one. This is the closest I think I got to a projectile in a 1 Hour Jam game. Where you just sort of like throw these there and you get points if you hit the person with a Valentine. It's actually a very creepy game if you think about it. You're just like giving this person who doesn't want Valentines to the point where they're trying to get away from you because they don't want any more Valentines. Although they also keep like circling around, so it's like this might literally be hard to get. So maybe that makes it a little less problematic. Reminds you of the platformer game engine you were trying to build in Adobe Flash as a teenager. Oh, nice. Oh, that chopping game. Yeah. Yeah, 1 Hour Jam. I mean, this is giving me a nice opportunity to look back and appreciate like what I created in that time. There's some nice little mini games there. So that's what I'll base them on. Most of them will be about content creation. So whatever, like blocking trolls or posting comments. Except it won't actually be that. It'll just be themed like that. You know, like that bowling game with the Valentines. Maybe like your bowling comments onto a page. It's like ridiculous, but whatever. It's just a stupid minigame. Okay, minutes tick. I don't really care about seconds tick. So we're gonna do a signal. Signal. We'll say minutes tick. Maybe tick minutes. Tick minute. Minute tick. It doesn't have to be anything. We don't need anything there. It's just, that's all it is. That's all it is. And then we can actually get rid of this, which is kind of weird to have this saving thing. I'm trying to like not have things on scripts where they don't belong. So here we're like controlling saving from the time. But if I have this tick, now I can go over to manage stats and wait to receive the signal about it. There's stuff you can rework for best, right? I have to. Like with all the mini games that a virtual pet game demands, which can be as few as one, but with the scope I have, I gotta harvest. Okay. Yeah, it's nice. It also makes it gives like purpose to the things you've done in the past. It's good to look back. Minute tick, emit. That's it. Now let's go fix that on manage data. So we'll want to connect that in ready. And this is what we'll do in the debug script as well. Is manage time. Whoops, I got lost. Manage time dot ref dot on minutes tick. Wait, that's not right. Wait a minute. No, I think you would do this. Yes. Wait. I'm not usually do it this way. I'm trying to wrap my head around it right now. Maybe you need to save it? Here, press Control S. It might not be showing up for that reason. There it is. Gotta hit that save button. Minute tick. Connect on minute tick. Great. Then we can come down wherever we want to put it. I guess I'll put it by save, since that's what it's gonna do. Funk on minute tick. And we'll just say it runs save stat. Oh wait, what's happening here? Stat to save and the value for the stat. Oh. The time game set. Well, maybe we will pass that in then. We can pass overall seconds in. Obviously, it's going to be time. We could also fetch it. You know, I could just say manage stats dot ref dot time game seconds. Could also do that. Rather than pass it in as a parameter, especially since it's probably not going to be used most of the time. This makes more sense. Great, so now it should save. Let's check. Let's make sure it does. So, invalid access to property key, time game. Oh, we shouldn't be accessing it this way anyway. On a base node, manage stats. Oh, manage time. My bad. But no, I think we do. It's not there's no underscore. If there's no underscore, that means you can use it. That's the rule. I just might have forgotten to put an underscore there, honestly. I think we need, I know, make it a function. Make it a function. Do it. I want to underscore all of these. I'm still getting in the habit of remembering to actually make things private and public. I assume. I could be wrong. Like, maybe I am accessing this somewhere and I didn't realize that I am. But I don't think so. Okay. This is actually very confusing. Okay, time game second, speed factor, and the timer ones. Just do one at a time. Do time game seconds. Underscore all of those. Then do the other ones. Game timers by second. I'm trying to get in the habit of it. I want to be more, assiduous about setting these. Okay. And then time speed factor. Okay, cool. Then for a function that gets accessed from outside, we'd want it to be getting like overall seconds. I'll put it up here. Func get. Well, but isn't it gonna be? No, this is where it's stored. This is the single truth of how much time has passed in the game. This is where that goes. Because when it loads from the file, it pops it right in there. So maybe I'll put it below that just for logic's sake. Like first it loads it, then things access it. Rolrick, what? Rolrick, what? Welcome, Rolrick. Good to see you. Welcome. You're like a Pokemon. Rolrick. But like your little thing is you. Rolrick. Rolrick. Get. Good to see you, Rolrick. Get. Time game seconds. And that will return a float specifically. Time game seconds. Okay. Now I'm gonna come back to manage data. Trying to do better code hygiene. And instead of just getting that variable directly, we're gonna say get time seconds. All right. Let's see if everything works. It is not. Oh, it is working. I was like, the time is not increasing. It is increasing. I just wasn't patient enough. Okay. Minutes are going up. Perfect. So that's going to be at 33. And we'll exit. It should be at 33 again if everything is still working. Okay. 32. Yeah, there's like a 30-second buffer. So that way it's not ticking constantly. So this should be 34 or 35. There you go. So you can technically have a chance of going back in time if you restart it enough, but not really. It's just it'll just slow down time if you restart the game enough. You know, that's a little cheese. I'm okay with it. I don't care. Go ahead. It's barely gonna help you. Like, maybe it'd help you if, like, you're about to lose the game if you don't just feed it right real quick and you just, like, get a little more time to try to. But it's really only gonna work one time, and the stats aren't gonna be visible to the player, so it's basically impossible to cheese it. Alright, manage time ref works, we're good. So now we go to the debug script and we try to see those stats actually decrease and set themselves and stuff. Right, so this is where I was deciding, oh yeah, I don't want it every frame. We're gonna do it every tick. So, where do you want to put this? Rorik was here. Oh, Rorik was here. Rorik was there. There was Rorik. And while you're there, whoever you are, if you're on YouTube, press the like button. Hit the thumbs up. It helps. It means more people find out about Hyper Game Dev. They find out about the Game Like Jam, and it lets me know that I'm doing okay. So hit the thumbs up button. Thank you so much, unless you don't want to. But if you do want to, and you meant to, I'm reminding you. Thank you, YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I guess you can follow if you haven't followed yet. But that's up to you. That's up to you. It's more YouTube culture to ask for that kind of stuff. I think on Twitch, it's more like, how dare you? You just gave your age with that? Wait, really? Is that like, I don't even know. Was that an abbreviation used commonly by a certain age generation? No, I know. Definitely, like, the was here thing is very, like, etching it into the side of a bathroom stall or, like, spray painting it on the side of a building. Maybe that's a little more of the datedness. Where are we doing stat updates? Hunger pressed. Okay, this is where... Well, that's where they're being increased. I don't know, just put it at the top. I don't really know where to put it. The tick. Basically where we receive every minute. You clicked it many times. Not sure how many, but it was an odd number. Yes, odd number. Always an odd number. If you click it multiple times, make sure it's an odd number. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We do it after the readies. We already have it on here. Yeah, put it over here. Kinda doesn't matter. Gotta go shower a tiny human. Maybe back for co-op dev time. Sounds good, Rorik. Oh, it's bath time. A tiny human. You're a great dad. I know. I just know. I can tell. Alright, see then, Rorik. On what you call it? Minute tick? Oh, we gotta connect. Oh yeah, we gotta connect it. That's important. That's very important. We'll put that over here. I could copy and paste it, but let's see if I remember it. Manage time.ref.minute tick. Yep, we got it. .connect calls on minute tick. Good, 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 good. Then down here, I mean, it is the first signal. Yeah, but that's all this. Okay, on minute tick. No, it's good. You did a good job. What is this going to do? Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to decrease every stat except for poop. Every stat except for poop. Now, I do want them to decrease at different rates, which is gonna be interesting. Okay. It's starting to feel like a match statement is gonna be necessary somewhere. Oh no, get set. Do get set. Whenever the hunger value changes, it like multiplies the. We got it. Okay. By the factor. It'll make sense. On minute tick. So we're gonna run manage stats. Did I see the Rockstar firing their staff who tried to unionize in UK? Ugh, I didn't see that sphere. That sucks. I did hear something about Rockstar staff getting shrunk, but I didn't read deeper into it. I mean, look, I'll say two things about that. Number one, class solidarity is very important. They are trying to keep us from organizing so we can get what we deserve. Number two, it's kind of par for the course for a company. Like, Rockstar is a very big company, and unfortunately, due to the way that capitalism is, if you are a company, if you're in the hiring class, in the manager class, in the owning class, it's like a function of the machine. Like capitalism's code is like, if you're in the owning class, you make sure that the workers don't organize. And it's just like, every company is going to do that. Every single company that is surviving is going to be anti-union. It's just their fundamental thing. So on one hand, it's like awful, but wouldn't necessarily blame Rockstar for it, or is it like something else? I mean, let me be clear. There are some businesses that do, you know, encourage more of that union stuff. There are some, maybe, I assume. Probably. But I don't know that I think to myself, oh, screw Rockstar, I'm never playing their games again. Because, I mean, what, I'm gonna quit every game that's made by a company, considering they all are probably union busters? With that said, very interesting, and sucks. They don't deserve to be fired for that. It's awful. And a very merry burn the money. Okay, manage stats. We want to say decrease stat, decrease stat. Now which stat? All of them, except for poop. But wait a minute, this is debug script. This doesn't go on debug script. No. Wrong. On minute tick, we want to check to see what the current value is and update the progress bars. That's what's relevant to this. So, now I could do that in a more non-match way. I mean, it's just all of them except for one. You want to check every single one. So do we want to iterate through all of them? Yeah. Yeah, obviously. So debug menu. Oh, they're not all in one place. That's a tricky thing. So you'd have to recursively search for them. Yeah, we're not going to do that. You can put them in an array. It's a little weird, but it's okay. That's fine. So we'll call this stat bar array. And it'll be an array of progress bars. And this is why I like doing the debug stuff, because it's like, if I want to put this somewhere else, I now have the blueprint for doing it. Now, I could just do it in the first place, but it's just easier for me, in theory. We'll see how that plays out in the future of my life as a dev. But to me, it's easier because I don't have to, like, plan out exactly all the ways. I want to be like, how are we going to show this to the character? Are we going to show it to the character? Well, I got to make the assets in order to display it. Well, I have to make the alert system. I have to make that script. I got to set up the text. I got to put it into place. You know, I don't have to think about any of that. It's just like, make the debug, and then once the things work, in theory, take similar code and use it for, and the systems that have already been built, and use that for something else. Yes, I am justifying my own concern. I'm trying to soothe myself that I'm concerned that I'm wasting time, but I don't think I am. The people who are unionizing are trying to get the people who are still in the company to join them. Yeah. At the same time, you're getting news that Rockstar is opening jobs in India. Yeah, I mean, it all makes sense. Totally. I mean, I remember, like, a place I used to work, there were people who were, you know, you like, don't tell the boss, right? Like just between it, passing out flyers, right? Getting us in like an email list, making sure we're keeping it super, super secret. So that way there's like a moment where we say, you know, this is going to happen whether you like it or not. And so if you get caught during that process, yeah, they're gonna fire you. So that's why you have to be super secretive, which is messed up. It's stupid and it's bad, but that is the underlying code of capitalism. So we're gonna put each progress bar in here. Can we put it under the bars? I think it just makes more sense. Put it under the bars, you know? Sincere bars. Bar thirst, bar lonely, bar bored, bar poop, bar hunger. Recently today, 2 positions just opened up in India branch under Rockstar Games career tab. Wow. They're like, well, we're gonna go get some cheaper labor where we can exploit the workers. Because there's more of them, and they're desperate for the jobs. Sounds about right. It's interesting to see that, though, to, like, investigatively journalize that and be like, look at them. I see what you're doing, Rockstar. You know, the thing to keep in mind, like, they're great devs at Rockstar. There are people who are like us, who are blameless and are just trying to make a living and do something they care about. So, you know, for me, it's like, it's hard to like be mad at the company as a monolith and instead, you know, look to the greater capitalistic system that allows that behavior to thrive. And, you know, it's going to be the upperest of management who are making those calls and setting that stuff up. So, yeah, it's stupid. It's bad. But I can't say I'm surprised. Thirst, lonely, bored, poop, hunger. So now what we're gonna do... This is class consciousness. Class consciousness with Lee's. Hyper class consciousness. 1 minute tick. 4 stat in the array, whatever that is. Whatever we called it, stat bar array. Stat progress bar. Stat bar. You feel bad, but on the other side, devs who left the company will make games that will rival. Ooh, true! Yeah, like the Claire Obscure game. Totally. Love that. Although I think they might have like left voluntarily or something. But yeah. Nice. I love that. Let it strengthen our resolve, not get us down and separate us from our own possibilities. Stat bar value plus equals. Now, if it's gonna be a different amount, that's where it gets tricky, right? They're all gonna have different amounts that they go up by. So this is not gonna work so good. We don't want just every single one. No, because we're checking it. We're not increasing the value. We're setting the value to be what it is in stats. So that would mean then that we'd have to iterate through each one and match them. Whoa. From what you heard, the UK filed a lawsuit for union busting. I wish America had the integrity to do that. Yeah, me too. But we live in the prime example of corruption under capital. Preach! You're right. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do something. Because I almost need like an array over there so it knows which one it's putting it to. right? And to be honest, this is only for the debug menu. So maybe for the debug menu, I'm okay with match, because this this is not. I mean, maybe it would be nice to have it be like this great helper function, but it's not like core game code, so I kind of want to not care. But like I could check the names and make sure that it assigns the ones that match the name if I really wanted to be extra. Which could be nice, again, for a debug tool for the future. It could be nice. But look, I only do that so much. There's a point where it's starting to feel like a waste of time. So then I wouldn't even need the array. Well, you kind of would. You still need the array. Because you want to know how many stats there are to potentially iterate through. Yeah, I'm gonna just use a match statement. I do think there's a cool helper function way to do this. I just don't feel like putting my brain energy on that right now. I put all my debug brain energy on styling the debug menu to look nice. That's that's where that's going. So there's a place where I draw the line, and I'm like, we gotta get the game done. Okay, so it's just debug stuff. I'm okay with the match statement, right? Right? So instead of iterating through, we say on minute tick. Guess we don't really want a match statement. We would want to say bar hunger value equals manage stats ref. Well, but you don't want to, you're underscoring them, so you're going to want to get the values, right? I bet this is good. Now this is actually valuable because now we're setting up something that can be used elsewhere in the code. Whereas the debug, not so much. You never make debug tools. You just use a remote function in Godot to test if everything worked as intended. That's fair. When you say remote function, what do you mean exactly? Yeah, totally. You know, and I guess it's something I'm experimenting with, is having these debug tools. I mean, one thing that I really appreciated, so I made, in the last Game Like Jam, which I didn't finish, the first Game Like Jam, I didn't finish anything, I made this, like, print debug tool. So it tells me what script a print message is coming from, and optionally, I can tell it to be highlighted, I can tell it to be a different color, I can have it also tell the function that that print is coming from, and it'll group these up. And so I think, like, doing that, I realized how valuable it was, because it's super nice to just have, like, this really clear and useful print logging system. And then also, like, main menus. I get tired of making main menus over and over again. Oh, and then, like, first person controllers, right? Like, I'm not gonna make that from scratch every time. So it's less about checking if things work and more about saving myself time so I don't have to do the same thing over and over again. Yeah. But you said use a remote function. Oh, so you, by function, you don't mean like, I'm like function, you mean you mean like function, like F-U-N-C? No, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I use that too, and that is very useful. Totally. It just depends. Like, some things I want to see at a glance to make sure they're working correctly, instead of, you know, necessarily have to go looking for each node. It depends. I think that is totally valid. To each our own. Okay. But I'm finding it more useful for me to have some things be externalized in this convenient way. For me. So I guess we want to get stat value, right? Func get stat value, which we're going to want to know the stat, so that's going to call with one of the stats, stat to get. We'll type that to the stats, and then this is going to return a float. So we say return. This is actually going to be quite similar to this. I'm starting to think like this could be a helper function for sure. This could definitely be a helper function where it just returns the built thing. Let's do it. Function builds stat val variable, and that could also pull in the stat to get, or the stat to return. Welcome back, Steam player, for my YouTube. I can't say I remember when you were here before, but I'm glad you're here now. How long am I playing the stream? 8 hours. Welcome back, Steam. Did you go by you would probably another name. You had like another name before it. Okay, stat to return, or maybe not, because you know what? YouTube like changed everyone's names a little bit. It's weird, it goes back and forth. Sometimes it says the @, sometimes it doesn't. And it isn't just me. It's not just like my chat app. Because look, it's in the actual YouTube thing. But then the other day, it didn't have the @ on them. I mean, I gotta give YouTube credit. They are starting to roll out more live stream updates. So if a few things break along the way, okay. Just like give us some love. You want to start watching a tutorial if you're only going to be on a couple. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, come on back. I'll be here. You were helping me with my alien game? Okay, yeah, it's been a while since I worked on that one. I took a break from that so I could start this game jam called the Game-like Jam, where we make games like other games. Because I was taking quite a long time at making that game, and I didn't really feel good about where it was going, and I just realized I had a lot to learn, and I didn't want to spend all my time making this big game I didn't feel good about. So I've been making games in 1 month, every other month, starting in January, and this is the first year. This is the first season. This is the last Game Like Jam of the year. We're making games like Tamagotchi. So, yeah, the alien game is on indefinite hiatus. You remember it? Yeah, Harvest Earth. I mean, I want to, like, I do want to, basically, I'll start over from scratch when I'm going to work on that game again. Yeah. So something I didn't like about it is I didn't think it was, like, visually very interesting. I think I could use more. It just needs more. So hopefully by making a bunch of small games, I'll start to get a better sense for games that are better than others. Game ideas. This is gonna be also calling a stat, and this returns a string name. Oops, and what it will do. We could even just say it returns had a long day today? You're so tired? Kick back. Relax. Is there like a version of str that's for string names? String to variable? That's a thing? Oh, variant, not variable. I was like, what? You scraped and restarted on the same game thrice? It'd be like scrapped. Yeah, it'd be like that. That's a good thing to do, is being willing to like say, I need to start over. Instead of just building up tech debt into like a game that's becoming a mess. I'm glad your day is less long now, Steam. I was just curious if there's like a string name version of string. It's kind of pointless, honestly. But it'd be interesting. Is that what I thought? Variant? This is honestly kind of interesting though. String to variant converts a formatted string that was returned by var to string to the original variant. Converts a variant variable to a formatted string that can be parsed using string to variable. This is very interesting. Now I'm just getting distracted by cool methods. I'm kind of still trying to understand what it's saying. Print variable to string A. Oh. Wow. So it's taking. So it is printing a variable. That's really cool. It's a variant because it needs to not know what it's going to be. Converting signal or callable is not supported. Oh, and will result in empty value for these types regardless of their data. This is very cool. And then somehow you can parse that using this. Like it knows. This is crazy. I gotta remember that. That's really interesting. Okay, but there is no string name specific one. If I have a variable that I want to get as a string, the values. So it's not the variable name, it's like what the variable is equal to. That's what it returns as the string. And then somehow you can turn it back. I'm a little confused how that works. But it's really interesting. You have no clue what any of this is? That's okay. It's methods in Godot that do cool things, I think. Return type is float? What do you mean the return type is float? Oh, this one. Okay, but wait. Identifier stat to decrease not declared. Oh, yeah. So this would be stat to return. Nice. Okay, anyway. So the reason I did that was so we could do build stat value variable and then pass in stat to decrease. Stat variable. Oh yeah, we still have to assign that to this. Would be good. Doesn't really save much space, but it reduces the amount of code all over the place. So I'll take it. And then here, when we're getting the stat value, similarly, except I guess kind of the opposite, because we're returning, so we have stat to get. So then we would say stat variable coming from stat to get, and instead of setting, we're gonna get. So get stat variable, the new stream. What does that mean? When's the new stream? Like the next stream? The next stream is going to be publicly Tuesday. So I stream publicly Tuesdays and Fridays, and then on Mondays, if you're a member or a subscriber, that is to say a subscriber on Twitch or a member on YouTube, then you get an extra live stream on Mondays. So Monday technically, but as far as like public streams go, Tuesday. Hopefully if I can get my stream shorter, I'll start streaming more often, but I need to practice not streaming for 12 hours. So I'm working with 8 hours now. I'm working with 8 hours. I'm doing my best. I think that's pretty much it. You just want to return that. I think that's how we get the stat value right there. So now we're gonna come back to our debug menu. And on minute tick, well, but you don't really need to. Well, you do. You do want to do that, don't you? Maybe I am just gonna stringify it. You know what? Maybe I am. For stat, we're doing it. What, did you make the array? In stat array. I'm doing it. It's actually gonna be easier. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's the right thing to do. I already deleted the array. Variable stat array. I'm sorry, I do my best. Stat bar array. Array of progress bars equals bar thirst, bar lonely, bar bored, bar poop, bar hungry. Because really this is gonna be better for using elsewhere by setting up the system this way. Even though I'm not gonna use it here on the debug, what it's calling get stat value is going to be valuable to have, I think. I don't have to do this, Lise. Dip out if it becomes too complicated, alright? Just be willing to dip. That's all I gotta say. For stat, in stat bar array, variable what's my favorite line of code? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think wow. What is my favorite line of code? Just one line? I don't know. I think I go back and forth between being proud of certain lines more than others. But I still don't think I could pick one. I think that'd be tough. Maybe something that I put together for the, like, you mean just in the world? Like my favorite, my own code, or someone else's code? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'm not sure. Do you have a favorite line of code? Oh, I guess something that I did probably in trying to remember where that's at. Is that in manage? The one you can. Oh, come on, swear. Oh my gosh. All right. What script was it even on? I don't even remember anymore. I totally forget how this game works. I don't remember how this game works. I forgot. Wait, where is that stuff? That stuff is on... Is it the debug menu? I guess it's the I thought, but I was like, no way. It is the debug menu. I don't know. I don't have one. I was gonna say this line. I don't have one. I really, I want you to know, I gave it a good think. I tried really hard. I don't have one. Variable, stat name, which is gonna be a string name, equals. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna fetch it from a variable? I'm not saying there isn't a way. I feel like there is though, like property, like get, like property list, something like that. Favorite function, This function print hello world. Oh, I like that. That's nice. Okay, I want that to be my favorite too. That's also my favorite. Container? No. Editor inspector? I think there is a way to get like a string from a variable. Just remember what it is. Script, get property default value, get script property list, has property default value, get property. I feel like the only way is to get property list. Get property name, but this is visual shader node. Boo. Too bad. Get property list, property can revert, get property lists, property can revert, yeah. I think this is the only way. Returns the object's property list as an array of dictionaries. Each dictionary contains the following entries. The name is a property's name as a string. I think it's the only way you can get a variable name as a string. Now, couldn't you just run... So get property list goes on an object, right? It's interesting. I'm looking into it because it's interesting at this point. Why is there two different ones? Class get property list. See, it's tough because then you have to like isolate them. So not only do I have to get the entire script's property list, but how do I pick out the ones, like the ones that have the word bar in them? Well, what if I have other things in bar that I didn't mean to have? It just gets a little ridiculous. So I think don't do this. I'm gonna say, please don't. Please stop. Get some help. We're not gonna do it. We're just not gonna do it. I'm gonna keep the match statements. I'm back to match statementing. You thought variables were always a string? If they are, I would love that. Like, maybe, like, technically, but in terms of being able to fetch the string, I don't think there's an easy way to do it. Other than getting an entire list. So it is, but... It is. But I don't think it's easy to get a specific variable's string. Which, if you think about it, kind of makes sense. How do you refer to the variable and get the string if you don't know the name of the variable yet? I guess we could go through name. Wait a minute. Let's do this. Wait a minute. You inspired me to think we can do this. We have it in the array. Right? I'm missing something. Yeah, you're missing something because... I guess you're not. Okay, stat name. Wait a minute, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. This is gonna return the string. But it is not the node name. It's not the node name. It is, let me rephrase that. It's not the variable name, it's the node name. Right? But we could construct the node name. Do we even need the node though? Or the variable? I'm sorry, I know I'm talking crazy. Stat.name. And we want to match that with a stat value. So what we'd want to create is a variable stat to get, which would be a string name, and it would be equal to... Now, what are those stats names, by the way? I think it's like something bar. You know, again, it's very name-based. Don't love that. Don't worry about it, Steam. You know, don't worry about it. Let's see. Bar thirst. So they're all prepended with bar, which again, if I change that name, this code breaks. So I don't love that very much. That feels sloppy. But we could say, split, or do you split on it? Split. The delimiter is going to be an underscore. and cannot assign a value of text. Oh yeah, so split, and it's gonna be the second in that array. It's kind of messy, but it is just debug, so maybe it's okay. You could use the build stat name thing, but it's gonna be harder. That's the other thing, is I have to be able to construct it as an enum. I don't even know how to do that. Because an enum is basically a key. So I guess we could like do the opposite of finding a key, which is like assigning it as a key. Yeah, this is a little crazy. I'm not gonna do it. No, we don't need to do it. This is a waste of time. So we're not gonna do it. Gonna keep it simple, all right? It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. I get sucked into this little challenge, and I have to just say no. I have to say no, guys. I have to do it. So we're gonna say bar hunger value equals manage stats ref dot get stat value, and then we'll just type it in. It would be really neat if it was like super dynamic, but it's just kind of a waste of time. So this is going to be manage stats dot ref dot stats dot hunger, and then we just do that for each one. So this one would be thirst. Because everything else is just going to be handled, like, I'm not going to need to do this same kind of thing anywhere else, I think. And it'll just be on the manage stats script anyway, so we'll just have those things easy to access. So I don't think it makes sense to do this here. What's after thirst in order? Is it loneliness? Yeah, it is. Lonely, boredom, and poop. Paste it around. Bored, poop. It's just gonna be easier. So every minute it's gonna check to see what these values are, and it's gonna update it. So let's see if that works. So what we should see is that these values, okay. Oh, there it goes. So you see it took a second because, I don't know, it just did. It needed a second. I guess the load had to happen, the file load. Oh, we should do an outline on those so you can see them. So when you first start the game, the cat is not going to be poopy. The cat's going to be actually slightly not bored. The cat's going to be fairly lonely, and it's going to be hungry and thirsty. Okay, pretty arbitrary thing that I want to do. It's not that arbitrary, because it would be nice. No, this is useful. Don't worry about it. You got it. I gotta say, Lisa, I'm proud of you for making that decision not to go in on trying to figure that other thing out. Like, nice job. Pat on the back, girl. I think we should do a little outline. This is just gonna make it easier for me to see these values. If I can't see the debug values, what kind of debug is that? I mean, really. They're still kind of hard to see in general, truth be told. Lonely board poop, Hyper Game Dev 2025. That's what I gotta say. That's my message to the world. Lonely board poop. It's very tiny. It's still pretty hard to read. I kind of wish those numbers were bigger. You're wish is your own command. It's so hard to see, like, even with the outline. Guess you just gotta make it thicker. Super thick. Now it's a little easier. You could also change the font. I think this is worth it. I don't think this is a total waste of time, because it's making it easier for me to look at these values and make sure they're what they're supposed to be. Base font. Oh, I haven't really set up any fonts for this game. Ooh, what do I want to do for fonts? I'm kind of thinking milks. Now those are gonna be some chunky numbers. So it gives you nostalgia. Yeah, all this, I mean, I don't know what you're saying, like what you're referring to, but all this music is from around YouTube. Milks. I feel like this is gonna be a little too chunky though. What does this one look like? Again? Oh, no. We don't want that. So they always have these like little like distress on there. There's one that doesn't. That's the one for me. Demi-bold light. That's script though. Oh, you could do milks thin. It's not that good either. It needs to be a little chunky. Just not that chunky. Let's see demi-bold. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Give me that. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the project. And I might want other fonts too, but it's nice. Now I have a reason to put fonts into the game. Or at least try out a different font. Blockheads. Blockheads. Oh, there's like a YouTube channel or something called Blockheads that use this song. Let's do a fonts folder. And we'll add that in. Now, a mobile game. Whoa. That's cool. The song must have generous licenses across many platforms. Loading a font in, apparently. Very difficult. I clicked it. There it goes. It was taking its time though. Nice, look at that. Oh, it looks nice. That's a nice font. And then we can always make it a little bolder. That's what I love about font variation. We don't really need the percents, do we? It's a bit unnecessary. Oh no, I just don't want the percent. Okay, you know what? Fine, go ahead. I don't care. I want the numbers. Alright, hopefully that's a little more readable. I did make the... Yeah, it's definitely more readable. Cool. I did make the window a little bigger now. So I gotta fix that. Yeah, so I feel like I explained it not too long ago while you were here, but maybe you didn't hear. Good. Tamagotchi is the game that we're basing our games on. So we're all making games similar to Tamagotchi, and maybe you just don't know about Tamagotchi. Maybe you're new to the Tamagotchi term. Tamagotchi is a virtual pet game franchise that started out in the 90s as a toy that looks like that, and it had a screen with a game on it, and this is that game right on the jam page. So there's an egg, and you wait for it to hatch. Well, first you gotta set the time for some reason. And then you wait for it to hatch. It takes like 5 minutes for it to hatch. It's pretty ridiculous. And then it's a little pet to take care of. Yeah, your sister has one. There you go. So there's also a Game Boy game that was made. And this is very, very similar to this. It uses a lot of the same stuff, like characters and whatnot. Hey, good day, Roger. How goes the map maker? And so this has a little bit more, to me this is a bit more fun of a game. You have black and white CRT you're repurposing as another monitor for your computer. Badass. That's cool. So this one gets started a lot faster. But it gives you a sense of like the OG virtual pet game, what it was like. And you get in a little faster, which is nice. So yeah, you come in here, you feed your pet, stuff like that. Map maker goes well, nice. That's gonna be, so wait, that's gonna take a lot of space up in your office, or wherever you are. But it's probably worth it. You can wash their poop away, you can play games with them, stuff like that. You can't wait? What can't you wait for? Oh, all the Tamagotchi games? We're gonna have so many Tamagotchi games. So yeah, you can play the games that we're basing our games on the jam page. If you want to learn more about these. Yeah, so it's a virtual pet game. I gotta remember, some people aren't like as familiar with Tamagotchi. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, great. Nice. So now we're tracking all these stats. Now they're not decreasing because I haven't set up the decreasing, but it at least is fetching the stats that they are. Now, it's gonna have to also fetch the saved stats. So the persistence for the stats is gonna be very important. So let's go back to, I guess manage stats. Well, let me do the incrementing. Let's set up increasing it. That'll be easy. That's the easy one. So we just gotta find those buttons, which are just the progress bar itself. When we press hunger, we want to say manage stats .ref .increase stats increase manage stats .hunger, and then we just do that for the rest of these as well. I'll put that on a new line. Paste, don't forget to change the values. Sometimes I paste and I don't change the value and I'm like, why isn't it working? Because they're all hunger. Lonely, bored, and poop. Okay. Probably didn't need to restart it, but that's okay. Okay, so I assume the incrementing is happening. Oh, there it goes. So it's only every minute that the tick updates. So if I click it, it's not gonna update right away. It's gonna wait until the next minute to say that it has incremented. So I'm gonna click it a bunch of times, and then you can see it goes up. Now, we actually need to go the other way. We don't wanna increment them, we wanna decrease them. Either would be useful as a, but no, the increasing is gonna happen automatically. So actually what I want to do is decrease it. You make a game right now, but your PC is throwing a fit. Boo, PC, chill out. Why are you the way you are? So decreasing it makes a little bit more sense. So I'm clicking these, and the stats are going down. And it takes a second because it literally only updates it when a minute goes by. Okay. Perfect. Now, I'm gonna commit a little bit here. Stat/debug setup real gooder. I think I left that array in there. You know I'm gonna go back and be like, oh, I wish I had that array. But I don't think I'm going to. Alright, now let's make the increasing happen. So the increasing is gonna happen also every minute tick. So func on minute tick. We gotta set that up in a ready over here. Func ready. Manage time. Ref minute tick. Connect to on minute tick. And when that happens, we're going to increase, I guess, like each stat, except for poop. Every stat but poop. So we'll say for key in stats F key. I mean, you could still do it in poop. You could just make it count a certain amount before it goes up. You could increment poop every minute. You don't have to make a special one. Just in its get set up here, which I haven't set up yet, but I will. In its get set up here, we would just say, you know, wait until a certain number and then bump it up. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna need like a debug tool that speeds up time just so I can test these happening faster. That's gonna be really useful. I would advise everyone to think about that for your Tamagotchi games, is have a nice way to speed it up so you can see what happens. You don't have to, but it might help to see what the impacts are gonna be over time, make sure it works good. You can also just change the values to what they're supposed to be. So for key and stats, we'll just say build stat value variable which doesn't really return a variable. It's a little misleading, isn't it? Build stat variable string is a little bit more accurate. Because it's not actually returning the variable itself. Although that would be interesting. We don't need it. We use this all over the place. String, variable, string. These headphones are pinching my little ears. Okay, build stat variable string. And what do we do with that? We're going to increase it. So you don't even have to do this. This is not even necessary. You really don't. All you have to do is say increase stat. Probably by key, honestly. Like that might even work. Because the key is going to be like a number. I mean, I think it'll be... I'm not really sure what it's going to be. Check it out. Go find out. Experiment. Something... Another thing. And we'll say for key in enum print. We'll just say print key. See what we get. I'm guessing it's going to be a number. So it should be 0 and 1. Oh no, it prints the name. Because key gives us the name. Okay. Well. Let's go back and see if we can feed it back in there or not. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I mean, you could if you made it find key, but it's not. So But it's not going to be the right type, is it? What if I typed it as enum? What does that do? Does that work? Turn assign, yeah. Because we're not actually saying find a key. We're just iterating through the enum. I mean, you probably should do size, right? For I integer in enum size. And then I'm looking for numbers. That's what I want to get out of this. Print enum I. Only string or string name can be used as index for the type, but it received integer. Right. Okay. Cool. Sure. Totally. Yeah. We'll try this. Variable enum whatever one. Type it to enum. Have it equal. I mean, you can't just make that I because it's looking for an. It's not looking for an integer. It's like that's not gonna work. Oh, that also would make it not work. I always find this so confusing. I have to like experiment with it. Oh, there we go. Numbers. Okay, sweet. Oh wow. So we can just set that to a number. Okay, this is the way. So we iterate through the enum's size, and then we assign that to a variable typed to the enum, and if I print that variable, now it's the numbers. So we can pass an integer into a Okay, so what if I made this enum? Would it let me type that here when I'm iterating? I don't think that's gonna work. But let's see. It does work. Nice. Okay, cool. Good to know. So we're gonna say for I in stats size, increase stat. We can type this to stats, by the way, which is crazy. Increase stat. It makes sense though, because it's just an integer. Increase stat. I mean, I guess I mean, you could even just call this stat index, and we just pass in stat index here, and that should work. Which is nuts. What's wrong with that? Oh, nothing. Wait. What's wrong with this one? Integer used when an enum value is expected. If this is intended, cast the integer to the enum type using the as keyword. Oh. So it allows it, but it doesn't like it. Okay. I don't know where to put the as. As enum? I guess we'd say like stat index as enum. I'm not really sure. I guess we decided to a variable. Variable stat enum. Type that to an enum and it equals stat index as enum. Oh, sorry, stat. Were you still warning me? Oh, it's just never used. That's okay. And then we put enum in here. Alright, there you go. You happy? Okay. Great. So I should increase the stat every minute. So let's see if that happens. If every stat goes up. Oh. Nil and float an operator plus. Oops. Okay. We did this wrong. We did this very wrong. Amount to increment is 1.0. Stat to increment is 0. nil and float in operator plus. So stat variable is nil. When it's building the stat variable string, stat to increase is 0. Because it's not actually looking at it as like a enum, I guess? But I said as an enum. I said as enum. That's what I said. Can you tell me what? Because before in here, we're receiving the stat to return. But I said as. I said as. It just didn't care. It was like, doesn't matter to me. Well, what does that look like? I was gonna probably just say 0, which isn't actually what we want. Do you want me to put it in as like a string? Maybe that's what we gotta do. We gotta stringify it. Let's do that. Okay, let's try it over here first. So there we got 0 and 1, and if I stringify this, what happens? It's gonna be something and another thing? No. Find key, enum, or you'll say enum find key. Does that return a string? 2 of your arguments are find key, expected 1, receive 0. Oh yeah. Find key, enum 1. Sorry. There we go. Okay, that's what I'm missing. It's confusing, but I'm glad I'm getting more used to it. That's what matters. Because I really like using enums in these ways. Okay, so we're not just passing stat enum, we're passing, I already forgot. Oh, find key. Stats find key, because that's going to return a string based on that enum. Okay. Let's see if it works now. Oh. Invalid type in function increase stat. In base node manage stats cannot convert argument 1 from string to int. Right. Wait, increase stat. Oh. Wait, what? Why would you convert string to int? Am I asking that? Am I asking for it to convert a string to int? Did I say that? Stat enum is 0. Cannot convert argument 1. Argument 1 being this from string to integer, but increase stat is not looking for an integer, but it is because it's looking for the enum. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is actually a little tricky. Because the only way I can parse it as either a string or an integer is if it's truly an enum. But that's why I thought stat enum would work. Because in theory, stat enum is supposed to be managed as stat. But it seems to... What's interesting is that it's calling it a float. Well, it's nil. It just sees it as nothing. And I think the reason it sees it as nothing is because Okay, let's do a man, this is confusing me a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little confused. Oh, I think you want to pull it back a little bit. Here, put it there. Okay, so right now stat to increase is 0. Right? Hey, what's up, Fleekuda? It's going good. Thanks for asking. I'm working on stat increase stuff right now. And yeah, maybe it is a bug. Cause I'm just trying to like get the I'm trying to like create an enum and pass it along. And it's letting me type it as an enum. And then this is expecting an enum. So that stats is the enum that it's looking for. And so I'm giving it what it wants, but it's like not seeing it as an enum. It's like not really thinking of it as an enum. Yeah, maybe it is a bug. Yeah, it's a bug. Okay, with godot. So yeah, I'm just stepping through to see what is actually happening along the way. I'd actually even be interested in, so it's seeing the stat to increase as 0. That's what it sees it as. That's what it thinks it is. Now, just as an experiment, let's comment this out for now. So saw it as 0. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. I like to think of it as the engine. It is a tricky one though. I'm sure there's like a way I need to tell it. Get stat value. So here, let's do decrease. I'm gonna put it there, and then we're gonna decrease one by clicking on it. 1. So it's seeing it as an integer. It's an integer here. In the other situation, it was 0. This time it's a 1. Interesting that it's a 1. Oh, because time is 0. Oh, it's trying to decrease time. That's why we don't put time in the stats. It is my code. We're not supposed to do time. I think you gotta move time. I don't want to, but I think you gotta move time. So the reason why I had time there was for saving the stats conveniently in a JSON file. And so it would just go through all of these and save each one. But time is different. It's trying to create this. So there would need to be a variable time value. And even then, even if, let's say, we created that, it is a, right? It kind of is a wild idea. Even if I did create that, we still wouldn't want it to increase it. So, or decrease it for that matter. So it's definitely got to come out of there. We got to get it out. So I got to look for everywhere that I have time referenced as a stat. No, wait, where is that? Oh, don't match case right now. Stats time. So that is in these 2 places. In the time manager, it's going to get the time stat. Shouldn't this all be in the time manager though? This should be in the time manager. That's where this belongs. Why are you pulling this in as a stat? I mean, I see why, so that way it's for like loading. I think you just have to make a separate load time. I mean, I hate to do that because look at all this. Because there's some very specific code we're doing. Saving loading kind of stresses me out a little bit. Yeah. Search a save file for the data listed in stats, then assigns what it finds in the file to the script's memory variables and fills a dictionary that outside scripts try to access. So I would have like a load time function. I wouldn't think that needs to call with anything, unless we wanted to have it return it. So, because that's the other thing too, is like, I'm gonna make a separate save file for it. Like, that feels ridiculous. We could just call it save data. We don't need to have those on different files. So that does mean it's gonna we're not gonna have the old data, but that's okay. I think we're gonna change this from save stats dot save to save data dot save. No need to do that every time. To have a different name for a script for every type of thing we're loading, probably. So load, in this case, we check to make sure, we do the same thing. We could, I feel like some of the stuff could be universalized. Sim loading as a whole should be one function that calls the different data in other. Okay, no backseating, no backseating, no backseating. Strong rules against backseating. I'm gonna not hold what you're saying. I know in the past we did like special things and stuff, but now I've 360'd, I've 180'd it, not 360. No, it's okay. No, it's okay, because I feel like you were someone I gave a lot of props to back in the day, but times have changed. It was okay when it was a couple people, but it's just, it started to get out of hand. Couldn't take it anymore. So, but what I will say is once I solve it, I can come back and see what you said. But I'm not going to internalize it. It may be exactly what I need to hear, but I'm not going to internalize it. But you're good. So I think some of this stuff could be universalized. Like, what makes this special? The fact that it's loading stats. The thing that makes loading stats special is all of this. This is the highly unique stat loading behavior, right? And what this is doing, what is this doing? Because this is literally what's saving it, right? Yeah. Exactly, Fleek. Exactly. You got it. 100%. Yep. I think it really got born out of the JavaScript streams, since that was like the first time in a long time that I was learning something I knew nothing about. And so there was just, since I didn't know such fundamental things, lots of people were like, you know, telling me what I need to study and like all this stuff, and it got crazy. So I had to put a stop to it. And then I think it, now I'm like, I actually kind of appreciate it, so I'm letting it be in GDScript too. But that's not to say, so I'm trying to practice more asking, like be like, hey, I'm stuck, can y'all help me? Which is nice too. And I know there's a lot of people who are gonna not want to come here anymore because the main thing they like to do was help me, but I can't do it anymore. Okay, save stats. So this saves the current variable values to a JSON. I need to remind myself. We did this on Tuesday. I was in like a stupor. If it doesn't exist, it creates the save file. That's what this is doing. So then we open the save data, we get it as text, and we parse the JSON as a string. Then we take all that stuff and we assign it to the variables throughout this script. That's what this is doing. the variables that are going to be accessed elsewhere. So like over on the debug menu, when we put all the numbers, oh, I can't see it. Put all the numbers in here, the percentages, when we load them up, if I can find it. This debug? It is. Oh, we're just getting a stat value. So that's, okay, that's over on manage stats, actually. Just kidding. Wait, where do we fetch it? Devs have been asking forums, search engines for decades whenever they get stuck. Yeah, it feels the same. When you hit a wall, that's when external input is wanted. Exactly, exactly. I think a lot of people just feel like pain. Like if I'm not doing something the way they want it to be done, or the way they perhaps correctly think it should be done. But you know, so then I liken it to like a chatbot, ChatGPT or something. Because if I'm trying to solve this problem, and instead of me getting to solve it myself, y'all just give me the answer. You know, it's that same thing that we say, a lot of us say, about why chatbots are not good for coding. There's many reasons, but a big one is that you don't actually learn anything, and you don't understand the code that you're writing anymore. And I think that's very similar. Instead of a chatbot, it's just regular chat. Again, if I'm really stuck, okay, fine, I'll go look it up, go to the forum, whatever. Ask a chatbot, ask y'all. But getting like a constant feed of answers from y'all, it's like vibe coding, almost. It's not really, but okay, head in the game. So I need to remind myself where we pull the time value in. We have to get that from data somewhere. We get that data from someplace. Manage data.ref. Manage time. Okay, that's what I thought. And we did just break it because I removed time from there. Oh, and we have, okay, anyway. So when the game starts, it loads the time. So what that does is that goes and it looks at manage data and it calls load stats. So it loads the stats and it returns the stat as well, the time stat. So it has this effect of not only loading the stats, but it also returns the stat. You liked what you saw me doing in one of the VODs of taking the answer from chatbot and breaking it down line by line to analyze and learn first and adding it in. Yeah, right. If I'm going to, and I do the same with y'all. If y'all give me like a block of code, you know, and this has happened before. I mean, when we were doing the, in the granny-like jam, this way the spider was like moving, where you were climbing ladders, a lot of those things, y'all just like made giant scripts. That was part of the time to pump the brakes. You know, that was when I needed to pump the brakes a little too. But it was part of what got me to the decision that maybe too much backseating isn't a good thing. But it was the same thing still. Would have to go through every single line. So yeah, I think chatbots can be used in a way that is valuable. If you're learning. Or if there's something you don't know anything about, and it's hard to find like context-specific information anywhere else, chatbot can be a huge benefit there. But if you're not taking the time to learn stuff when that happens, like, that's tech debt. Because let's say you want to refactor it later. You want to add in a new feature to that script. Getting some water off of my keyboard before it breaks the keyboard. when you come back to it, you're not going to know the code. So it's really important to me to understand that stuff. No water on the keyboard, please. Okay, I did my best. Okay. Or as liquid of a such. Some food juice. My food juices. Alright, so now, what are we looking at? Yes. So that's when it loads it in. So I would want to have the ability to get just time. Now we could say in here, we could ask for time specifically, because there will be this dictionary that gets filled up, latest loaded stats, that has all of the loaded values in it. Now, I think there's a timing issue there, potentially, because if it's fetching from this, how do we know it's actually the latest information? So I'd have to make sure that this is loading before it tries fetching the data from there. Which should be fine, but it's something to think about. But in theory, this gets filled up with all the stats. So time will be in there, but it says stats, right? That's the thing. This says stats. So is it just all the data that goes in there? It's a very different paradigm. This is why I liked including stats in there, or time in there, because there's really nothing else we need to save. You know, unless we have like skins or something. But I tend not to like the idea of combining all of my save data into one script. So like in another project in Volcano, I had like the character creator save data script. So, because that was like, it was just taking over the whole save data script, right? Because most of it would be every body part, every hair type, all that stuff, the different colors, just huge amounts of code devoted only to saving character creation stuff. And then I had a separate script for saving like the game data, like, you know, how many gems you collected, the furthest distance you've traveled, all those kind of things. So that way that didn't get lost in that ocean. And so here in this game, the only data that really needs to be saved is the hunger, loneliness, boredom, the stats, and the time. Obviously, we could always expand it to be like cosmetics and stuff, in which case I would definitely make a totally different script for that. But it feels a little crazy to make a whole separate script just for this one stat, time. You know, it makes me want to keep including it here, but make an exception elsewhere. Because it's just so much more convenient. And we could call this like data. We could call this data. Just rename it to something else. And then we just check to see if it is a stat. So in manage stats, when we're doing things like increase stat, we would say only check things that are actually a stat and aren't time. So I could also create like a dictionary or something that holds all the enums. Is that a thing? It could aggregate them all, and then that's what it iterates through to save. With the loading, we're pulling the string from an enum, which is all very tightly designed to be for an enum, not a dictionary. We refactored it from a dictionary to an enum, in fact. And I'd hate to like just create like a whole separate enum that just has all the save data in it. It just feels kind of weird. So I just feel it makes more sense to just say, to check, is it an actual stat or is it time? So when we're increasing a stat, it feels ridiculous, you know, to have this. Well, you wouldn't call that. Well, here's the thing. This is stats. Oh, we have time on there, right? I don't know. I don't know how I want to handle this. I'm not reading it, but I'll look back on it. If I get too frustrated, I'll look at it. I know it's hard to get used to. What's up, El Syrian? You love watching people struggle because you've been trying to do something for a week and you still have no effing idea how to do it. It'd be like that, El Syrian. Welcome. Sounds like you're making some games too and stuff. Nice. Or some kind of code thing, maybe. Yeah, it's part of it, right? Is making these decisions and things, code getting tangled up and trying to detangle it and make it be nice straight lines of spaghetti. Trying to put the spaghetti back into the noodle package. What? Drying cooked spaghetti. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I think loading time... We can have stats be in here, and loading time be elsewhere. Super new. You've made Squash the Creeps from the guide and watched some CS50 stuff. Nice. Is that... So from the guide, are you talking about like GD Quest or something? That's cool. CS50. Computer science. Got it. I'm guessing. That's cool. On the Godot website. Got it. I mean, that's it, getting that practice. I love Godot. So it's like your first game engine, it's your first time doing game dev is Godot? I love that. I love Godot. First everything! Wow. What got you into wanting to start making games? No pressure to answer. It's all good. But I'm curious. Yeah, time we'll do over here. That's it. Same. That's why I got into it as well. So many of us. Yep. I started making that game and I realized why nobody had made it. Because the scope was insane. And that I have indefinitely tabled. And I just, you know, every project I'm working on, it's like maybe I'm getting one more skill to potentially make a game like that again someday. Probably not by myself. You want to make the thing from your childhood, but add new features. Nice. Well, I won't. I'm curious, but I don't want, if you've like, you know, you don't want to talk about it because it's like your excitement and it's a big idea. You don't want anyone to know. I understand. I've recently been playing some Super Nintendo ROMs that I obtained legally. And it's been really nice to look back at these old games I played. So looking back can be really good for moving forward too. And then we just add that onto your save data, and that's not gonna like cause like an issue, right? Like if we save that separately, it'll just add it in. I guess I just worry, I feel like I need some unified saving. If we're gonna be in the same file, they need to save them all at the same time, you know? You're struggling to copy the movement from this game, and it's the game you want to take inspiration from. As your dreams. I don't even know what this is. Whoa, this is awesome. YouTube, what is this? Okay. This looks really cool. Why aren't there more games like this? This seems very doable. I mean, if it's like an RPG, there could be like, you know, the scope of like how big the game is. But mechanically, very doable. I love that like message pop out. It's like mechs, and it's got like that like steampunky mech vibe everywhere. 2.5D. Isometric is crazy. Or like 2.5D stuff. I just make everything in 3D, so I don't even have to think about that. But yeah, trying to like take something that is 2D and make it look 3D, I commend you for trying. There's a lot to learn there for sure. Build up a town, then fight through a tower roguelike style and get eggs to get monsters. This seems like really cool. Like there needs to be modern this version of the game. It does actually look like very roguelike, like actually like rogue. You almost have these like squares, like cells or something. It's interesting. That looks like a cool game. That looks like a very cool game. I can very much appreciate wanting to recreate that. I'd never heard of it. But this is for loading, Lise. This isn't for saving. This is for loading. Well, same thing. If we're saving... Oh, we save one stat at a time. Right. So we would just want to say save data, and that wouldn't necessarily be a stat. And then in here, we find the key in there. So it would just be like a little different. Because we can pass the stat to save in there as an enum. That's what makes it all so nice, is having that single enum of all the possible save data. I mean, maybe we do that. Okay. Ugh, I do hate it because then it's like keeping multiple lists. And I don't think you can like create an enum out of nothing. Right? Like, you can't dynamically build an enum. Right? I feel like that's not a thing. Build an enum through code. I don't even know if anyone's ever trying to do that. Because at that point, you might as well make a dictionary. Like, why bother making it an enum? And then you wouldn't even get the benefits of it being an enum anyway. So it really doesn't make sense to do that. It doesn't make sense to do that. But I want that nice autocomplete that enums give you. Like right here, so I can pass the stat to save. A thing to save. I mean, you could have saving stats and saving time be different. That would be it. So what you would need to do is have save stats, save time, right? And then just be totally different functions. I feel like I gotta put them on different scripts. Time has to be in a different script. I can't do this. I can't have it. I can't have these be intertwined. Thanks for the follow, Elsirian. Appreciate it. It's just, it's driving me nuts to have all this stuff on here. No, I'll put it on here. All right, this is a bit of a this is something I did not want to have to think about, but I feel like I have to think about it. So we're gonna do separate time functions, separate stat functions for saving and loading. And I think I'll even make a separate save file, which feels crazy. Like you shouldn't be adding tons of save files, right? Like that's bad. But I want to. It's gonna make my life easier. And if I learn that there's something really wrong with that, I'll fix it someday. Okay? But today's just not gonna be that day. You plan to just binge watch a bunch of streamers to learn random things. Literally, so many little tricks can get picked up just seeing other people do code. I love that. I was like that too. Like when I was learning early on, it's just like how much can I take in and absorb through osmosis. It's good. It's a good strat, and it's fun. Well, thanks for coming through here to be part of that learning journey. Appreciate it. I feel like I'm always learning. All right, time is separate. It's the way it has to be. So once again, for load time, we're gonna check to see if a save exists. There are going to be potentially other time stats. Like we might want to see how long since the player, this is a stretch goal, is keeping track of how long the player's been gone and then applying stat problems for that time that they would have been there. But I'm probably not gonna get that done for this. That's a stretch goal. But technically, I probably want to put that in save time. So maybe this was inevitable, and it's for the best that we're doing this separate. But I can't vouch for whether or not it's bad practice to have like multiple save files. Probably shouldn't have too many. Okay, so save time. We'll check to see if save time exists, and then we'd have to create a save time function. So it sucks because it feels like I'm not getting stats progress, but I am because I actually coupled things that shouldn't be coupled. So we gotta deal with this. Okay, I guess I'll put this down here so that way they're kind of near each other. So this will be save time. Create a save dictionary. Now we don't need to do this in this case. I mean, if I had that other time value, I would need to expand it. But in this case, I don't really have to do that at all, truth be told. Instead, we would just take whatever time. And where did we get the time from? Am I even doing this correctly? We have to be, because the time is working. So this is definitely working. It iterates through the stats based on how many there are. It finds a specific key, saves the dictionary with that key name, and then it gets, oh, that's where it goes, right there. So it assigns it to that. So I mean, you could do something like that. You could have like time data or something. Nah, don't worry about it. I don't want to think ahead something that I'm probably not going to actually make. So what we'll do is well, we have to get it from somewhere, right? So I guess we'll say manage time.ref get time in seconds, and what we're gonna do is in save dictionary. What do you do with the dictionary? Do you append assign? Is assign the one I want? Assigns elements of another dictionary. No. But we don't do append with a dictionary. Is it add or get or add? I think we want get or add. So get or add will get a value and ensures the key is set. If the key exists in the if it exists in the dictionary, it behaves like get. Otherwise, the default value is inserted into the dictionary and returned. The default value. Oh yeah, what we pass in there. We don't really need it to return. I'm not sure the point of using get or add here. Right? Like, doesn't really do any good. Is there an add? No, I think that's our only option. Alright, get or add it is. And then we'll put this in here. So that should take the value and save it to the dictionary. Now, of course, we need probably more than a value. I mean, that's what this is. So it's getting, in this case, it would get, this doesn't make sense. If the enum string ended up being, you know, hunger or something. Oh, we have it up here, right. So I have to create a variable for each stat. Right. Right. Forgot about that. So that's why time matched, because we already have time up here. Okay. So then in this case, we would have the key be the word time. Which I don't love making that like a string, but I think you just have to be okay with it. But if you do get or add, that's saving it as a key. That's not the value. There's key and then there's default. So we kind of need both, right? If the key exists, it behaves like get. Otherwise, the default value is inserted in the dictionary returned. So we'll want to say, like, time, comma this. Get or add time. And then in fact, we don't want that. We want this. We would want to fetch this somewhere else. Then we open up our save time file and we write to it, and then Bob's our uncle. Then we load time after that, which will check to make sure save exists, which it will. Yeah, we don't need it to return anything in this case. So back to loading. In order to load, we need to open the JSON file. Now it's hard not to feel like some of this could be universalized if we just like pass in the script. We could make helper functions for this. We could say func check if file exists, and that could pull in a string. So path string, and it just returns like a boolean. So we take this. What's up, Kotfa? Kotfa? Hello. Are you a game dev? Are you a game dev adjacent? Are you game dev curious? Hi. Now, the other thing is too, you'd want like a callable, right? So callable, if not. Software dev and framework dev. Nice. I think that's adjacent. You're suffering? Is it like something you have to do like for work? And then we would call that callable. I guess we'd want to be even more specific, like what save file. Some save file doesn't exist. We'll say it doesn't exist at path. You need to make a library, and for a library, you need to make another library. For it, you need to make another library. It's liveception. Damn, that sounds frustrating. Like having to like think about like ahead to like what it's going to be and what it could affect. Oh, it sounds stressful. I'd be drawing some diagrams for real. It's going good. I was setting up for a Tamagotchi game that I'm making during this month for the Game Like Jam. I was making like stats like hunger, thirst, happiness for the virtual pet, and I realized that my existing save system was mixing things that aren't supposed to be mixed. Namely, saving what time it is, since we want to know what time of day it is for the virtual pet game. I was mixing time data with stats data saving and loading, which turned out to be problematic when I wanted to try and increase those stats. And I meant to not be increasing time. And it was. Anyway, I said like basically I'm detangling some things that shouldn't have been tangled. I'm making some helper functions to help me out. So it's going good, it's going well, but I feel like I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go back and fix something that I thought I already did. Never understand the logic behind game devs? Smarter than software engineers? It's different. It's different. Software engineers, you're like thinking about solving like a really specific problem, following more procedures, unit testing. I think there's a lot more like certainty potentially. Game dev, there's that extra creative component more so. Also idioter than software engineers. Yeah, because I mean game devs, that's what, absolutely. Because I don't know if I use the word idioter, but definitely game devs are gonna get hackier. I would say hackier. We're gonna hack together some wacky solutions to problems. I saw you guys doing such complex stuff and such creative stuff and forgetting how to do not true. That's funny. It's a lot to think about, especially if you're like a solo dev. Even if you're not, you might be managing your team. At least speaking for myself, like coding is a means to an end. I mean, I love coding. It's my favorite thing is programming. But it's also kind of a means to real. It's also like a means to the end. Like I want to make the games I want to make. I like coding. I do enjoy it. But I really like making games. That's what I like doing. And so I could see how some game devs are like not necessarily all in on making sure they know code. They just want to solve the problem so their game exists. But I agree with you. I do agree with you. Well, welcome on in. Good luck with your library reception. That sounds stressful. I'm gonna try not to be stressed about having to backtrack when I didn't want to backtrack. Check if file exists. What do you make when you do software engineering? Are you doing like JavaScript or one of those frameworks? Yeah, Discord. This is GDScript. So I'm making my game in Godot. C Rust. I don't know if I know ASM. Neat. You are the machine. C, like C. Not C+. Not C++, not C sharp. C, assembly. Oh my gosh, you're making C and assembly? Oh, dang. I didn't know assembly was shortened that way. That's hardcore. That's like the lowest level you can get. Famously, in the game dev world, we celebrate whoever. Obviously, we don't celebrate them too much. We celebrate whoever made Roller Coaster Tycoon, because they made that in assembly, which is insane. That's pretty cool. It's impressive. Oh gosh, don't tell me your age. Don't tell me your age. Oh no, please don't tell me your age. I shouldn't have done that. We can't know your age if you're, no. So just, we didn't see that, all right? I'm not going to, we're gonna say that's, you haven't updated that in a while, okay? Because it's a risk to you, and it's a risk to the channel. It's just a thing a lot of streamers that we do is we say, if you're under 18, don't tell us your age. It's the same reason Roblox is dangerous, right? Same kind of thing. So like I almost feel like I have to ban you, which I don't want to do. I don't want to do it. So we're gonna turn, yeah, it's an old page. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like it's an old page, right? Maybe like 3 or 4 years. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's hard to remember. I need to reset my microphone, which means I'll be quiet, unusually, for like a couple minutes. Okay, hold on. Use code all day. Nice. One of my friends that regularly interfaces with assembly low-level stuff often just explains what they are trying to fix, and you barely hang on. It's kind of serious. It's like serious business. It's code all day. Gabisson says a function to check for file existence should only return yes or no. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm not gonna look at it, Gabisson. I'm not gonna look at it because if you're in a backseat, I don't want to see it. I don't want to take it in. Once upon a time, we did special thanks for contributions, but these days, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. His buddy's friend is exactly right. Something should do only one thing. All right. I'm gonna keep going. I gotta finish my game, y'all. Load stats. Okay, so this is going to check to see if the stats file exists. It's gonna say the stats, and then it's gonna print, and specifically I wanted to print, so I'm gonna make this be a helper function. That's what we were doing. Helper function. Here, check if file exists. So it's gonna put the path out here. This will go right in there. Not all code paths return a value because it's gonna return a bool. So literally, we just return this. Return file access exists path. Well, I guess we would want to do it the other way too. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I have tea. I ran out of water, but I have tea. Not the most hydrating thing, but a little bit. Our streamer makes games all day. C# and writer. Rushing your projects, you can start your projects writer plugin to make him annoyed. Okay. Why would that make him annoyed? Another hydrate. I'm gonna have to get up and refill if y'all keep doing this. Dang, 3 hydrates. All right. My tea is empty. It's just bags now. I know what you're talking about, Gabisson, but I can't read what you said because it might be backseating and I don't want to see any of the backseating. Might as well be sitting here vibe coding if I'm gonna just take answers from y'all, you know? Alright. Check if file exists. So we'll keep doing that. So if in this case, I hate when I do it true and false, like nots, I get really confused. If not file access file exists, so if it doesn't exist yet, then we would return false. If it does exist, then we return true. It does feel a bit like, and we could also just put it out here. It does feel a bit like, you know, this could be handled elsewhere. I feel like we don't even need that. No, we do. No, we don't. We really don't need this at all. If I'm being really honest with myself. It's kind of not necessary. You know? 0 to 1 equals 255 be like? They ever tested on that on game dev? What? What? What are you talking about? Because we didn't have it like returning, like we weren't guarding the whole thing, right? No, I don't remember. No, we weren't. I mean, we were because we were returning. Yeah, that was a guard. So you do kind of want that guard component to it as well. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh god, I got lost. Oh, there it goes. I'm not even gonna try to understand that. Negative 4 billion and 4 billion. If you negative 4 billion minus 1, it becomes positive 4 billion. Nope, that's some string theory type stuff. That's too much. That's too much. Alright, so right here, we would say if... Here, let's just call it file exists. If file doesn't exist, specifically, user save time. You get 2 to enemy. So you do game dev. Do. 2 to enemy, 1 hit point, and now he's the OP boss. That could be a feature, not a bug, honestly. Oh, nice, Gabisin and Coffee helping each other out. That's what community is all about, right? You did it in the past with C. Wow. Trying to do OpenGL on C. The Civ Gandhi strategy. Make it so peaceful towards you that it reverses and he tries to nuke you. Wow. I definitely have heard that meme. The Civ Gandhi strategy. But I've still never played Civ. Seems fun. But it's kind of heady, you know? It's a lot of words. The file doesn't exist, and it's checking that, and the thing that we'd want to call is... save time, in this case. Then we just return... Can I get return value of call to save time because it returns void? What? Can I get return value of call to save time? Oh. Okay. Wait. I don't understand what you're saying. Why are you saying this? Return value of call to save time because it returns void. But I'm talking about file exists. Who said anything about return value of save time? Stop it, Mr. Gabisson. I'm gonna time you out. Stop it. Stop. I'll time you out if you do it again. Stop. Can I get return value of call to save time? Backseating. It's hard because, like, I gotta lock in. I gotta focus. I gotta focus. Because it's like, it's the kind of stuff that confuses me if I don't like have like a consistent train of thought. So I'm not ignoring y'all. I just am ignoring you for a second, if that makes sense. Function file exists. Okay, great. So we have this file exists. It returns a Boolean. If file exists is false, we'd want to say, thank you for the follow, backed up, caked up. Interesting name. Backed up, caked up. We're backed up and we're caked up. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun for y'all, but it's usually not fun for the streamer. Unless, now, here's the other thing. If I ask for help, now that's not backseating, right? If I ask for help, that's just you helping me because I asked. I feel like backseating is always a bad thing, right? Because it implies that you're not the driver and you shouldn't be trying to drive. But I do know, and I feel like a lot of people who've come and hung out at this channel have found the backseating fun. And so I know it's going to alienate a lot of you, but I don't care. Like, it's, I can't have a bunch of chat GPTs just constantly doing all my code for me. It's not good. It's not good for me. Alright, so this helper function is checking if file exists. It pulls in a path, pulls in a callable. It checks to see if a file exists based on a path, runs the callable. If it's not, prints this message. It returns true if it does exist. Otherwise, it returns false. So in load time, if file exists is false, while we pass in these parameters. Do I need to not do that? Oh, I see. We didn't want to make that a function. That was the problem, right? Because even though we're passing in a callable, it's not currently a function that's running. So that's why we don't want to do that. And then, was backseating? Maybe someone can explain what backseating is. If would be helpful. If not, file exists. I feel like I feel like the internet searching is your friend. It's basically trying to take control of what's happening, like what I'm trying to do. So let's say I'm driving a car and you're sitting in the back seat and you're trying to control my driving and say I should be driving this way, drive over there, do that. That's backseating. So the analogy is saying that if I'm sitting here coding, you're coming through and you're telling me how I should be coding. That's backseating. And I say it's like vibe coding because if y'all are giving me answers, I might as well be vibe coding. I might as well go to a chatbot and ask for the answers instead of me trying to learn and solve problems myself. To be honest, the chatbot has a better track record. often y'all aren't right, which is fine, but I'm here to solve problems. Yeah, it's fun for chat. Yeah, but not for the streamers, so we're not doing it anymore. Okay? Okay. If not file exists, save time. Great, this is good. Return, beautiful, perfect, perfection. I love it. So in this case, we are opening. I feel like this once again, we can do. Thank you, Rogi. We can do a helper function, just so that way I'm not duplicating all of this load and save stuff, because it's just like if I'm going to have multiple different load and save types, I want to make sure that it is sort of, you know, dry. Don't repeat yourself. Without coupling things that shouldn't be coupled. So then the other part here is actually opening the path, which incidentally is exactly the same here as the path we put into there. So, you know, it could even be nice to, we could make that potentially like something that gets called here, but then you have to type it in every time, which is kind of annoying, so we don't really want that. So we would want to say variable path, load path, file path, perhaps. And that could be this user save time dot save. Dude, oh yeah, Rogi comes on stream and codes alongside. Game Like Jam. Yeah, Game Like Jam is a jam where we make games like other games. Oh, there it goes. Oh, you typed it in. Nice. There it is. Oh, that's the old one. Oh, shoot. I gotta update that. That's the last one. Damn. I gotta, yeah. I gotta connect it correctly. Wait, I should indulge this distraction. I think there's a way. So I do have it updated on the timers, but I didn't update it on the commands. But we can do that. So here, if we do game like, I think we can just have it be like an alias. A command that game like is an alias of, when set, calling game like triggers a specific command to run in its place. But that's not a timer. Do we want to do the alias on the timers? Is that what I want to do? Command this timer. When this timer triggered, the command will. Yeah, so that's what we should do. So I should make this game like, right? I should take this. Speaking of don't repeat ourselves, this is why you don't repeat yourself. Because you forget to update it everywhere. This is exactly why. Look at that. That's crazy. Okay, that's join jam, which is actually now going to be empty of any contents. Nothing in there. Oh, it has to do something? Okay, but does it matter if it's an alias? So is it like both? It says instead. Oh, we gotta save that. There we go. Okay, update it. Then come back to the commands. Edit this. Paste that there. So that's the game like. Jam already procs game like. The timer will proc the command. And then I gotta do the same thing on the other platform. So we come over here. I haven't done Twitch yet. That's YouTube. I did it. Yeah. So there's two different platforms I stream on, YouTube and Twitch. So now we're doing Twitch. And so I have to do, unfortunately, it makes me set up two separate timers for each platform. So we'll come over here. You're on both. Hello. If 2 + 2 equals 4, then 4 equals the number of letters in fish. True. But only then? Okay, I think now it should be gooder. I think it's more good now. It's 5. Alright, let me check up. I've been missing a lot of messages. Watch a streamer who makes godot games all day. He uses C# and writer. Oh, that's why you were trying to do your plugin to make him annoyed. I don't know why that annoys him. So I see a damage function to check if your damage is bigger than enemy HP. If it's 0. Cool. And so the follow backed up, kicked up. I always want to say that that's like a cupcake. Back up, cupcake. Hey, back up, cupcake. Come on now. We don't need all that. Yeah, it's been repurposed. Oh yeah, and you're working on Game Like Jam too. Yeah. C# and Godot and writer fanboy. Okay. I don't really get the fan stuff. Like, I use the tools for the job, you know? Tools for the job. With 3 rules to follow: dry, ODR, and for loops must be INJ. I hate that. I hate that for loops have to be INJ. Also, what is ODR? I do use I sometimes. Only if it's actually like an index. Like if it's something else, why would you do that? If 2 + 2 is what we're about that. Okay, it's nothing. We didn't miss much. You're pretty much caught up. On definition rule? One definition rule? Oh yeah, nice. I like that. plugin that doesn't work if you use Godot and Writer and C#. Okay. Okay, so that's a string. We'll pass in the file path here. Return. Variable content is declared but never used in the block. Yeah, so that was relevant down here. We'll get to that. We'll circle back to that. Thank you for the warning. It's very helpful. We'll circle back to that. Pass file path there. So this is something I also want to put into a helper function. So we're gonna say func open file, and I guess we'd want to return then the content. So I guess we'll say open and get JSON string. It's verbose. And then we bring in a path. I'm gonna keep calling it file path. A lot of bots on Discord. Yeah, I guess if I'm like theoretically talking about things, Rogi, but like, I don't know, sometimes I want things to have the names they're supposed to be. If I can. Yeah, other servers. Yeah. You don't have Discord in your country? What? That's going to bring in the file path, which is a string. And it's going to return a string as well. Not that. Pop that in there. And so based on the file path, we read it, get that as text, and we're going to return the content. Basically. So then here we say variable content equals open and get JSON string. Coding since you were 8? We got a prodigy over here. I mean, you are using assembly and stuff. That's hardcore. To me, that's hardcore. We pass in the file path. Great. Loading time. I feel much less bad about creating multiple load and save things. Welcome, 3 Hoods. Welcome back, 3 Hoods. You're so old. So IJK is a habit? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I really like my 4s to just like if I can, I'll call it node, action, child, whatever like gives it specificity. But if I'm doing like a number, like literally an index, like size, right? Like then I'm like, okay, that can be I. And I guess if I was having like another index in that same loop, then I would do J and stuff. But if I can, I'll try to name it. Ideally. Yeah, it's more readable. I love the readability. I'm all about that. I like if I can minimize the amount of comments I have to write because I can just like read the code. Identify path not... Oh yeah. Okay. Good. Obviously, we have to do something with it. I'm gonna circle back to that. Let's make sure stats is caught up. So in this case, we'll do the same thing we did here, except for stats. And this time, instead of time, it's gonna say stats. Same, Rogi. Same. Although I'm learning JavaScript too. I'm thinking I'm gonna pick up something like Kotlin next, so I can do Android apps. But then a lot of people are out here using Flutter, so who knows what to do. Fennel is a nice language. I do like Fennel for cooking. For Rogi, nice. That's a file path. Pass that in. Return. Yeah, there's nothing to return. Well, right, it needs to be a float. In this case, it's void, so returning is like fine. I think we had 0. That's what we used before, so that's what we'll do again. And then here we do the same thing that we did right there. Not even a difference. We can just slap it in. Really nice. Super easy. I'm not gonna look at that, Bubs, but it's probably really helpful. I bet what you're saying is really helpful, but I'm gonna let myself stumble into that. I guarantee you what you're saying is really helpful. It's like, thank you. But I'm blocking out all backseating. Okay. You coded in. You don't even know it. You've coded in. Flutter isn't too bad. It's got some features that are not your favorite. Oh, okay. I know. Oh, Bubs, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, thank you. It's true. No, and it's true. Like historically, I have been like so thankful. I've given special thanks to people. It has been like sort of a cornerstone of my streams that I love y'all's feedback. But something shifted, and I started, maybe it was even like the rise of using chatbots, you know, and realizing how much more valuable it is to not have chatbots solving everything. And then being like, wait, chat is kind of like a chatbot. There was a lot of things that played into it. Thank you, Bubs. I appreciate you. It kind of made my day. It was so sweet. Open get JSON string, load time. Okay. Content, open this. Searches, save file, right. Okay, so this is good. JSON string is not declared in the current scope. That is down here. Push warning. Oh yeah! Wow, we did use this before. Failed to parse save file. JSON string. Wait, why would we want that? I guess that's like the file name as a string? Yeah. But that's the whole file. You're gonna just put the entire file in there? Let's just put the path. You know, I think the file path is fine. I'm sure it was very useful to have all of that. Beep boop, your Amazon order will arrive in approximately 20 hours. We are a chat, and there are bots in this chat. That's different. It's different, right? It's different. These things are not the same. But you're right. It's so close. The words are so close to each other. Okay, so we have load time. We have load stats. We've shrunk this code up a lot. We get the content. Oh yeah. I think this is what Bubs was trying to say. Kept me from digging in to find it, but I recognize a little bit of what you're saying. I think that's what you were pointing at. I would not have caught that. The reality is, I would not have caught that, and I would have come back. I would have eventually come back and found it, right? Like the error would be happening, but it's kind of a sneaky one. It almost points to the fragility of even doing it this way in the first place, you know. I kind of wish it would pull it from the path. See you later, Kappa. You know, I could like, but don't do that. Please don't do that. I mean, it is just called this. Don't do it. Please don't do it. I beg you. All right. Load time, load stats. this stays the same, nothing really different there. Obviously, we do a whole bunch of crap to be able to fill out the stats. But for the time, and I think it could return as well. Yeah, let this return a float. I would like to know that. That would be nice. That would be okay with me. But wait, then it's not going to return anything ever. Well, because you haven't finished it yet. So we get the content, and based on that content, we want to fill out a dictionary, specifically latest loaded stats. That's what we're trying to do. And then we return stuff based on that result. Does the script always need to be attached to a node? No. Well, it always needs to extend from a class, but it does not always need to be attached to a node. So there are resources, which you could call not a node. There's the pretty much you got the resource or like ref counted, right? So you could say those aren't nodes because they're kind of not nodes. They don't get instantiated in the same way. For the most part, yes, but often not. So for example, I often have this like static script where I just have like these helper functions that I pull universally. And even though it is extending a node, that is to say that's where it gets all its stuff from. All its like built-in functions and whatnot from. The class name is something I can refer to anywhere. So this is not attached to a node. This is just sitting in my file system on Godot. And then I can call it and call these functions that are on it as well. One guy says yes, one says no. One says do it this way, one says the other way. Yeah, it's complicated. It is. It is. It's never that simple, right? I know it. I know it. Jeez, Nightbot popping off. Nightbot's like, I got things to say. And then there's also resources, which we use as well here. There's abstract classes. So this is literally an abstract class, which means it never gets instantiated, it never gets attached to a node. This is on a resource, it's not even on a node. Oh yeah, there's the auto loads, true. They kind of are in a scene tree though. They're in like the root. So if you have an auto load and you go to remote, you'll see that it is actually in a tree just outside of the root. So it kind of is though. Because you can't just like put like a script in there, I don't think, so it has to be like kind of a scene. Yeah. Make a dictionary for movement. You don't want that attached to anything. It depends. It depends very specific to whatever your setup is. That's up to you. You know, that's up to you. I would say since you're just starting out, like just put it wherever works. You know, just get it done. Just put it where it works. You know, don't think too hard about it if you're just starting out. Or you'll melt your brain and you get discouraged. Just like try to solve the problem you need to right now to move forward. Which I know you're trying to do, but okay. Load stats, content. What are we going to do with that content? We need to add it to a dictionary. That's stats. We're doing this on time. Heartless, heartless, darkness, darkness, keyblade, darkness, heartless. Oof. Bars. So in this case, now that's fetching. No, that's setting. We're setting to the key what the current value is based on that. So where do we update set right there? Okay, so we set the variable and then we add it to the dictionary that we last loaded things. So in this case, we are going to set, I mean, we already know it's time, so we can just say time. Time equals Well, we gotta pull it from the content. So we have to look for the same thing in the content. If content key, so we would still need to iterate through there, through content. Oh, you didn't type it, girl. You better type that right now. Oh, that's dictionary, right? You have that coming through as a string though. Girl, what you doing? Variant. Oh, you made it a variant? Yeah, I guess you do have to make it a variant because you don't know what's... Wow. Okay. Jesus. That was wrong. That was wrong. Playing the Kingdom Hearts at the first time? I thought you've been playing... Okay. I didn't know it was the first time you played it. Recoded. Is that related to Kingdom Hearts? Oh my gosh. The Kingdom Hearts thing threw me. It threw me, y'all. I was like thinking about the giant key and the guy's spiky hair, and it was gone. The ADHD took over. I haven't been taking my ADHD meds when I stream. I'm only taking them when I don't stream, because I found that when I streamed, it was like not really helping me, but it also means that I have to be more careful about getting distracted. I played when you were a kid. Gotcha. You're trying to get through the whole thing now. I see. Okay, so that's variant, but it's not that much of a variant because we're getting a key from it. If content has string key, in this case, the key's in there, right? But the key you're passing in from that, so it's not a dictionary. It's just something. It's something. Is King Dong Heart what a great gamer? Yeah. Yeah. Right. I think. Content has string key. It's tough because I just don't usually do it this way. I feel like the only way I'm gonna make my brain do this good is if I come and look at a previous thing. It's hurting my brain a little. Because the stats are handled in such a highly specific way that I'm forgetting the way I normally do this kind of stuff. So let's look at game settings. Very simple, very straightforward, this one. In here, when we load it, if content is so it's a variant and we check if it's a dictionary. Thank you. Okay, all right. Oh, it's right there. I missed it. It's right there. Okay. Got it. So only if content is a dictionary, that way we're clarifying what the type is. And it looks like oh, I just did that. Yeah. Well, you could put that over here. You could even remove that from here, right? Since you're doing this, right? Is that bad? Am I making a terrible mistake? I could come into where we return content up there, and we could say, I mean, then you'd have to return like null or something, which is not great, so don't do that. Nope, don't do that. Do not. I don't want to deal with null coming in. I mean, you could say if content and then continue. That way you could pass it as a dictionary and have that type without needing to. Okay, I'm gonna see how I feel about that. It's gonna output dictionary if content is dictionary. Dictionary is dictionary. Return content. Otherwise, return null. So then here we would say if content, then do all of this. And then we can just be sure that content is a dictionary, which just gives me a better typing and stuff and auto completion, which I love. If content. Ooh, maybe loading shouldn't be true. Not really loading if there's nothing to load and we're skipping it, you know? Right? Okay. We'll see. And then we'd want to do the loading true thing here as well. I kind of hate that I just have to like wedge in this is loading thing all the time. But it's okay. Is loading becomes true. Oh, there might be a cat who just joined us. Welcome. We've been kind of without cats today. A friend wants you to stream coding. You're like, no can do. It's something. It helps me. It helps me. I concentrate a lot better when I stream my coding. Otherwise, I'm more likely to get distracted. Plus, it's nice to have company. Yeah, just have a seat. Just chill on down and lie with us. Okay. A code smell. Yeah. Yeah, it has a code smell. Sometimes, exactly, you just gotta make it work. Exactly. Yeah. I agree, it has code smell. I don't love it. But I'm like, you know, maybe I'll circle back to it and I'll be like, ooh, I know a better way to deal with this. So I don't want to like dwell on it because it's possible that I deal with it later. And this is like a save load structure. As you can see, I was pulling from a previous project that I've been like shaping for multiple projects. So this isn't gonna be the last time that I bump against this and reconsider what I want to do. So I'm okay with it. If the content exists, loading becomes true and time gets updated to the content, specifically time key. But we also need to make sure it has that key in the first place, right? If content has it. What if it doesn't? Do we care? We don't think about that. We don't talk about that. Okay. If content has time, then assign that. Cannot return a value of null as dictionary. Oh, all right, empty dictionary then. Sorry. Does it? Okay, let me check something real quick. Will that be falsy? So if I have a dictionary variable or constant or whatever. Hey, what the hell? I'm pressing the wrong keys. Variable dictionary equals something one something else 2. And then if I do, well, you actually want it to be empty. You don't even want to do that. Make it empty. That's the whole point. If not a dictionary, print dictionary is falsy. I just want to make sure that that will work. Nice. And then if I put something in there, something, you voted isn't? It is. I wasn't sure. Yeah, it's good to know, right? Oops, I pressed Control S in here. Okay, run it. And so now it shouldn't print that at all. Nope. Let's go. That's why I love having this. Just so it's like separate from the project and I can just test something real fast. Instead of being like, oh wait, the game's currently broken, I'm in the middle of this. You understand how to make a toothbrush 5,500 polygons. You're saying, you're trying to make a toothbrush 5,500 polygons? It seems like too many. Yeah, it's a good tool, gdscript.live. I super recommend it. One of y'all told me about it. and I love it. It's so good. It's become part of my regular usage now. Okay, so that will be policy. We can continue to do if content. Yeah, we don't call that key. It feels a little crazy to be writing time over and over and over again. I don't love that. It does kind of want to make me like set up, you know, so we could say variable time. It seems kind of silly to do time as a string, you know, like something about it that just feels a little ridiculous. I mean, we could say variable string or something, value string. Call that time. It's obviously gonna be longer, and you can always concatenate that in here, right? You could say this plus value string. It's a little crazy, but Yandere dev reference meme, they added a toothbrush with that many, and it's part of their optimization issues. Gotcha. Yeah. The lol cow of game devs. Okay. I know it's wacky, but we like to try things here. Value string, could have them all at once, but I didn't. Value string. Okay. Great. This line is not doing anything, that's why it's warning. So we need to make this be equivalent to. So that's the only thing. It's like we can't. I mean, we could. No, you could just do get value string. There you go. Now it's useful. You see? It's kind of nice. I mean, it does raise the question if this can't also be a helper function. Truth be told, nah. Because there's too many other things like what it returns. There's a point where coupling goes too far. Remind me what the issue is here. Unreachable code, a statement after return. Oh, whoops. That was supposed to go down here. Okay. Good. Great. It loads it. We declare this value string as time. We concatenate a file path. We check if that file path exists. If not, it's going to call the save time function. And then we're going to assign content to a JSON string that we open it and get. If content is anything, then we're going to load. We're going to be loading. And then if content has the value string that we defined, and then we're just saying time. No, you don't have to. You can do set value string. We set it to only identifier use this assignment target property string name. What are we talking about? You want me to make a string name? Oh, we did equals. My bad. Comma content value string. There we go. Content not declared in the current scope. Oh, there we go. Nice. Great. This totally. I feel like this could be a help. It's looking a lot like a helper function. The only thing is the returning. I mean, why not just return variant, which sucks, but if it returns variant and it can just return, you could make it return null, because I think you're allowed to do that with variant. And then otherwise, it returns the value. I can't help it. I'm doing it. Load. If AMD dictionary is policy, you'd expect the same from array and string. And yes, they are. Nice. You feel like I really need to be aware of that behavior of string, right? Thank you for confirming that. Good to know. Makes sense. Okay, I might regret this. Load value. And that's gonna come in with a value string typed to a string name. it's going to return a variant. I can't help myself. I'm curious. I want to try. It can be so lean. This could be so lean. Oh my god, not ass. Path. So then technically we come in here and we pass the word time in. And put this in there. Unexpected indent? Where? What did I do? Oh. There we go. There's already a parameter name value string declared in the scope. True. We don't need to set this. Nice. Expected parameter name. Expected parameter name. Expected parameter name. Oh, you want me to change it to a string name? What do you mean, expected parameter name? Oh, duh. Jesus. My bad. We'd actually go to load value here and pass that in at that point. Then we put in time. And then in terms of returning something, we would literally just say return load value. Look at that. Look at that. Look how little that is. It's just a little function. You could load anything. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Live for it. And then if I was gonna adapt this to this one, it's a little trickier because we iterate through. So I don't know that this one can fit in that paradigm unless we're iterating through all of these. We iterate through this over and over and over again. Which I don't know if I can handle that. So if we were to say for key string in manage stats ref stats keys, well, that's what you would pass in as the load value, right? Now, obviously here we're putting in latest loaded stats. I think you want to probably change this to latest loaded values, right? Just so it's, I don't know, consistent. Would probably be good. This is crazy. I can't help myself. I want to, you know? I want to. See, this has got a lot more going on. I just don't think it's gonna work for this particular one. I mean, it does have this extra whole function on it, which it kind of makes sense that this would be handled differently. So it's kind of not the end of the world. But at least for this part, all we're basically getting is the thing to return, and then we can put that down into... Well, that's where the set get goes. Set get latest loaded values key, and that's what we put in here. I mean, I think we just iterate through it. And this time we do, yeah, I think we just iterate through that. Right? Missing key and save file. Oh, you probably want to put this error checking there too. If content has, yeah, let's do that. I'm doing it. I'm sorry, but I'm doing it. Was that if content or was that if content has? Missing key in save file. In this case, oh, the save file path. That is if there's no content. I think we just replace it. We say for. Well, here we come up here. This has, again, this has extra stuff, so we got to think about that. It's very important. So we say variable value string. No, you don't have to see. You have to do that. It is trickier. It is trickier. Variable stat value, which is going to be a float, equals load value and in here we would need to pass the result of, so we would say for stat in, same thing we do down here, manage stats.ref stats.keys, load value stat, oops, this is going to be a string, load value stat. What's the warning on that? Local variable stat value is declared but never used in the block. Oh yeah, we'll get there. For stat string, manage stats, ref stats keys, assign the result to stat value. We don't need the file path stuff. Open and get JSON string. We're not even using that anymore. Yeah, so that's just nothing. We don't need any of this. It's nothing. I'm sure there's something that's I'm gonna regret here. I don't care. I'm all in. Can't stop me now. I don't think we need that anymore. We're just loading each value individually. That means we don't need this. I mean, this is very nice to have. If content has string key, I guess that's where I'm most concerned. Is this really highly specific enum behavior? That's where it's gonna get buggy, and where we're gonna run into issues. Because we're checking if it has value string, which is already a string. So by the time it gets there, it should be a string. It makes me wonder if this is redundant. I'm nervous. It makes me nervous, but we're gonna get rid of it all. And then we can do the is loading true and false all over here, get rid of that smell, right? Is loading true. And then at the end of the function, is loading false, or the end of this statement. So the only extra thing in theory so we're not even using, oh no, we are using stat value, because if get stat, we just return that. I mean, I think all we do is just return, but we wouldn't want to return, this is wrong, because we don't want to iterate through all of them. Wait, load stats fetches a specific stat. So is it really loading stats, or is it loading a stat? I think this is only if you're getting a stat. This is only relevant if you're getting a stat. I mean, I don't even know that I need this to be anything other than return. I mean, we do, because you still have to put each key in there, and then you would return the stat value. I think that's all we have to do. Here, just keep that, and then say return stat value. Like, I think that's what you would do. It's just that. And then this all stays the same, pretty much. I don't know, I could be crazy, but this is a lot leaner. This is nice. Okay, and I can put my big ol' comment chunk, because I found this really perplexing the first time I wrote this, and so I wanted to make sure there was instructions that clarified what it is and how it works. Alright, I'm worried that this is wrong, but we're gonna find out. So save stat. And then, so of course, obviously, that makes me think about saving. It's interesting that save stat isn't running. Oh, is that because it runs it in here? Oh, okay, so it runs it in there. Save stats. We save one stat, and then that runs the overall save stats. Okay. It creates a save dictionary, iterates through all of the stats. It creates an enum string. So if I wanted to include saving time here, which I am not saving time by doing all this, but we're gonna save the time. And it kind of be similar where we're passing in, because it would depend on what we're saving, right? And what would make save stats unique? Well, because you'd pass something else in. So this becomes save data, just like this became load value. Okay, save value. Okay. It makes me nervous. It makes me very nervous. So the fundamental thing that we need is this. The JSON string that we stringify that is a dictionary. So let's make it. Func save value. We'll change it as we need to. We set up a dictionary. We do all this. Oops. We get all this. And then we load it at the end. I mean, that's interesting. I guess that's like a callable we'd add in here. So there'd be the value string and the I mean, you wouldn't even have to do that. You could construct the call. You could totally construct it. Assuming you always name these the same, which is a little code stinky, for sure. You have the curse of the leg. Oh, my leg, tapping my leg. You know why? It's because y'all redeemed all those hydrates. That's why. And I got the ADHD stimming behavior, but it's mostly because of all the hydrates. But I don't want to break this stream of thought. Speaking of stream, no, not that stream, different stream. Just give me a minute. Okay, that's why I'm legging so hard. File flush, load stats. So if this is gonna become call method string name, love that. It's a requirement, says the brain. It's the most like ADHD thing, and I'm proud of it. No shame. It makes us family. Load plus value string. So that's what we call. We like making these string names, don't we? Just for like fun. It's kind of pointless, but is that what we did up here as well? You bet it is. They're like basically the same. I don't know what the difference is besides a little bit, but barely. String name, save dictionary. We do all that. Then we call the value string, but we obviously need this somewhere else because there's stuff in between here, right? Thanks for the follow, Kickless Cage. Kickless Cage. Got it. Welcome. So this time, instead of... Here, go back to your save stats. Look at this. For key index, so we would be putting the for loop outside of that and saving the datum like over and over and over again, a bunch of different ones. Me shouldn't have voted against it. Yeah, they demand what they demand. You can't ignore it. Manage stats. So what we'd be doing is passing in that value string. We'd want to fetch the value string, which is what we get from here. Enum string is what that would become. So, and this is specifically in the case of for save stats, we now get rid of this and no more save dictionary in there. Get enum stream, so that's getting a specific variable. Do we have that in save value yet? We don't, so this we need to add to save value. So that way we actually are saving the value in the first place, would be good. So we don't really have to get it though, do we? Why are we getting it? Remind me. Don't we need a set? Isn't that what saving is? No, it's getting, because you're not saving to the variable. You're saving to the file. So you fetch that in order to add it into the file. And so it needs to be a dictionary that you've constructed. Or it needs to at least go into your dictionary. I mean, why not be in last loaded? Why create this whole new dictionary every time? I mean, this was only for one, so that made sense here. You could do assign. Assign does that, right? Assign elements of an, oh, not array. Assign on dictionary. Assign elements in another array into the dictionary. Okay, so I think that would override it. Clear duplicate. Find key. I don't necessarily have to do this, but merge adds entries from dictionary to this dictionary. Got it. And duplicate keys don't even happen. Okay, so merge would be what we'd want to do if I was gonna do that. But I don't think we're supposed to do that anymore. I don't think you need a save dictionary now, because we're just doing one at a time. So the thing that we would get is nothing here. Nothing there. But we would want to get the value string here in order to populate this dictionary. But at that point, we are saving the one value. That's a little weird. That's a little weird, right? Because you would need... Because at that point, you're like saving everything, right? Like, what's the point of doing this? I guess the point is, so really this would be saving everything every time. You're not saving that one value. You're saving everything, and the one thing you're updating is this. It's kind of weird. I don't know. There's something a little weird about this to me. Something feels weird. So latest loaded values. In theory, we would want to say stores the newly loaded data that is fetched by other scripts. If values, if latest loaded values has value string, then latest loaded values value string becomes get value string. And then in the JSON, oh my god. The JSON, we would add in the latest loaded dictionary. Okay. Values, sorry. I feel weird about that name. We need to make Jameson a thing now. It's like an alcoholic file type. It's unreliable. It's angry. It's a volatile file type. And it's probably going to die soon. That was... Don't say that. Alright, if latest load values has value string, latest load values value string equals that, we stringify it, we put it in there, we save it, we write to it, we store it, we flush it, we call the load, and Bob's our uncle. And that's not gonna run load stats, mind you. Cause you're not putting in stat. So this is where you need to be careful here. Unless you're saving every stat, but that's a whole other thing. Things get a little weird there. Go to the bathrooms, you can use your Prime sub without me holding me hostage. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, I will. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You know what? You're right. Oh, we're gonna draw pierogi today. Oh. Alright, give me a few minutes. I will return. Let's see, how do I do this? We'll run a few ads while I'm gone. Okay, it helps. It helps. Okay, it helps. Helps the channel grow. Thank you for sticking through them. It means a lot. Oh, I can't run an ad on Twitch. We just had them. Okay, well, just on YouTube then. Alright, I'll be super right back. 3 minutes. Enjoy the music. If possible, go stretch your legs. Take care of yourself. Fill up your own water jar. Whatever it is for you. Water bottle. I'll be right back. Oh, we got a quiet song. Hope I didn't just spill more water on my keyboard. Alright, y'all. Let's get back to it. Although I'm told Rogi is gonna redeem a Prime sub. There it is! Thank you, thank you, thank you. It helps so much. You're gonna, of course, get access to the Monday member streams. Of course, you already get those because you're a YouTube member. But, yes, and I just use this as an opportunity to say it. If you are a Twitch subscriber, either from Prime or something else, thank you. You didn't want to forget. Sorry, but no, I like that you're. Look, if it's about helping me bring money in for the channel, I will do almost anything. Okay, within reason. I will, like, y'all. You're the boss. When you are sending the channel money, you're the boss. Okay, so I will do it. But if you are on Twitch and you're a Twitch sub or gifted sub or whatever, the only way to access the Monday subscriber member stream at the moment is by joining the Discord, connecting your Discord and Twitch accounts, and then you can watch it on Discord until Twitch deems that I've streamed enough times and it gives me the subscriber-only streams. Okay, let's do it. So what we do around here, we do a little subscriber drawing. That's our new thing. Supporter drawing. Drawing the user icon. I'm excited. I can't believe I haven't gotten to draw yours yet. Because your user icon is so iconic. As an iconic drawing in my life, it's an iconic drawing, and so to get to like draw it myself, it's quite an honor. Now obviously, I'm going to do it fast, but this one seems like it lends itself to that. The YouTube one is auto renew. Right, yeah, so if you're not in the stream when it renews, then it won't like alert. Which is kind of annoying, but there you go. Okay, let's do this. We're drawing a pierogi. I say for the first time, I try to keep it pretty true to the original. And then subsequent times, I start getting experimental. So let's keep it. By the way, I'm not a great artist, but maybe this is me practicing. In game dev, we have to do many different things. So maybe learning a little bit about how to draw is not so bad. Okay, a pierogi. Very like specific strokes here. You know, like it's like one giant line. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's not a pierogi. It's just not quite the shape that I wanted. I'm not gonna worry about it being perfect, but I do want to capture the like vibe. Specifically, it was just a little too squashed, that last one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh jeez, it's too much like a hat. It looks like a captain's hat. I guess your your icon does look like a captain's hat now that I think about it. Okay, let's start here. It's really about these like very specific like kind of shapes. This is hard. This is actually very difficult. Let's try the other way. But there's also some curviness to it as well. Wow. It's challenging, but I like the challenge. I enjoy this challenge. Why? How do I even get that? By the way, y'all are welcome to join in on the drawing if you want. Alright, I would say this is pretty close. You put the polygon in pierogi. You really do put the polygon in pierogi. That's what your name's actually based on. It's like pierogi mixed with polygon, right? Okay. And the black eraser is always the worst. Black is beautiful, but as an eraser on paint, it makes it really hard to see where it is. Okay, we got an outline. Now, I want it to be kind of like thick, right? Here, let's... Thick. Copy, paste. And then I'd want to like shrink it down so it like kind of creates like a border. Maybe go the other way. I feel like we should go bigger. It's the opposite. Close the scene and now the game won't open. It's popping this up. Oh. Yeah, let us know either in the Discord or if you have like a Imgur or something. Script inherits from native type character body 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node. You closed a scene and now the game won't open. You mean like you're trying to play it and you're just getting like an error? Hey AZ anything, welcome. Or are you saying like your project won't open? Script inherits from native type character body 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node. Yeah. I'm not sure. Script inherits from native. It sounds like an extend kind of thing. So it can't be. It sounds like. So what that sounds like is like up here at the top where you declare it. So you have some kind of character body. And you have a character body node, and you're attaching a script that extends node to a character body. Yeah. So it should say whatever script you have attached to your character body, this needs to be what it extends from. That's like what the error is saying, basically. Okay, duplicate the rogie. Oops. Yeah, that's what I thought too, 3 heads. No, they just mean like when you get an error or a warning and it's like just doesn't open the runtime again. Oh god. This is a very delicate operation to be doing in MS Paint. Oh, of course it doesn't stretch proportionally. There's no way to stretch it proportionally? Oh my god. Okay. But this is the MS Paint curse that I've put on myself. It's nice because I like that it reduces like the variables. Like I don't have all the fancy tools. And this is Windows 10 MS Paint, which is different than Windows 11 MS Paint, where they actually added some fancy things. And this is not gonna be totally even, since it's not like a true border, but that's okay. Type node where we script an auto load or something. Oh, interesting. Has the advanced feature of no preserve aspect resize? Yes. Wait, are you saying that it can't do that? It can do it only when you're drawing like a new shape, but it's not really preserving, is it? Windows 11 Paint does have more advanced features, but I like not having all those tools, you know? I mean, obviously I am like still using, you know, the resize and some tools like that, but at least trying to like learn how to draw better, it's kind of nice. Here, let's just erase this. Here. This is why I usually do 3D art, is because I'm just like pretty bad at 2D art and I don't tend to enjoy it. But it turns out I do kind of. I enjoy it when it's just for fun. When it's like the pressure of doing it right for a project, things feel a little different. Things feel different. That's a whole other thing. Paint is like grandpa. When I was your age, we had to carry every pixel one by one in the snow. Yes. Exactly. Use Paint when you want to label something quickly. Nice. I think I often like if I have a screenshot that I, for whatever reason, isn't saved to my folder, I'll paste some stuff in there to quickly have like a file to save. Yeah, I mean, it's useful for those kind of things. It's so funny, like, just like like not necessarily I mean, I guess it is its intention to do stuff like that, but not the grand idea of painting. Just put a little label on it. Okay, nice, nice. So now you do have like this like sheen on it, which is, oh, where's the gap? Where's the gap? Oh, right there. There's a sheen on it, which is interesting to try to replicate. I do think that color is a little more off than I'm comfortable with. So we're gonna try to get a little closer to it. And the red. It seems like there's even like a lighter peach color and an orange as well. But let's just go with a redder orange. Oof, this is gonna be tough. I guess I could use it's gonna be some effort, but I could use the spray paint tool, you know? It's just then you're gonna have some like probably black edges that you didn't mean to. In regards to 3D, you're good at making static meshes, but when it comes to bones, you're still learning. Oh, like armatures and stuff? It's the kind of thing that once you like do it a couple times, you pretty much never forget how to do it. I don't know that I like the way this is looking. I guess if we were gonna be easiest on myself, I would drag it like all the way across. Bones are hard. I guess. I feel that they are hard when you're first learning them, but I find they're pretty easy now. At least in Blender. I guess it depends on what tool set you're using. Yeah, that's true. Deformation. I hear you. You're right. I think my perspective is different. But they're certainly effortful if you're talking about like, yeah, all the weight painting and stuff. This is slow. This is a slow red sheen. It's taking some time. He's revealing your Bennett rigging. Oh no. Yeah, that's okay. You gotta be bad before you get good. That's the only way. I do feel like this was not worth it. Doing this whole spray paint. But like, how else are you gonna get like a nice tapered effect? I mean, obviously I could have just painted it solid. I could have. It's just like, it's a lot of spray painting. It's a lot of spray painting. For a very subtle effect. So then, if I wanted to get rid of all of that around it, I would have to get like a big brush and like paint out here. Oh, no, not that brush. Something more solid. Honestly, like the highlighter is kind of nice, even though it isn't. It also is. Blood all over. It's a bloody. Oh my god! It does look like a blood smear. Sorry, Rogi. I've turned your kind, delightful user icon into something quite disturbing. It's very small, of a little red sheen. But it's there. And then how are you gonna do? You're gonna spray paint the rest of it? No, hell no. Oh, I forgot to do it on the eyes. Oh crap. You know what? You gotta know when to say never mind. I don't think so. I don't think we're doing this. I don't like it. Found a good way to color it in. Drawing it yourself. Nice! Yeah, everybody come draw with us. Okay, let's go back to the pencil. Very nice experiment. Let's know when to say, you know what, never mind. But at least do the eye. It'll make everything easier. I promise. It's kind of like a shorter eye over there. Oh, it's such a delightful face. Why does it like make me happy to draw it? My proportions are a little different. That's okay. It's my artistic interpretation. Hey, Halloweenko, welcome. How you been? Good to see you again. I'm drawing Pierogi's user icon because they are supporting the channel, and I appreciate that. So we draw the user icons for now. We used to sing songs, but sometimes I didn't feel like singing. But this doesn't require me to be like in a singing mood, you know? I'm just putting my attention somewhere else instead of code. Zoop. Boop, boop. Oh, and then there's the, oh no, I totally forgot the little like stipple over here. Here, we'll do it maybe like, I'm gonna interpret it a little differently. Mostly for the sake of making it easier. And we're just gonna put these like boxes all along it. And then fill those in black. You know? You're right, just existing. Hell yeah, isn't that the most we can aim for, is just being all right existing. That's a huge, that kind of hits me deep right there. Like, sometimes being all right existing can be hard. Good job. Nice work. Cutting the image out, painting the background, the shading colors, and then paste it back with the current orange being transparent. Whoa, oh, interesting. I'm struggling a little bit to conceptualize it, but I could see how there would be a way to do that. Okay, there's still a little stippling. Oh, and then for the rest of it, you love my render? It looks so content. Yes. And then for the rest of it, we're just gonna do like kind of like a rainbow vibe. Across here. And if y'all do make one, feel free to post it in the Discord in live text. Show it off and make sure Rogi is able to see it. Okay. Kind of covers a little more ground than this, but that's okay. Let's see if I did that right. Nice, 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 nice. The select drop down has, yeah, I know, yeah. All right, you're backseating my paint now. Come on. All right, let's put that. It's not that I didn't understand. It was more the concept of what the hell you're talking about. Okay, let's put, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. All right, let's put this here. Actually, it's more like, it's not quite that, is it? It's more like this is a little more fade. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't really want to do it like that, so I'm gonna do it different. I'm gonna make it like this. roguey. This is very roguey. Could clean up a little bit here and there, but I'm kind of okay with it. I kind of like the bleed over. Not enough to keep it though. It looks like a Halloween candy. Oh, but there's also the purple ring. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. Oh no, but the purple ring has a whole thing going on. I forgot all about that. I'm gonna draw a perfect circle. Oh dear God. Oh my God. Oh, a pretty good circle. Yes, exactly. Halloween, exactly. That candy. Targeted exercise, learning how to color things in. Oh yeah, that is kind of, if you want to like replicate it correct, yeah, that is what it is. Okay, Elise, but how are you gonna select it? I should have done the circle somewhere else. Well, here, just take Rogi out. Give me the pierogi. There you go. Then take this, copy it, paste it. Painstakingly shrink every edge down. Like that. Fill it in. Probably should give me a little bit more room so I can resize it as needed. You know, the size isn't bad. It does seem a little large. You've got a lot of space on the bottom. But less so on the top. Bit like that. And then for the coloring part, we have a lighter purple. This kind of is the light purple. I see, like the red goes across like the whole thing. Oh, it's kind of nice. So we'll want some kind of a consistency. And there's a dark purple on the other side. I feel like one thing it's missing is that this orange is not dark enough. Dark orange is tough because it starts to look just like brown, and now it's not orange anymore. Okay, that's actually good. That's actually good. Bring the red back. Light purple is kind of gonna be gone. Oops. Oops. Oh my God. There you go. Neat. And then the dark purple. Dark purple starts to almost look a little blue down there. This does make it a little different than the other one. Nah, don't do that. It's too different. A neat trick with darkening orange while preserving saturation is to add red to it. Whoa. I'll take that backseat. Nice. It's a good tip. But I still liked it the other way. Alright, there we go. That's my Rogi. Put it in the corner. Shrink it on down. It is complete. Felt like that backseat was something general. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's okay, it's okay. I know it's become such a hostile environment I'm sorry. Okay, save it, save it, save it. Save it, save it, save it. I can't believe this is our first Rogi. These are all, this is everybody else's so far. So many wonderful, beautiful people helping out Hyper Game Dev. Appreciate y'all for that. Today is the something 15th. It's also nice to take a little break from coding for a second. Alright, I'll post it on the Discord and we'll see what else is out there. Well, it's probably just you, me, and you, Rogi. Don't get the belt. Chat will be good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Whoa. Oh god, what are we doing? We doing some... Look at this, moving the back seating over here. It was funny. Look at that. I mean, I'd rather it be here than in the chat. Well, I guess I'm gonna ignore it. Whoa, Rogus looks nice. Hey, Quixote, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, so you went with paint as well. Wow, it looks good. Like, I didn't quite clock it as being the spray paint tool until I got closer. So you like filled in like solid and then just did some little accoutrement, just like sprayed on the edges to fan it out. I like that. That's a good plan. That was a good plan. That makes sense. Reasonable. Okay. And pierogi painted it just like me, but then after you spray paint on the edges. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. It looks good. It looks like just like your icon, other than being like kind of squished. And that makes sense. You drew your original icon, so I can see why this one would turn out similar. Mine's so much different. little cute squish. How you doing, Quixote? Welcome. I finally was able to catch one of your streams. Y'all. I mean, look. Quixote sometimes does game dev. Often is playing games. She has a fun stream though, and I caught the tail. It's because I had been staying up all night. I hadn't slept. That's the only scenario I've been able to catch your streams in, because usually I'm in bed when you're streaming. But I was up all night, so I was able to catch the tail end, and it was so nice that you thanked me in the credits roll at the end of your stream. Thank you so much. Really, really nice chill stream. We both squished my icon, but in different. We did this way, you did it that way. That's amazing. So much love for you, Candace. Okay, let's. What are we doing now? Wait, what are we doing now? Oh, I was gonna at least shout out Candace on Twitch there. Gotta type it, gotta type it. Did I spell it right? I did. All right. Well, back to the code. How you been? You've had a chance. I know you're like, your mom got like the ankle thing, but have you had a chance? You're working on a mech game? You're doing well. Your mom was home after a second surgery. You just got your new sit-stand desk. Oh, those are nice. Those are nice. Is it like automated, like bzzz, like that? Like hydraulics? Love that. It doesn't have to be. It could be something else too. Oh, let's look at it. Whoa. Post your 2D and 3D demo, scene to GitHub, and tag me. Oh, thank you. Wait, where is the sit stand part? I guess I see like it's got this really solid base, probably like wires hidden all up in there. Man, it looks nice. It looks very nice. It looks very sturdy. I guess I see some wires. That could be anything. And I guess that's like the lowest setting. I can tell it's a sit stand desk because of how just like severe these posts, the like legs are. 31 inches? Whoa. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Yeah, right. 30, 31, 30, 32. I was thinking like 32. No. Goes up to 48. Nice. Is that a kitty cat? There's a kitty cat right there. Oh, and I also saw on your stream your cat on your shoulder. I finally get it. I finally get it. I can visualize your cat on your shoulder. Yeah, it does look really functional, right? Got like the things over here, the shelves. You can go over there, go back. It's like contained with it's like a mission control. Ah, oh, there it is. There's the little that's what I was looking for. Hi, kitty cat. Took 4 hours to build, heavy as heck. Damn. Worth it though. Yeah, they're big. My spouse has one. Quite severe. Especially from a wheelchair. An incredible feat, to be sure. I like these too. I used to have one of these that would stand up. I kept falling though, so I had to I had to let it go. Rogi reorganized their room too. It feels so good when you're done, knowing it will give you a boost in quality of life, even if small. Yeah, it's worth the labor. Even if it is from a wheelchair. It's worth it. It's gonna allow you to do streams from standing frame. Nice. Nice. I believe you. Oh, because like the camera will be like on the desk maybe, so it goes up and down with it. Neat. Thanks for sharing your setup. Let's see if I can get my head back in this game. Save dictionary, not to clear the crystal. Oh my god, what was I doing? I was refactoring all this. You're 5'10" in standing frame? Alright, okay. More numbers. Things 32 inches, 5'10". Sure that, you know, when math works out. I bet it does. Save stats. Keynix in range, manage ref stat size, so we iterate through all these. Okay, but wait a minute. So this, I feel like there was a moment that I was worried this wasn't going to work. We would call save value, and this could be anything. Hunger, loneliness, what's the other ones? Boredom, all those could be in here. And it would update just that stat by fetching the current value that it has, assigning it to a key in this dictionary, and then stringifying that dictionary and saving it. Now we wouldn't want that in there. We'd want to say save underscore plus value string plus, oh, that's not a plus, plus save, not save. Well, if I stay up all night soon again, which I probably will, I'll make sure to see how your standing desk is turning out on stream. Although I guess I could just watch the VOD too. It's more fun when you're there, when it's happening. Okay, so it writes to that file. It says the store line is flush. Now this is calling a function, which I don't think we need. That was left over from... Was it? Or wait, do we want that? Oh god, no, I'm not sure anymore. Call, load. Oh no, that's the only play. Okay, that's where we do want it. Oh, yeah. So instead of load stats, oh, this must have been where I was like concerned for a second. What stream you interested in? Huh? What? Oh, when I was just talking a moment ago? I was talking about Candace's stream, aka Hote. She's over there on Twitch right now. She's a live stream. She's often on YouTube as well. Hey, what's up, Yababa? You know, it's just nice to catch friend streams. It's nice. Okay. What am I gonna do about this? Because if we're calling hunger, that's not necessarily gonna say reload stats. I mean, what you could do, I hate to do that. I would say don't put the callable in save value. Just have it be after. You don't have to put everything in there. You know what I mean? You can put this out. It's okay. It's okay. So when you go to save the time, yeah, just have a load time, right? Just put that outside of there. Oh, but this is okay. Well, this isn't a good example. We haven't set this up yet. So if we do this, save time, we would do save value. And in this case, we'd put in the word time, and then we could just say load time after. Now, you know, it's a little different because it might run this function sooner than that. Right? Like, yeah, it'll wait until this function is done to run that. Yeah, it waits. It waits. Right? And then, yeah, because if you breakpoint through it, it goes one step at a time. So it should be okay. Order of events wise. Pretty darn sure. Pretty darn sure. Okay. Save it. Oh, Rorik's back. How did the tiny human cleaning go? You know what? You don't have to explain that. But welcome back. I'm glad you made it back. Are you getting a chance to work on your game now? You figured out why you can't focus sometimes for long periods? Executive dysfunction. That's it. That's it. Welcome to the family. It's good to have you here, Binge. Yeah, executive functioning is something that a lot of folks may take for granted. Maybe even we ourselves take it for granted because we assume that we have it. But a lot of us do not have it. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to, like, at least for me, to force myself to, like, focus on things and do things. It's not regular dysfunction. It's the executive guy. We are boss. We are. So does that mean we're, like, dysfunctional bosses? Yeah, I mean, that checks out. That checks out. That we're dysfunctionally governing ourselves. Does sound about right. You've had HD all your life, but that was one that wasn't explained during special ed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about what your class that you're referring to is like, but if it's general like that, how would they know about everything about everything? Doesn't mean we are dysfunctional bosses, but never mind that now. No, never mind that now. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's what's great about, like, not just diagnosis, but, like, people, like, looking into, like, figuring out that you are ADHD. Because sometimes it's like, oh, it's labels, who cares? It's quite valuable because then you can do some research on that label and learn about coping mechanisms and things that you didn't even know you would relate to, which can be really empowering. So I'm glad you found an empowering way to connect to what you're dealing with. This is good. This is very good. Can we please put save value over here? Thank you. Save stat. Can we? Okay, actually, can we? Let's put it. I kind of want to put it next to load. Like load value. No, I guess we'll put it over here. What's on minute tick doing down there? You had ADHD until you stopped carrying your phone to the bathroom. Oh my gosh, that's so relatable though. Oh my gosh. I go to, like, even brush my teeth, and I'm just, like, on the phone. Yo, that's real. That's real. Like saying no phone in the bedroom, no phone in the bathroom, no phone. That's so legit. Like, Did homework. The teachers are also taught about disorders. That's very cool. That is also very cool. What shall we do now, boss? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Continue doom scrolling. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. You know if you have it or not, but you're sure you can relate with them/us. Yeah. I mean, take some quizzes. There's plenty of quizzes. Some of them are better than others, obviously. But I mean, look, the reality is if you're here, either you're queer aligned or you're neurodivergent. I hate to break it to you. You probably fall into one of those two categories. Maybe not. I'm not saying everybody. But there's a good chance. Because we tend to find each other. Or both. That's true. Maybe both. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, my gosh. So many spoons with the building of the desk. Nice work, Candace. Thanks for sharing it with us. Goodbye for now, Candace. Still gotta get that, it to show up right here if you're a founder. I think the only option I have right now for the subscriber to show up if you're a founder is to look for the badge itself and to see if you have the badge. And if you have the founder badge, then do it. I gotta set it up. Love of a shield. We are protected by love. Heard that if you're in a software dev, you're in the spectrum. I mean, I will say this. A lot of us who are on the spectrum and a lot of us who are queer are into computers. The correlation is strong. You know, which leads to what? Who knows? We're not saying causation, but if we are, which one comes first? I don't know. Probably not the interest in computers. Okay, what is this doing down here? Get this up, put this up, tippy top, put it way up there, Okay. We've got load value, load time. This we do call from outside. Load stats, we do call that from outside. Save value, save stat, we do not call that from outside. Save value time. One minute tick. Every minute we save the stats. That's true. Programmer socks. I don't remember where, but it was probably on a TV show. Oh, programmer socks. Okay. All right. Like they have like binary on them. Thigh highs. Alright, binge. Okay. Save dictionary not declared in the scope. Alright, we gotta clean this mess up. Save stats. So when we do save stats, this is where things get interesting. We iterate through all the stats. We create our enum string, and then what we need to pass that into is save value enum string, and then we hit load stats at the end, and that should be good. Yo, this left ear is always pinching more than the right. What is that? Okay, close this or delete that. Is this almost it? Latest loaded stats not declared in the current scope. What? Oh, we changed it to latest loaded values. Okay, well there's no errors right now, but that doesn't mean that it's fixed. I kind of want to move... It's a little weird, but I kind of want to move these up to the top. Because they're just like the most important things. Sure, they're local, but I just think they're kind of important. They're kind of a big deal. Let's do save at the top since it's smaller. We have save value, load value. We load time. Alright, I'm sure something's wrong. At this point, I'm just gonna test it and see what's wrong. But besides that, I think it's still not woven into the rest of the code correctly. So the whole reason why this started coming up was because, I forget. I don't remember. Let's see here, load time. Wait, this is not where we want to be. Wait, manage time. Oh yeah, manage time. Okay, so this is not just load time. I would say this is set time. That's gonna be confusing to me. Let's call it set time. We're gonna refactor this a little bit. At least that just confused me just now. I was like, am I on the data script or what? So from manage data, we load a stat. Oh, I gotta make all the stats. I haven't made all the stats yet. Oops. We do have a load stats function over there? We sure do. Wow, it's even got... Searches the save file for the data listed in stats, then assigns what it finds in the file to this script's member variables, and fills a dictionary that external scripts try to access. Specifically, we're just wanting to get time. Now, this is not a stat anymore. This is wrong, because it's not a stat. So we'd actually want to go to manage data. So that's the other thing. Do I want to, like, get it? Or do I want to... I think we're gonna... I guess we can allow access. Expected to... Argument 2 should be that, but it's float. Oh. Oh. What is argument 2 looking for? Oh, we don't need load stats. Oh, we just do load time. Oh, we just do time. Got it. Can assign a value of type callable. There we go. So then the other thing that I'm thinking of, and this is kind of, you know, something, but I don't have these underscored, which means they're technically like public variables. So like, do I want to underscore them so it doesn't imply? Yeah, I kind of do though. I like kind of do. I'm trying to be much more thoughtful about my private and public declarations. The only thing is, this is going to change the save file, so I'm going to need to reset the save files. And it means that the value string might have to be a little different. Or the way that that gets determined has to be different. But I don't want, like, I was just trying to fetch this variable. I didn't have an underscore, so I must be allowed. No, I must be consistent. But what that means is anywhere we have set, we have to concatenate it. So like variable stat variable string or string name, whatever, equals underscore plus stat string. And then we put this in there. Right, which is just like extra. So what else do you have set? Resets. Oh gosh, I haven't even gotten to reset stats yet. Ah, oh, Jesus. It's like the game restarts. And I forgot about that. load value. Right, so we update it. This is the same kind of thing. Stat variable string. We set stat variable string. Apparently we're calling it value string. Okay. Anywhere else you got some sets happening? Okay, and then what about the gets? Same thing. We'd have to come up with this, because if I'm renaming the variable, right, it has to look for the variable with the right name. It's kind of a lot of repeating, but this line, what am I gonna do? Make a helper function for that? Come on now. Maybe. You could think about it, but not right now. I don't have time for this. Stat variable string is what we put in there now. And then value string is what this gets replaced with. Okay, any other gets? Luckily, we already have that. So, stat variable string. Anywhere else? Anywhere else? Great. So then the only remaining thing I totally forgot about is resetting the stats. So if like you gotta start the game over from the beginning, what would it all get reset to, basically? So good question. I mean, to me it just looks like we're loading stats and then saving it. Except the difference is we're setting them all to 0. So we're not reading a value that's already there, we're resetting them all. To that end, you'd probably want to reset time. So you could even just call it reset data. I mean, I guess you wouldn't. I guess if you lost... No, that's weird, right? It's like, what, you lost your cat, and so now you're just getting another one and another one over and over again? That's also a talking cat? I don't think so. You start the game over, you start the game over. So we could just say reset all the data. Which... Okay, so I guess we'd go through the latest loaded values dictionary. And yeah, you do the same thing, because that's gonna have a key at the beginning of it. Oh, so you do have to make sure that when you update this, that also uses this. So you kind of want to put this. Why do I want a helper function? I feel like I want a helper function. I do. I really do. Helper function that just converts this. Because what if I change the naming scheme? I won't. Punk. Return variable name. It just takes in the value string. Return val as variable name. I know, it's kind of crazy. So return underscore plus that returns a string name. It's too many times. I'm repeating it too many times. Oh, that's the type. String name equals this. I'm not entirely sure this is the most sense-making. It's like a longer line of code. That's okay. So then we have to make sure before we update this as well that we also get that other name. Oh, that's the only place? Nuh-uh. Oh. Linus loaded. So instead of looking for value string, we would come to the earliest if content has, so it's gonna get saved there too. This is getting a little silly. You know, at this point, it's tough because it's like, well, why not just pass it in with an underscore in the first place? You know? Oh god, I hate this. I hate how tangled this gets. Honestly, refactoring it with the underscore is kind of upsetting right now. I could just not refactor it with the underscore and just not care about the private public thing. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I want it to have the underscores. I do. Trying to do the path of least resistance here. I mean, they all go through save value and load value, right? So if we put in the value string here without the underscore, then this would be the place that we'd want to pass it on differently. So this is where we would save it with the underscore. And this is where we would load it with the underscore. The problem is the getting and the setting. But at least, which I think you should remember, is the get and the set. Not here. Those are only in load and save. Yes. Right. So I think those are really the only places I need to worry about it. Which is like already true anyway. So when we go to save a stat to save, value for stat, here we set, oh there's that, right, stat string, which we design after this. Can we keep it consistent and call it value string for my sanity? I still don't know what Vinge was talking about. Programmer socks. Some coding merch. Okay, we're not worried about that right now. So that way, the data that's going to be in here is going to have the underscore. It should be okay. But I do ask you to go look where else you set this up. Stat value string. Make sure it's not somewhere it doesn't need to be. Stat variable string. It's in 8 places. Seems like too many. So yes, define it there. Yes, use it there. Yes, define it there. Yes, check it there. Yes, get it there. Yes. No, we don't need to set that again. Yeah. Well, okay, you do. But you're going to check the content. You need to have this as soon as possible. It's interesting because you could even get rid of the underscore here. You could define that right there and then put the stat. It's whatever, but it's like, it's just something. And then in here, this would become stat variable string. I want my code to be something I could reuse. And I want it to work, ideally. Save stat, that's at the top. We have to put that after because we don't have it until after. But wait, Lise, don't put it in here. No, because you have the set. Wait, why is save stat so weird? Why is there a set? Is this wrong? Wait a minute. This seems wrong. Wait a minute. Save stat should be... Oh, wait, save stats. Save stat. What? We have a save stat and a save stats? How did that happen? We have a save value. Okay, that makes sense. A save stat makes sense, I guess, even though they're all going to change at the same time, unless you increase it. So we would want to save stat to increase a single stat and save that. But this is set up wrong. And then save stats is if we're saving them all at the same time. I mean, you might as well just save them all. Like, why save a specific stat? Like, why? Just save them all. It's fine. You know? Well, remember, this is gonna, every minute, it's gonna save the stats. I mean, that's okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to save a specific stat. Because, I mean, even if... I guess this would be for if it updates in between minutes. So there'd be like a little delay, potentially. And it's not a whole minute, right? It's a shrunk down minute. So yeah, that does make me feel like we want to... But you can still ping it. Just save every stat. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of save stat. I think that's not something we need anymore. That's what I think. So every minute, we actually just save all the stats. And we don't take in anything. I think this makes more sense. Wow, that was a close one. Right, yes, I know. Okay, reset stuff. Okay, let me make sure everything else is cleaned up good. Save value, stat variable string is declared there, we use it throughout. Load value, stat variable string is declared there, and we use it throughout. I don't want to see value string in here except for up at the top. Okay, there's value string. We don't want that there. Because the only place where that's gonna be no underscore is when you're first passing in the value string. That's it. Load value, stat variable string is throughout. Okay. Good, let me just make sure value string isn't where I don't want it to be. Return value as variable name. Yes, we do bring in value string there. Save value, yes, bring it in there. Oh, look at that, it's all throughout. Replace it. And then replace this as well. Okay. Load value, value string. That's okay. It's allowed to be there. It's allowed to be there. Not allowed to be here. We want stat variable string there. Allowed, 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 allowed. Great. Now, the reset. Can you not match strings? I don't understand why you're saying this. Why are you deducing that strings aren't allowed to be matched. So when we reset data, it's sort of like loading in that, except we're loading something else. We're loading defaults. So we'd actually want to reset everything. So for every data index in this range, we could say I. We'll say I. For I in range, something you were doing and wondering if I knew off the top of your head? Oh. Yeah, sure. I'd be shocked if not. Let's find out. We'll have a variable, a string, which is a string, and it equals, this is a string. Variable, another string, string, also a string. So in main we say match. I'm trying to think even where I would do. I guess if I was an array. Wait. It's kind of harder to create a situation for. So you have like it could be anything. So variable, variable string. And that's just gonna be string with no particular thing. So match variable string. If variable string is, and I guess it depends how you're doing it too. If it's a string, then print, print it. Print a string. If it's another string, go ahead, print itself. It's a little pointless, but it's just for the sake of figuring it out. And then we just would need variable string to be something else. So if I set this to a string, what I'd expect is that it prints this as a string, assuming we can match strings. It's keeping me on the edge of my seat right now. Sometimes it's a little slow. Oh, that printed nothing. It didn't match any of them. So if we do like a wildcard, nothing matched. You should see that. Oh, expected closing. Oops. Sorry. I'm used to having inline errors. Nothing matched. So with this, it doesn't seem to be doing it. Now, what if we were to say, this is a string, right? And what if we type in, it might, oh, I think it's because it's the variable is my guess. Used a string before it was declared? I used a string, but it's declared up here. I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what that means. This is a string, so if we're looking for that, and we say we're looking for also a string, I have a feeling this is gonna work. And it'll print. Oh, whoa, what did I do wrong? Oops. There we go. Use it on 5, but declare it on 6. Oh, that's a good, oh, good call. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 3 hoods, is it could be that. Okay, good call, good catch, flip. Okay, so let's try it, okay, we gotta try it. Well, first we'll try it this way, right? We'll see if this works. Number 1, while we're here. This is a string. Okay, so that matched. When we actually type out the string, it matches. Now, if we just make it the variable, a string and another string, let's see if that matches. It does match. You can match variables and you can match strings. So Rogi, if that helps you deduce what's going wrong in your code, strings can be matched either as strings themselves or as or as variables. You did help. Oh, I love GDScript.live. It's such a great way just to like find out if something works or not. Like, is it the context of what I'm doing, or is it general reality? You'll be a monkey's uncle. We learning. It is a clever language. For all the latest loaded values, we would say set well, there's a difference between the key and the value, right? So that's going to return the value. If you want to get the key, we would say, well, I think we'd want that later. Can't optimize the same if you use variable cases? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know about that. Possibly. So we don't need this. Oh, we kind of do. Except would it be variable data string? We could call it variable string. It's gonna be a string, and it equals, the word string is losing its meaning. I'm saying it so much. Latest loaded values, find key I, right? No, wrong. Not true. I'm trying to get the string that's in there, that is the key. Because if I do this, yeah, this is what you want. That's gonna return the key. If you just do the number, that should give you the key. Pretty sure. And then for variable string, we set each of those to 0. And then we also need to update the dictionary itself. And so in there, you'd put in variable string. So you're giving it the key, which is then doing the value. So you're saying which index is the key at, I think, and get the key. And then this is saying, and find key returns its variant. So it's, yeah, it's the value. Okay, all right. Loading false. Save stats? I guess we'd save everything. We'd save everything. I don't even have something for that. I guess we could do a save all. Save everything. Oh gosh, then I have to code that. You know, it's gonna be a lot easier. Is it though? No, yeah, save stats. That's its own little thing. And then you could do save time. Just put those in there. Do them both. I guess I could have an array of callables. No. Alright, back to the other scripts where all this stuff plugs in. Or is plugged into, whatever. Can we just look for everywhere that references manage data? Okay, right here, we load time. Does this exist? It sure does, and it returns the value time. Okay, this is fine. This is acceptable. This is allowed. This is okay. Over here, That's just the declaration. Okay, so that's cleaned up everywhere. Now the whole reason I started doing this had to have something to do with stats, right? Decreasing and increasing the stat. Right, and we were accidentally increasing time, which was causing a bunch of bugs. Yes. Right. And where are we calling increased stats? On the debug right now? No, on manage stats. Nowhere. On minute tick. Here. So we were iterating through all of the stats for stat index and stat size. We set a stat enum to the index as stats. We are printing it, which we don't really need to do anymore. Increase the stat. I think that's where you found out it was time, maybe. Increase the stat every tick. So now, come to increase stat. It brings in the stat to increase. Do we need to know the stat to increase? We're iterating through each one. I mean, really, it could just be increase. Well, no, because not every stat gets increased. No. Stat to increase, amount that we increase it by. We have the amount to increase, the stat variable. Build the stat variable string. New stat value. We get it. If new stat value is greater than... Yeah, this should be okay. Alright. And we're not getting the data. Where do we save it? You're increasing it, but we're not saving that value. Oh, and I didn't create any of the stats as variables over in the save. Right, I was going to do gets and sets. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah, right. Well, it's every minute. But we want to say that when you increase it, it saves it right away. That's not necessarily going to display it, though. Because it's only every minute. I mean, that's just... there's no display. There is no display. Remember, this is just debug, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, cool. The display is just debug. Okay. Good. I do feel like when we increase it, we should save it, though. Or decrease it, right? Like, that kind of makes sense. Manage data. Ref. Save. And we probably want to save the specific stat that it is. Oh, we got rid of that. Oh, yeah, we just saved them all now. So, yeah, so this actually... Oh, God. So, actually, I do want this to be not local. Load time, load stats, save time, save stats. These can be called outside. That is allowed. Could not parse global class. Oh yeah, because we have errors. That makes this very confusing. Okay, let me fix the errors over here. That way it's not stressing me out over here. Saving time, that's allowed to be outside called. And do we still construct a callable? Is that still a thing that we're doing? Follow the rabbit a little? Alright, where'd you end up? Did you get shrunk? And what do we pass into file exists? I'm a little worried that something there is... File path, save time. Oh, that's the function name. Okay, that's fine. Preliminary. It seems like using constant strings as match cases is better performance-wise than variables. Nice. That makes sense. And of course, are you testing in the editor or in like a project? I mean, the project doesn't matter. So it would just be in the editor, which is valuable. And I left out of the YouTube short I made, which makes a lot of people mad. It's interesting. Yeah, because once it compiles, it doesn't matter. But it might be ever so infinitesimally. Makes sense. It makes sense. Constants are faster. I think that's just always true, right? Like, I think if you do any test, constant versus variable, a constant's always going to win. Yeah, exactly. It's interesting, though. I love that you tested that. There's good learning there. Yeah, just save all the stats. I guess we don't need to do it if it's empty. Right? If this FI is less than or equal to, say that it's empty. No, we'd want to know on empty. And I mean, look, this is the other thing about this. Like, that's going to emit a signal. If it keeps decreasing beyond empty, it'll keep pinging empty, empty, empty. Which is not bad, but I feel like that should almost be like a different signal. Like, not that we're just pinging that it's empty, but that you're like, the cat is like really having a hard time. Yeah. It could also just be that. You know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm sure it'll come up. Alright, and then we want to save the stats here. Where are we saving time? By the way. Not really anywhere. So, on manage time, we'll say that after we set the time, that's in ready though. Do we call that anywhere else here? No. I guess this is really set initial time. Maybe empty only pings if it was originally higher than 0. I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it. I'm gonna took it in my brain. I threw it away. But I'm not really working on that right now. That sounds like kind of annoying to code though. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's just like the same thing could just happen. Like if it gets to 0, the cat, you know, a big alert happens. The cat's really upset. And if it happens again, the cat's really upset. You know, the cat keeps expressing its upset. You know? But there might need to be some kind of extra check. Like maybe the first time it's this and the subsequent times it's something different. But I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It'll come up. You know, it'll get really repetitive and I'll be like, okay, we need to change this. Or it'll be fine. So we need to save time. Minute tick, emit. When you use a dictionary and collected a value associated with a key that was defined by an enum, it didn't work even though you printed it separately and it was the same. But when you typed out the string, it worked. Well, if you're getting a string from an enum too, it might. The other thing too is it could be a string name versus a string. So in a match statement, things have to be like really specifically the exact same kind of thing. So it could be when you're pulling from an enum, maybe it's a string name? I don't know, I could be wrong about that. Or the fact that it is an enum, it might have like a fundamental something different about it than a regular string. By associated with a key that was defined by an enum, it didn't work. Collected the value associated with a key. Yeah. Weird. That is weird. You can match a string the string name. Gotcha. Alright, very good. Even the stupidest errors, you have no idea how to fix them? That's it. Because you don't know what they're saying. You think they're... Yeah, sometimes the errors are pretty bizarre. Saying the node you're asking it to link doesn't exist, but it exists? It probably just can't find it. As far as it's concerned, it doesn't exist. It may exist, but it doesn't... As far as it knows, it doesn't exist. Would be my guess for that. But yeah, same. Like when I get an error that I've never gotten before, and like the first time I started like, you know, learning all this kind of stuff, I was definitely like, what does this error mean? But you kind of start to like pick up what the errors are trying to say after a while. It's definitely a muscle. You didn't type something correctly, right? I know. Usually the error is right. But it's frustrating when it feels like it's not clear. I know that feeling. It still happens. Where are we saving time? I think you would want to do it on minute tick. That's where you'd want to do it, right? Whoa. You okay, Godot? Hello! Hello, Godot! Hello! Okay. Save stats! Also save time. That's interesting. See, that makes me think we need something, because I just did that in Reset, where I defined both of the... Maybe I do need something that puts them both, or has them all together. It's kind of crazy. Errors are fun. They're like puzzles you give yourself on accident at inconvenient times. That is a great description of errors. You know something's wrong because you're seeing something that should be hidden, but according to the guide, you can't see where you've missed anything. Frustrating. Well, if you want, you can always post in the Discord, in live text, or in the Godot channel, if you want. And me and/or... Yeah, exactly. Flip, we have a lot of really helpful... You can ping at Godot helpers as well, anywhere you want in the Discord. Just ping at Godot helpers with your problem. We got friends who are willing to help. We got you. But that's definitely something that, without looking at what you're working with, is hard to advise. Mobs aren't spawning, it's not reading it as you're starting the game. Could be. I know this is a little weird, but I'm kind of bothered that I have save stats and save time. I have that same thing down here. Save stats, save time. Like, I kind of want to save all data, you know? But then it's like, how am I going to fetch all those callables? I really get into the don't repeat yourself. Sometimes a little too much. Yeah, navigation nodes. What makes you say that? They are cool. Matching strings against string name is slower than using all string name. Oh, that makes sense. It's still a tiny bit faster than string to string. What? What does that mean? Interesting. Hash tables. Oh. You're thinking this is gonna freeze you in your dev, but it's just been mostly smooth. Oh yeah, never. It seems once you kind of know about how to bake the regions, it's not too bad. And I think it depends on the complexity too. Like sometimes if I'm doing like 3D stuff with a bunch of levels and like literally different like heights, then things can get really frustrating. But yeah, if it's simple enough, It's not too bad. Baked regions. Wait, that's funny. A baked mesh, like cookie. I kind of love that. Like primitives. Have like all the cookies shaped like primitives, and they're baked meshes. Oh my god. Do we need a game dev bake sale? Why are you worried about this? Because what if I have like 8 things to save? I just want to iterate through them. Well, what you would do, and this, you might regret this because you're basing it on name, and I just want to say that. All right, you might regret doing this. But you could say every callable that starts with save underscore runs when you do save all. It's kind of messy, because if you forget to put an underscore, things will happen. You won't even know it, probably. All the primitive polygon, square, triangle, pierogi. Naturally a pierogi shaped baked mesh. Pierogi cookies sound good, though. Wait, why does that sound so good? How are you gonna do this, Lisa? So you're gonna have to like get properties list. Does get properties list return functions? This is such a waste of time. I'm totally distracted. I'm just distracted. Get global class list. Get Java method list. Get node list. Get parameter list. Transition list. List stream. Jesus, there's a lot of get lists. Okay, get method list. Oh. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Get method list. There we go. Class get method list. Get method list. Nice. Let's go. Returns the object's methods and their signatures as an array of dictionaries. Because we wouldn't want to just do has. We'd have to make sure it starts with it. It would be very important. What, you can search by argument to see what arguments it has? I guess that makes sense. This is ridiculous. You just wrote in your code, variable will poop boolean true. I know, the poop stuff in code is so fun. It's nice to put a little poop in your code. Will poop is important. It is important. That's true. That's true. I love all the poop stuff. It lightens. It brings levity to the pressure of coding a game. So if we get method list for method in get method list, if method, and then I don't even know. Well, the method list is going to be a dictionary, right? So that's going to be an entire key. That's going to be like, I mean, this returns a whole array. Oh, thank you, Starlight Chippy, for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How y'all doing? How was your stream? Thanks for coming on through. Hey, I'm working on a Tamagotchi game. A game like Tamagotchi. What were you getting up to? Starlight Chippy, Starlight Chippy. It's very trippy to be thinking about the starlights being chippy. Thank you for the raid. Good streaming Mass Effect 2. Good game. Good game. Not a game I've played, but I've watched my spouse play a lot. Okay, now I'm knowing what I know about it. Now I want to like judge you based on your choices. I'm just kidding. Are you going Renegade? Renegade. Are you going Renegade? Paragon? Who are you romancing? Never played it before? Okay. It's kind of a dating sim with space fights. Paragon, but mixed with Renegade. Nice. That's the way to go. Sometimes you gotta go both ways. Sometimes. I know my spouse has tried to do Renegade runs and has just like not been able to do it because some of the decisions were just too hard to make. Nice. Thanks for bringing your people here. Appreciate it. We're doing something very different than playing games here. We're making games. Let's give you a shout out. Gotta go natural with how you'd answer it. Yeah. Right. That's the way to play. It's such a fun thing to like just represent yourself in these games. Even though like you're playing a role, you still want to kind of play yourself too at the end of the day. Right? Don't we all just play aspects of ourselves? Okay, let's get you that starlight, that shout out. They both begin with S. Did I do it right? Yeah, I did do it right. Go give Starlight a follow. Very chill, very friendly. Miranda. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. For romancing? Do I remember who Miranda is? I don't know if I remember which one Miranda is. My spouse is always romancing the aliens. Gotta get back to the game dev, just been so busy. Fair. Miranda is mid to me, but you're gonna go for Liara. Yeah, go for Liara! Jack or Tali? Wait, I don't remember who Tali is. Jack is cool. Jack is awesome. I still can't believe Jack is heterosexual. I can't believe it. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's cool. Yeah, she's cool. Wait, in white, that's Miranda? Yeah, that's Miranda. She's cool. I still can't believe Jack, isn't bi. It just doesn't even make sense. I guess I'm judging a book by its cover. Mini games is the real game that we made along the way. You don't do pep talks. So we're doing this for a game jam, Tamagotchi game like jam, making a game like Tamagotchi. Y'all probably know Tamagotchi. You know Tamagotchi's like the little handheld. Yeah, it looks like this. Yeah, of course, the least I can do. These little handhelds, little characters on them, basically Digimon. It's funny. I feel like you would have to explain Digimon to me as basically Tamagotchi. Yes, exactly. And then, yeah, we're making games just like that. So mine is about a cat that talks, and you create content to make money to feed the cat and take care of the cat. And my game is probably a little broken to show off, although I guess I do have... I don't think I built it since Tuesday, but I did make a build semi-recently. I just gotta find it. Oh, there it was. I saw it for a second, and then I lost it. There it is. Too old to know Tamagotchi? You know, they're still around. They're still making stuff. But to be fair, yeah, it isn't like it used to be. It's not like the old days. So I still have a long way to go. I just really have all this debug stuff at this point. But I set up all these animations to be able to have the cat sandbox between them. I didn't make this cat, bought it for $10, but I set it all up, all the animations, and I made some changes to the animations to fit what I needed. I've also been working on eye expressions. Remember I said it's a talking cat, so it's gonna be very important that the cat has like an expressive look to it. It's cute, right? But the cat has a personality, that's for sure. So it's gonna also like switch between different emotions and stuff. So I have the eyes with animations, and I have the body with different stuff. And yeah, so then I also set up this time so we can track time. And today I'm adding the, hunger, loneliness. What were they all again? Loneliness, boredom, thirst, hunger, poopiness. That you have to then play mini games to try and deal with. So, for example, scooping the poop, petting the cat, playing with the cat, filming the cat since you're a content creator of the cat, and scooping the poop. Adding Pandora's box. Adding Pandora's box. A horrifying look is when you are walking in the woods and you notice the woods have gone still and quiet at night. Exactly. Thank you for understanding the vision behind it. It's definitely like name variables after poop. I know, I know. It is delightful to just be able to search poop in my project and look at all this poop. JP ringtone? What is that? Judas Priest? I'm going with that. It's Judas Priest. Jurassic Park. Oh, okay. Wait, how does that go again? We can use that because we already have poopy things in our game. What? Spinosaurus. It's supposed to be like hopeful and exciting, but really it's just triggering for some of us. Oh yeah, I'm doing this unnecessary but exciting thing. Wrong song. That's definitely a Jurassic Park song, but that's not the one you're thinking of. That's fair. Oh yeah, I was gonna look through the strings here. It's gotta be like a first begins with. Oh, that's what I was looking for. But that's a Boolean. I guess that is what you want. If method. Yeah, that's right. No, that's right. If method, which we want to say, this is not going to be a string. That's going to be typed as something else. The ringtone the dinosaur ate that is stalking them in Jurassic Park 3. Oh. The dinosaur. So, like, when they're, like, when it's, like, Jurassic Park 3, I don't even know Jurassic Park 3. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know Jurassic Park 3. Dang. I'd play it, but then we're going to get in trouble. For method, so this isn't going to be a string because that's going to return a an array of dictionaries. So that's going to be, really this is method data. No key ringtone. Oh, right. That ringtone. I thought you meant like a ringtone that is a song from Jurassic Park. But you're saying the Nokia ringtone that played in Jurassic Park that exposed the characters to the dinosaur who didn't know they were there. Okay, I actually do remember that. We got there. We got there. It's like an iconic ringtone too. Got it. Okay. Thanks for your patience. Making sure my reference neural pathways are connected. We really only want to look at the name. So I guess if method data name begin, and this would be a string then. So I guess we'll say variable method name. Yeah. Thank you. No, raid and run. Appreciate you bringing people here. Always good to see you, Starlight. Take care. Method string. Probably a string name, but who cares? String method data name. Then we say if method name begins with save, call, method name, I guess. It's a little risky, but I can't help myself. I just can't do it. No, wait, where else did we have this? Here. Save all. And for now, it's just, we'll keep it private. Whoops. Since usually if I'm doing it from outside of the script, I should be wanting to save a very specific thing. But if that changes, we'll change it. Alright, now why were we even doing that? For the time? Oh yeah, for every minute. Okay, well, last thing. Okay, last thing before I test it and find out what's wrong with this setup. We need to do all of these. So none of these exist for all of the stats. So this would be hunger, and we just do that for all of them. And then these getter setters, they're the same for each one. Just make sure it's not already loading. Now that says save stat, so here we'd want to save time for that one. And for these we'd save stat. Okay. It's a little cumbersome, but we have a lot of values, so it kind of makes sense. Hunger, thirst. Oops. Gotta remember, because it's not going to give you, it's a silent error. Just gotta look at it and not make it wrong. Wait, what's wrong with that? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Equals itself. It's a recursive variable. Oh, wait. Oh my god. It's kind of breaking my brain a little. Wait, what's wrong with this one? Oh, wait, what's wrong with that one? The class hunger is declared but never used in the oh my god. This is kind of I'm struggling to set these right. Okay. I gotta pay close attention. This is rife with opportunity for me to make a huge mistake. Okay. Not huge, but annoying. Hunger, thirst, lonely. Is that the order we do them in? Yep. I like consistency. Okay, lonely. Nice. Okay, another one. And this one is bored. That's what we're calling it. Sort of short version. Bored. And finally, poop. Don't cut the blue wire. No. Oh, is that the one? Is that the bad one? If you say so. Our lives are depending on it. Oh, I should have called it poo. It's shorter. Okay, so now all those are there. Let's see what's wrong. I'm gonna commit it before I find out what's wrong. Data saving refactor. Untested data saving refactor. Can any of the wires just run right? It's not you are not a professional. Alright, so we're gonna get errors. Oh wait, tell me what these are warnings. These are trickier because I think I'm just gonna do like an ignore on these because I don't actually want to use these in here. So we're gonna not worry about that warning for right now. Alright, tell me what's wrong. Invalid operands nil and float. Oh yeah, this was like how we started. This was like the problem that initially brought me to solve this. So why is it not fixed? That's scary. So what it's finding is nil and float in plus. So I'm trying to add nil to amount. So before, we were pulling in time, which we weren't supposed to be pulling in. Get stat variable. Stat variable is definitely a string name. That is a string name, if I've ever seen it. But it also says nil? I'm a little confused. Oh yeah, that is supposed to be a string name, because we want to see the value of it. And that says underscore time on. Oh yeah, that is it. Yeah, that's the whole reason. This is the whole reason I went on that whole refactor. So it's still pulling in time for some reason. Why do you do that? Oh wait, I was trying to zoom. Oh god. There we go. It says time value. This is not a thing. It's only supposed to be hunger, thirst, all that stuff. And I had time bundled in with the stats. Hence why I had to redo everything. You know what? I probably never took it out of the stats. I bet it's still in there. It is. So that's what the last like 2 hours was for, was to be able to take this out and not break everything. Although chances are I'm still referring to that somewhere. Let's find out. Okay, minute's gonna tick. Time is ticking. Stats are changing. 21 warnings. But it's not shutting it down. Nailed it. Declared but never used. Failed to parse save file. Ah, yes. Failing to parse the save file. Okay, alright. That makes sense that would happen. But, as you can see, it's coming together. Thank you, Fanny. Now this is all just, this is all debug. All this stuff wouldn't, like in the game, none of that stuff would be there. None of it. The only thing that would be there, other things. But this is all debug, so I can track under the hood, like how things are working. We can also decrease it by clicking on it. So this is simulating if you actually feed the cat, play with it. So I'm spam clicking, and then every minute that goes by, in-game minute, it ticks it down. But thank you. We're trying to get those fundamental components together. I just realized my toggle tabs button, I broke it kind of on purpose, but also kind of on accident. This needs to be mouse. Stop. Okay, so now we can toggle it. So this would be what it actually looks like with something else, other stuff over here, but not any of that. Okay, so why is the save file incorrect? So which ones are it? Save time, save hunger. Wait, we don't need a different wait a minute. Why does it say save hunger? That's wrong. That should say save stats. That's incorrect. Okay. Interesting that it's only hunger and not thirst and poop. Oh, because that's the default. I remember now. I typed it in as the default value. I distinctly remember doing that. Here. So it's the default stat to get, and in load stats, I don't even think we're bothering to call it anymore. So therefore, it's putting that in there. So that's like an old news. We don't care about that. Stat to get, we don't actually want it. Enum string. Find key stat to get. Wait a minute. This is wrong. And what do we do with that? Oh gosh, yeah, we're saving things really, really wrong here. That needs to be replaced with stat value, right? Well, you're not gonna make it here. Load value stat. We're not passing stat to get, because this is just overall stats. It used to be one stat. Do we need that anymore? Is that old news? Where we get a specific stat? I don't even think we do that anymore. And then with the like get stat thing, I think we don't need that. Time manager, we load time in manage data. I'm a little cautious. I feel cautious about it, but I think I don't need this at all anymore. Loaded stat list is empty. So this was just... Wait, what the hell was this for? I don't remember. Remind me where we call load stats? When we save the game. That's it. This is when we save stats. It's the only place we're currently loading it. So then where do we get the stats? How do we set them? I forgot. Get stat value. Oh, okay. Okay, so we don't need to get that there. Wow. That's old. That is an appendix of this project. We don't need it. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. All this, I think all this is trash. It doesn't need to return anything anymore, actually. I don't think it needs to return anything. Stat value? So wait, what does it do? It has to do something. What does load stat do? For each of those, I guess all you would do is just run load stat value, load value. That's it. And then when it goes to save it, now if it's going to look for that, this is wrong. Because if it's a stat, it has to look for something else. So that's a little different, which makes this helper function a little trickier because it needs to look for save stats, not for save time or save hunger or save poop or whatever. We don't want a separate save file for every variable. That's too much. So I need something that says this one is different. Versus load time, we don't have to worry about that. Like we could pass it in. We could say like if it is a stat. I mean, yeah, you could just say if it matches with any of these. It's not as like flexible in a long run, but that's okay. That's okay. We could put it like right up here at the top. We could say if value string. Here we'll say if is stat value string, then we'd want to set this return value as variable name. This is just putting an underscore. So we could just literally say, instead of that, underscore stats. Otherwise, I guess we'll need to set this up out here. Set a variable stat string. Stat variable string equals stats. Otherwise, it equals this. Is stat is not, yeah, we gotta make that. So then it'll just put stats instead of hunger, blah, blah, blah. Okay, is stats. And we're gonna have to iterate through and check if it exists. Gets a little crazy. Func is stat. I guess we get to say is stat. Oh yeah, is stat. Okay. Is stat value string string name? Are we calling these string names these days? Yeah, we are. And that's gonna return a boolean. So we would want to iterate through, oops, all of the stats. There's nowhere I've done this for stat. Okay. Alright. Let's see if I can remember this. For stat string, probably a string name. In the stats keys, you can also just say, like, if it has it, right? Because you could parse it like a dictionary. So we could even say, maybe, just a guess, return, I hope so, return manage stats has value string. Okay, what do we got now? Less exploding errors? Not really. Missing key in save file. Interesting. Oh, I made that warning. Wait, did I make that warning? Oh, I made that warning. Okay. Nice. At least it's called save stats now. This is good. We love that. Failed to parse save file. Save time.save. Okay, I'm also a little dubious of these warnings. I'm a little dubious. Because they're kind of old. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go look for the documents themselves. Which is going to be in users, username, app data, roaming, godot, app user data, cat care game. Okay, we have all of these save files for every stat, which is wrong. You also still have design in there, which we don't need. Okay, we're gonna get rid of these. Don't need that. Don't need that. That, or that. These are trash. Oh, wait! It just recreated it. Okay, hold on a second. Oh wait, oops. Oh dear, I knew I had to make some mistakes. Oh my goodness. Because this isn't checking if it's a stat either, so it's saving it as each stat. So we have to actually do the same check up here, as it were. Please don't try to make it a helper, I swear to God. Just put it in there. Why does gameplay look like a smiley face? How many pets smiley face? What's up, Nerd Mansion? What does gameplay look like? I see. How many pets? So gameplay doesn't really exist yet. But when it does, it'll look kind of like this. So there's just gonna be one pet that you have. It's a talking cat. So I've only set up this like debug stuff so far. I got a couple weeks left to get it all together. It's a month-long jam, and so yeah. So this is what the cat model is gonna look like, and the cat will sandbox around the room, and there'll be objects you can click on in the room, including the cat, to play mini games like feeding it, cleaning up its poop, petting it, things like that. So this is sort of the canvas that I have that I'll be working with. So that won't all be up there. It'll look kind of like this. And then the gameplay sounds dope. The gameplay will be, this is a mock-up of what it will look like. The cat actually talks. You are a content creator who makes content based on the talking cat. And so you'll have mini games. Let's say you click on the phone, then you can film your cat, which will give you like more money. When you click on the computer screen, which takes you to mini games that you can play to make money, which is basically posting videos, banning trolls, things like that. It won't be boring. They'll be like totally unrelated, like the games, whatever. You're like shooting a gun at something, and that's posting comments, whatever. It's just like an excuse to play a mini game. And if you click on the couch, you get a mini game where you pet the cat in different spots. Does it end on Thanksgiving? Maybe. It ends at the last day of the month, so if that's Thanksgiving, then yes. Gamified poop cleaning is what we need. I know, right? Click on the cat, you can play with the cat and buy different toys for it. And then, indeed, if you click on the litter box, we'll have poop flinging. and I've been showing the mini game that I plan on basing it on. We had a 1-hour jam on this channel that stopped this year, at the beginning of this year, but we did just do a 1-hour game jam where we'd make games in 1 hour, and I have all of these like mini games that I've made, and so we're gonna adapt this steak flipping game into a poop flipping game where you just fling the poop off. So you can actually, it's not gonna be quite the same. Like here, I can control the steak, so you're not gonna control the poop, but you can control the scooper, and then if you get under the poop, you can flip it. So I'm gonna try to adapt a lot of these little mini games I had made into games for it. So I definitely have a long way to go, but that's okay. You will be paid holiday leave for Thanksgiving, so you can totally play the cat game. Let's go. We're gonna play a bunch of them. So here, I'll show you the calendar. It's on the jam page. If you want to keep tabs on it, I'll make sure y'all have the links to that. So down, we got the calendar here. So last date is on the 30th. And then there's voting where the people who participated in the jam will vote on each other's entries. And the 3 winners will be announced. And we're going to play all the games, assuming it's not 100 games or something. We're gonna play them all on stream on the 9th. So that is to say, by the 30th, you'll not only have my one cat game, Nerd Mansion, you'll have everybody's cat games. All the people who enter, they'll just be like suddenly a ton of, well, it won't be cat games. Everybody's pet games. Mine's a cat game, but everyone's pet games will be ready for you to play by the 1st of December. So I will also say, it doesn't end on the 30th. It ends at midnight Eastern time on the 30th. So technically the first day you can play them is going to be on December 1st. It's very exciting. How much time is left? Just let me see the raw number. 15 days. 16. It's 16. That's 16. Will you round that up to 16? 16 days left. Dang. Okay, let me fix the save business. I must. Save all. Wait, where are we? Oh yeah, I was resisting making another helper function. I won't do it. Sure, I want to do it. It seems like this is a perfect chance to do it. It really does. But I'm not gonna do it. All we have to do is say create string. Damn it, I'm doing it. Variable string, parse stat string, or parse variable string. I can't help it. Build variable string. Oh, that's not a type. I have to do it. Value string. I'm addicted. Can't stop. Builds variable string. It probably means we could get rid of that one too now. Comes with the value string. It's a string name. Returns nothing. Thanks for stopping in, Nerd Mansion. Are you someone who makes games, or are you like? I feel like we've. No. We haven't. Are you a game dev, or are you someone who is just interested in games? Or are you game dev curious? Okay, so we'll put all this in here. And then what we do is we return stat variable string, and this creates a string name. I feel like we don't need this anymore. It just feels like that's not needed. Usually in RJ's channel. Nice. You're a game dev, but you vibe with all devs and watch as a dev, as you dev. Same. I love watching devs while I work. So thank you for coming through and hanging out. Love RJ streams. Okay. Oh, I gotta play RJ's game this weekend. I have to play it this weekend. Play test, because I think he's gonna close it soon. I hope I'm not too late. If is stat value string, blah, 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 blah. This, we're getting rid of this. We don't need this anymore. So we would just say that plus value string. That's what that becomes. Otherwise, it's stat. So really, this is just for time at this point. But if we have other ones, that could be nice. Okay, what's going on down here? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Oh yeah, we don't do this anymore. Oh wait, we have another place where we use it? Oops. Oh. Oh, but wait, we don't need this anymore. We just made the whole thing to replace that. This becomes build variable string. And we pass in value string. Okay, so hopefully this will prevent us saving a bunch of things that we don't need. So I'm gonna come back over here and I'm gonna attempt to delete these again. Bored, hunger, lonely, poop, thirst. We don't need those. Okay, so let's make sure that that's not creating those, and it isn't. Obviously our warnings are still exploding, but it's not creating the wrong things. So now I'm gonna examine it and see what's wrong with it inside of here. Yeah, there's nothing in there. It's empty. That's yeah. And what about the time? The time one? Also empty. Yikes. Okay, we gotta fix that. Ooh dear. Oh, refactoring. Okay, so here's what I want to check then. I would like to check, is the loaded stats dictionary, or loaded value dictionary, getting filled up? Latest loaded values. It is not. Oh dear, I've made mistakes. That's supposed to have stuff in it. So it probably is putting that into the save file, but it's empty, so there's nothing there. Okay, so why is latest loaded values not getting filled up with all the stats? Oh no. Oh my goodness. When a value gets saved, we check to, oh, because it doesn't have them in there yet. We're saying if they're in there, assign it, but they're not in there. So yeah. we gotta put them in the first place. Else and would that be just like we just append, add, get, or add? Didn't we do a get or add? I thought we did. I guess that was somewhere else. Okay, alright. Wait, if you do get or add, you would just put that here, right? I don't know, I don't want to use my brain for that. Latest loaded values, get or add, stat variable string as the key, and then the value will be whatever it currently is, right? Okay, let's see if that actually fills out the values this time. I'm not seeing errors or warnings. Alright, we have stats null and time 0. Yeah, that's not right. And it's saving them both in each of them. Oh dear, what have I done? I mean, it does raise the possibility that you don't make two different save files, first of all. But secondly, why is it stats null and time 0? Oh y'all, I refactored this real bad. Okay. It looks nice in the code, but it doesn't work. Cool. So latest loaded values, stat variable string. Well, yeah, that makes sense because you're just getting the word stats right now. So you actually want you want value. This is where you do want value string. This is absolutely, I didn't need to replace this everywhere. You're saying, oh dear, it's your new gem. Oh dear. You know, sometimes it's just like, you just need like a gentle oops. Okay. this actually should be value string. And actually, we have to do the same thing here. This was not supposed to be changed to something else. Now, the other thing is, this isn't gonna have the underscore, is it? So now I'm feeling like I actually did need that return. That's okay, we can remake it. We can remake it. Func return string as variable. And really, it's just add an underscore. An underscore. Prefix with underscore. No, but what if you add other stuff someday? Let's just say we won't. Value string. I'll refactor it again. String name, and it's gonna return a string name. And literally all we're gonna do is return an underscore prefixing a value string. And then might as well use it here. Since we have the function, might as well be consistent. Put in value string, and then we'll just litter this throughout where it belongs. Instead of what we're doing, which is wrong. So I guess the question is, do you want to do the underscores in all of them? I mean, we are doing it here. Yeah, just do the underscores. Just do it. So then, and then that's a little long. So maybe don't do that. Variable, we'll say value to save. Also, that's not supposed to be stat variable. Oops. Oops. Hold on. Stat variable string. It's making things confusing. It should be like data variable string. It should be. It kinda should be. I'm so sorry for all these mistakes that I've made. Build variable string. That could be anything. Data variable. And that is technically a stat, but we're not creating something new there. Yeah, it's all data variables. Let's replace them all. Okay. The data variable string. Not when we're loading. Here. When we go to save the value, we want to actually clarify what the value we're saving is, and that is the prefix with underscore version of the valued string. Okie dokie. Value to save. Do we have anyone else in here? JSON string. File. It does raise the question that we don't need to do this, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of thinking we don't. Well, anyway, let's see where we're at first. I'm gonna get rid of these so we create them fresh. And let's see what happens. Okay. We got time only saving in the time one, but it's 0. We have stats and time saving in the stats one. And it's still null, and the time is still 0. Is the dictionary filling up, though? It kind of makes sense, I guess. I think we were mostly addressing the dictionary problem. Okay, I see 2 things in the dictionary. We have time and stats. It needs to be each stat, not the word stats. No. So take me to save stats. What's happening in save stats? Help me understand what's going on there. In save stats, we're iterating through every index in the stats enum, and then we assign the name of that to a string, and then we run save value on that string. So what is that string actually, though? Is that string not what I thought it would be? Maybe it's getting obliterated by the time we get here. Yeah, because right here you're saying build variable string. If it's a stat, you're replacing it. Yeah, see, this is why you don't need this. You don't need, I mean, you could. It's like you have these 2 different things. You have the stat name itself, and then you have the name of the script. So that'll be like script name, not data variable string. Or, yeah. I really feel like they should just be all one save file. I'm not really seeing the point of having separate save files anymore. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I hate to do it because we set up a lot under that presumption, but I think it's time. I think it's time to let go of it, which means the whole build variable as string, I don't know that we need that. I think it turns out that's not necessary, which is fun. And then we'd actually want this to just be the same thing, right? Which means we just do that. I could be wrong, okay? I'm ready to be wrong. Okay. I know there's still something I'm missing. Brain hurty. So we're just going to test it and see what's wrong. Okay, delete those. Run the game again. Check for infinite recursion. Right, so we're not actually doing build variable string anymore. Oh yeah, right. We don't want this save data dot save, and then this is loading a specific value? Why does that say time? Wait. Why does that say time? Where do we call load value? Yeah, that's wrong. This was hard. Okay. So this would bring in our... And that's a callable. File exists. But it's just a string, right? Wait, what is this? I guess not. It's literally a callable. So would I pass it as a call? I'm actually not sure. If I want to return a callable, create. Whoa, creates a new callable. Crazy. Variant. In the specified variant? What does that mean? Finished work for today? Nice, Flip. He added 1,100 lines of code. Doesn't seem like a lot, but what it is for taxes, everything needs to be quintuple checked, and it is exhausting. That makes sense. Nice work. That does sound hard, actually. Let's go. We're getting things done. I refactored something and it's beastly, and I didn't know I'd have to refactor it, but I did. I feel like we're gonna be scheduling extra streams this month. Creates a new callable method for the named method in the specified variant. Several hundred PDFs? You know a lot about taxes. I feel like you've learned a lot doing the job like that. Just close them. Shut them down. Done. I can't wait till I can shut this down. Even though I love what I'm doing, but there's a point where it's like, okay, girl's tired. Represent a method of a built-in variable type. What do you mean a built-in variable type? Creates a new callable for the method named method in the specified variant. Okay, I'm actually... If y'all know what this means, you can explain it to me, because I don't understand what this means. You've worked there for a decade. I hope you picked up a few things. Definitely. You must have. This method is always necessary for the dictionary type, as property syntax is used to access its entries. You may also use this method when variance type is not known in advance. What does this variant mean? Like, all I want to do is construct a callable that I pass as a callable. I just don't understand what it means by variant. To represent a method of a built-in variant type. A custom callable is used. See, is custom. Returns true if this callable is a custom callable. I'm confused. I'm about to ask the chatbot. I don't get it. Well, yeah, I know what a variant is, but I'm asking in the context of this, what does it mean? Create. Like, what does it want me to put here and why is it being put there? Is my confusion. So I'm about to ask the chatbot. If regular chat doesn't know, it's time for the chatbot to answer up. We gotta do what we gotta do. Because I don't really get it. What does this method want me to put in the variant parameter? Be succinct in your response. GDScript 4.5. You pass the target variant instance whose method you want to call. Oh! Okay, so like the class or something, like the object? So I guess it just be itself. But the actual object or variant value that owns the method. Got it. Couldn't you call it owner? Or something? Like, it's kind of confusing. In the specified variant. I find that very confusing, but okay, I get it now. Yeah. Well, I have no way to prove that you didn't just respond after seeing what we answered, but I'm sure you didn't. Well, the use case, it's right here. I don't want to hear your judgment. I'm going to say you're passing in this callable, so and then what does that get put on? Oh god, okay, fine. Maybe like on the string name or something? No, because that goes in. Okay, wait, let me go look at it again. Create. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, rain is mush. That's fair. I'm only using it because I need it. So we put the string name in here. So it's its own thing. I'm just trying to think, like, does this go at the end of something? Like, is it something dot create or create and then we put it in there? I assume the second one. So I just wasn't seeing it pop up, so it concerned me. See, it doesn't like show up. So that makes me nervous. But then what would it be on? Because we already have the string name. Okay, I'm gonna ask the chatbot again. What? Does it go like this? Something dot create params. Which documentation? GDScript documentation. Something dot. It was just incallable. Oh, it was incallable. Or like this. Create params. Callable. The second one. Oh, callable! Okay, so we would literally say callable, create. Got it. Oh, it's like creating like a new class. I see. Got it. So callable dot create. Very, to me, a very confusing entry. Would not be something I could figure out on my own there. Maybe in the future, I'll recognize this pattern somehow. Okay, and the thing that I want to create is really on itself. So whatever its own type is, which is a node. But I think we want to put its actual self on here. So self, and the method is going to be, okay. save, and it'll be different depending on things. Static is what lets you call it like this. Static creates a lot. There, neato. The static is what lets you call it like this. Okay. All right. So this was gonna be like either, and this is what happens if it doesn't exist. So if the file exists, so this is if we save it, right? So it's checking to see, hey, I'm loading this file. Does it exist? It doesn't? Okay, I'm gonna save a new one. That's what this is doing, basically. It does say static at the end. I noticed that. Yeah. I did see that. I didn't like let it sink in, but I saw that. Interesting. All right, I'm done being interested. I gotta finish this. If not file access, file exists, file path. So this is if we save it. So there's only one file now. So you can just put save data. We're done here. I didn't need this. Now before, I was having save time and save stats. And so that would have been, I didn't need this. We learned all this. I don't need it. That would have been when I would use it, because I would say, okay, construct the save stats callable, or construct the save data callable. Wait, but that's not right. Wait, that doesn't. No, it does, because you only... wait a minute. Are we gonna have a save data? I guess we would save all, is what we would do. That way all of them save, and it creates the file. Something, I feel like, oh god, refactoring this has broken me. Okay, this would technically, I think, be save all. So I didn't need to learn that, but I'm glad I did. That was interesting. But I'm done being interested. And then we still call that if not. Okay, where are we at? I'm lost, I'm confused. Let's delete this. Start it up. There's still a lot of problems, but one at a time. 15, 45. Okay, we have a lot of errors. No. Get rid of them. Okay, there's save data. Okay, it's listing them out. we got progress. This is good. Bored, hunger, lonely, poop, thirst, time. Let's go. They're empty, but at least it's listing them out and putting them in there. Very good. Okay. Now, we have a ton of warnings, but that's okay. Missing key in save file, data save, unload value. Alright. Because I think it's looking for stats, would be my guess. It would be nice to say what it's looking for. That would be really helpful. Can't find if it has data variable string. Can't find data variable string in save file. And then this should tell me, it's probably stats or something. We'll see. Can't find stats yet. Okay, you want me to put spaces? Sometimes it wants me to put a space, sometimes it doesn't. This time it did. Can't find stats in save file. Well, we don't want to look for the word stats. We don't even need to put stats anywhere ever again as a string. That's old-timey behavior. Let's build variable string. So is that still happening? It is. Load value. Data variable string now is just going to be prefix with underscore value string. That's the new way. This is kind of not useful anymore. It's trash for now. Okay, debugger not popping off. That's good. The save file not filling up. So that's true, but debugger isn't getting angry. Let's check the dictionary, and hopefully we're seeing all of them. We will, but they're not going to be updating. So it's all 0, time, hunger, thirst, lonely, bored, poop. Good, good, good. Okay, now we just got to get the values in there, and then we'll be golden. Okay, so from where are you fetching the value? From where do you fetch this value? Well, it would be, oh, let's check the variables, because we have all these variables up here. Are those updating? I'm guessing not. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Nothing. Those should be changing. Okay. So from where does it get said values? That's a good question. It's an excellent, excellent question, everybody. Previously, we have to get them from very specific places, right? So if it's loading time, we don't just want to pull in load, or I guess if we're saving time, we don't just want to say it's called time. We also want to say, what is the time value? Very important. What is the value that we're saving? Right? So in this case, anytime we save time, we would want to put in there manage time ref get time game by seconds. Time game seconds? That's fine. Alright, and then on save value, we need to make sure it actually is going to look for that. Value string value to save. That's going to be, at least for now, they're all floats. I can't imagine them not be. If they aren't, that'll be a different save file. So if it's like design stuff, we'll do that some other time. But I'm not planning on finishing that during this jam, so we don't even put the value in here. We get or add this, and we base it on that. So we need to set it. We have no setting. There's not a set we're getting when we save, but we set nothing. That is fun. Okay, great. So if we save that, we need to make sure that we also set the data variable string to be the value to save. And then when we come down here to get it, it will actually be there. All right. One more thing, you have to make sure on stats that it also knows to push that in. Yeah, right down here. So we're saving the stats, but we're not actually getting what the stat is. So this is actually a little bit more, because over on manage stats, these are all listed in here like this. Hunger underscore value, hunger value, thirst value. So this is where we would want to fetch them from, is in here. Do we already have something like that? I mean, obviously we do, because we're passing them into the debug. So clearly we do have that. Oh, but so we're doing each individual one. Get stat value and then stat to get. So that's what we do, is we iterate through that. Okay, cool. So go back to the manage data, save value, enum string. Yeah, but can we just like put this as a variable value to save, stat to save? Yeah, keep it value to save. Value to save, not called stat to save. It's different. And so we'll say manage stats dot ref dot get stat value, and in there we pass it does make me think we don't need to do it this way. Like, why not just iterate through them themselves? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Now I'm trying to remember back what we were studying earlier. Do I have undos over here in GScript Live? Hell yeah, I do. It was just more like enum dictionary puzzling. It's literally the same thing in size, except it's not range. We set enum1 and enum by the number, and then it can find it. Okay, so we set it, and then we find, okay, remind me what this prints. That prints something and another thing. So it actually tells us what the name of it is. So we don't want this, obviously. So we could even say something, comma, is, comma, enum1. It's not really the same thing, but 0 and 1. So that's the index number. So enum1 gives us the index number. The index number, we have to do it as. I feel like we have to do as enum. Something like that. We did that already. Why did we do that? I just want to make sure we have like parity. Oh, it was right there. As stats. Here, on minute tick. Yeah, this is the line we need. Stat enum stats equals stat index as stats. And that's what we get. Okay, cool. We got data. Stat to save is set to stats, and we pull it in as, oh, we have to say manage stats dot ref dot. You could also just make a variable like variable stats enum. Save yourself a little. I don't know, will that work though? Nah, you know what, we better reference it every time. I don't want to deal with it. Ref, it might work, I don't care. Whoops. Stat to save. We type it as that. Oh, we don't want ref. Equals. We have a key index. We'll call it stat index, won't you? Stat index as manage stats dot stats. That's the actual stat to save. And so when we save the value, it's not just that, it's the thing that is the value, right? That's not what that's going to return. Wait a minute, I'm bugging. This is wrong. I'm wrong. You only want the enum string. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I made a mistake. I made a huge mistake. What we need is the variable. We need to concatenate. We have to create the variable name. And we don't do that anywhere else already. Like there's not like a place where we do something like that. We do like a build stat variable string. Yes, use that. Use that. Make it accessible elsewhere. Do it. That's what we have to do. Okay. Now come to data. It gets confusing, okay? It's confusing. And then stat value. I mean, we could probably even just do, nah, make it something. Okay, for real this time. Stat variable to save. But also, okay, so you get that, but how does that turn into a variable that you return? Return get. Gotta use that get. It's all about that get. Get is everything. Seems a little weird. No, it's not weird. It makes perfect sense. you're just gonna have to get it from manage_stats.ref. So it's a little different, but not that different. So really this is variable name to save. That's gonna be a string name. And it's going to equal manage stats.ref.build stat variable string. Oh, wait, we did need that. We did need that. Oh, I wasn't doing something we didn't need. Stat to save. This is enum to save. Right? We do have to put that because that has to go in here as a parameter. I didn't realize I was gonna need it, but I do need it. It turns out. And then we do enum to save in there. And then finally, variable stat value to save a float. That's going to equal manage stats dot ref dot get. What are we getting? We are getting the variable name to save. And then we put that right in here as the value. Should be float, but is string name. String name float. Oh yeah, stat value to save, sorry. My bad. The stat value to save. Alright. Let's see what we got. Where are we at? It's running. Great. Hit me. Build stat. Oh, yeah. We took off that. Do it again. Run it. You got this. No, it's okay. Save it. Restart. End it. Save it. Start it. Okay, good. Bad. Check for infinite recursion. Uh-oh. Save time. Save value, because load time. Oh god. Wait, where's the recursion? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. What have I done? There was like a moment where I thought this might happen. I don't remember what moment, but I did think it. Save time. Save value. At function time setter. Oh, I see. It's the setter. So I think what you don't want to do is we don't want save time anywhere but here. It's interesting that it didn't happen on stats. I'm guessing it just didn't get to stats. That would have recursed as well, I would think. Probably. So I think the issue is, yeah, save all. But not right there. Not right there. Wait. Where? Save time. Not there. Not there. No, there's only two places. It's either there or it's there. I'm a little confused. If it's coming from the setter, because the setter is supposed to make sure we're not saving while values are loading, which is not as important for this save file, but it is a guard that I think is worth having. Where's the recursion? Save time. It's so close. Yeah, you can see it didn't even get to the other values yet. But I'm sure those would have recursed as well. On minute tick. Oh, save all on minute tick. We're not running that again. So that's the first time it runs it, is on minute tick. First time. Then it runs save all, which calls save time. Save time calls save value. Save value sets the value to save, which then saves time. Oh yeah, that does sound... Wait, that does sound like recursion. Saving the time runs save the value. Sets this, which then saves it again. So I guess, like, I mean, you don't really need it. You don't really need the is loading thing. I gotta be honest. That was... So the reason why I set that up was for a character creator where the player could, like, scroll like a bar, and the color of the character's skin would change, like, every second, right? And so I wouldn't want to be saving if you were in the middle of doing that stuff. Something like that. It was something like that. And then potentially it would get weird if I didn't block out saving. I can't remember how it went, but it was something like that. And I don't know that that's totally relevant here. So I could just get rid of that, but I want to understand it. Why is it... Save all runs save time, which saves the value, which procs the setter. And if it procs the setter, it goes back to save time. I don't even think it's right there. I feel like it's out here. So that procs save time, which procs save value, which procs the time setter. Which procs save time, save value, time setter, recursion. If it's not loading, save time. Maybe I'm not setting, like, the loading stuff correctly. Like, the easiest fix is just to get rid of the setter. That would be the quickest way to just deal with this and move on with my life. But here, let's do it. And if there's problems, we'll deal with it. I'll get rid of this for now. Something about it bothers me. I don't know what yet. And I don't know when I'm gonna know what that is. And I hate that my brain can't wrap its head around why this is recursion. I know it is, but it's tripping me out. Okay, so if we get rid of that, look, it's fantastic. It's keeping track of the values. I want to make sure that's updating. There it goes. I mean, it's perfect. Like, there's no problems. It's fine. It's updating the values as it should. If we drop hunger down, we come over here, it dropped down. Like, this is correct. So what that should mean, and I don't know that I've actually fed this back into here, but the time, so 12:15. So if we exit and come back, it should go back to 12:15. Oh, so we're not resetting. Oh, whoa. We're not actually feeding it back in anymore. Oh dear. We were doing that, but I guess now it's different. I feel really weird about getting rid of this, but I can't deal right now. So I'm going to, I'll say this. Here, we'll do this. To do, evaluate why is loading is useful and consider that it recurses if I include it. What do I do? Okay. And so that's, there you go. Now I can put it on my brain and come back to it later. But what I actually want to deal with right now is feeding it back in. So that would be at the beginning when we load the game, so set initial time, we say time to set manage data.ref load time. So this is supposed to return a float and then assign it. So the question is, why isn't it? Oh, tried loading the time from 0. Yeah. Yeah, that's wrong. Try loading time from 0. And it doesn't even get to the if time to set, because it's nothing. So why does that return nothing? Load time, load value time. Let's go look at load value. It was quite an undertaking to refactor this, I will say. Load value returns in theory variant, but in practice, it's always gonna be a float. So where do we return it? Yeah, just make it a float. It's gonna be a float, right? Surely I won't regret that. Oh, I think I did that so I could make it null potentially. Oh yeah, look, return 0. We're not returning. We're returning the value. We're returning a bunch of zeros. Oh, there you go. Easy. Okay, so if the content does have it, if it doesn't, it's a warning, and it's gonna return nothing. Hey, welcome back, Barts. I had to refactor all my save stuff, and I'm like this close to being done with it. Return latest loaded values, data variable string. I guess we just get it? Just get whatever it is? We don't necessarily need load to be both doing the getting and this, so I would say, but the reason why you're here for the song. It's the premiere song. And I feel like someone was trying to say this earlier, and I was like, no backseating. About combining these two things, where it's returning it and it's loading it. But it felt like it made sense at the time. I'm not sure I now think it makes sense. Because we do have a way to get the time. But not really, because it's loading it now, because it loads it and it gets it. No, I think this is still good. Because that way we know the order of operations. We know that it loaded it, and we know that it's returning it after it loads it. So I think it's still OP. So it definitely fetches it from the content, which is the JSON file. And then once we know we have it, we return. So it's gonna also have set it, so we can literally just return get data variable string. I mean, at this point, we might as well get it out of here, which would be nice. Do you design and then code, or do you design while you code? Interesting question, Dash. Both? What do you mean by design? Do you mean like game design, like the term game design, like planning out what your game is gonna be? I design and then code, and then ideally, in an ideal development cycle, I will iterate on that. Yeah, I will iterate on that and then redesign it. So, for my 4th Game Like Jam entry, Ski Free, it was a very simple mechanic. So we were making games like Ski Free, which is very simple. You're just running down a hill and you're avoiding things. Game. Right? So I was able to get that up and running very quickly, which meant I could plan out what my game was going to be. I coded it, and then I could say, what would be fun if I changed this or if I add that? So I added in collectibles, right? These like gems that you pick up along the way. So I was able to like iterate on it and come up with new design stuff because I had enough of it coded that I could make those decisions. Unfortunately, for most of these game jams or the short time periods, I haven't been able, not unfortunately, but it's just the way it is. I haven't been able to really have time to decide, ooh, that's not that fun, let's adjust it or something. So generally I design first, I code, and ideally, I have time to make a design change along the way. Yeah. Neat question. I like that question. I assume you are game dev adjacent with a question like that. It sounds like you have some game dev familiarity, some knowledge. Are you a game dev yourself? Sorry, I was just fixing something. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, so this time we're gonna get... I would rather get it out of here, though, if I'm being honest. That way we're, like, extra verifying that it got set correctly. You know? That's how I feel about it. So I'm gonna say this is the variable... No, don't do that. Just plug it in. Yeah, just plug it in. Return that. Alright, don't get fancy. Hopefully it will set it. I could still be missing something, I can't remember. You're a new entrant in the game, working on a submission for the game. Oh, for Game Like Jam? Let's go! Welcome. Welcome to the Game Like Jam. That's awesome. I love this jam. It's the first opportunity I've had to actually finish, like, whole games. I mean, they're not big games, but they're games. And I feel like I'm getting that full arc experience. Exactly like your question. I'm getting the experience of, like, oh yeah, I love it when I can iterate. Although, to be fair, I think the best Game Like Jam game I've made, I didn't really have time to iterate on it, and I just had to execute my vision, and it was the best of all of them that I've made. So, whether iteration is always the best thing, I don't know, but it can be really nice. Okay. 208. Come in here, does it say 208, 207? Nice. Okay, and then all the other values, so it's not updating these, but I haven't set it to yet. So the time is saving, this is beautiful. So let's make sure the stats save as well. So y'all are gonna see my cat suffering if I don't take care of it on stream. This is good, this is good, this is very good. So on manage stats, we also wanna set the initial stat values. This might be where we finally do this. Probably not though. So really I want to handle it just like time, where we do set initial time and a function just like this. So hell, I'm just gonna copy it and make it sort of similar. Set initial stats, that is to say what happened while we were gone, basically. Set initials, or where we left off. I would love for it to be that, like, the stats actually change while you're gone. I just don't have time for all that, unfortunately. But it would be cool. Maybe in a future iteration someday. But yeah, I tend to commit. I tend to, like, come up with my... So to be clear, too, for this particular one, I thought long and hard for many days. And then, you know, I did some writing, but for me, the culmination of that, like, for me, an ultimate design document for these little games is slides, or like some images that mock up what the game's gonna look like. So I just get stock photos, stock imagery, stock graphics, and I just plug them in and think about where the UI is gonna go. And then in this case, so I have like a version of the couch down here, which is what happens when you click on the couch, and then what happens when you click on the cat, what happens when you click on the computer, on the phone, on the litter box, and the food bowl. So for me, I really make sure I have like a solid idea of what my game is gonna be. But sometimes with the volcano game, I really just kind of went in and just found out what would happen. I let the game tell me what it wanted to be. So I'm experimenting. I think I'm still learning what I like best. What about you, though? What do you like to do? Do you design and then code, or do you do them both? Time, game, seconds. Oh yeah, this is old. We don't care about this. This is for time. We want stats. So stat to set. Now this is going to be multiple stats, right? So we don't just want to load time. In this case, we're loading stats. Now, I'm not returning anything with this. With time, we were returning stuff. With this, we're not. Which is fine. I mean, you could. The thing is I don't think... Yeah, because we're just iterating through all these keys. And you could have, like, load... I guess you could have load value. We could make load value. Feed into, like, an array or a dictionary. And then put that back into load stats. Yes, it all has to work in the browser. Exactly. Yeah. As always. But you're asking if my game will? Yeah, absolutely. It already does. So, I'll show you. Alright, so this is my current browser build. You can see the time is 1:18. 1:19. Refresh it. And it will remember. And now it's picked up from where it left off. So yeah, if you use the user //save data.save, it will save it in a folder on in the computer if they're on the desktop version, and if they're on the web version, it'll save it somewhere else. We're actually just looking at this on the documentation. It's interesting. I can't remember where was it. I think I was just searching like user this and then like Godot docs. You haven't been a programmer for very long. Fair enough. Less than 10 months. So you question the quality of your scripts because they're usually less than 60 lines. Honk! Do I need a honk command? Is that something? Question the quality of scripts. They're usually less than 60 lines. That's okay. Compared to you with over 100. Nah. I mean, some people swear by having scripts that are less than 100, you know? Every dev needs a honk. Just devs, not streamers, but every dev needs a honk. Alright. Yeah, let's get right on that. Where was it? It's interesting to see. It was like internet DB or something. Where was it? I can't believe I lost it. Did I search for it on Chrome maybe? Oh, there was my previous search. Where were the results? File paths. Here we go. Bart's, if you want to read about it. We got there. Accessing persistent user data. I will link you if you are curious to learn more. And so if it's on the browser, it connects to this like internet database thing, which is very interesting. And like, what the hell is that? I wasn't fully clear on what it is, but it's something that exists. Wait, where was it? DB. Oh, indexed DB, not internet database. Indexed DB. On HTML5 exports, user will refer to a virtual file system stored on the device via indexed DB. I looked it up. I can't say I exactly had much. Yeah. I can't say I exactly fully understood it. It's like something that exists, and like some mass database, some low-level API. I don't know. Like, is it like does Godot have their own? I don't really understand it. I gotta be honest. Like, is it an entity that exists outside of individuals, large scale? I don't know. There's something kind of spooky about it, if I'm being honest. Like, what is this giant database of all of our save information? I don't know. But that's where it goes, which is interesting. Like, is it on like a per browser? Like everyone has their own? I don't get it, but it's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah. Internet Games Database, yeah, kind of. Seems complex to connect the relations between multiple scripts and autoloads. Yeah. Yeah, I usually use singletons, if that's what you mean. Just devs. When in doubt, honk it out. What are you referring to? Is this some inside joke I don't get? It's kind of amazing. So I love this singleton pattern where I establish a static variable that refers to itself, so that way it's accessible anywhere. And then we initialize it here. So as you can see, I'm referring to manage time.ref. I do this all over the place. This has for me been the clearest path. I've gone through a lot of different ways of doing things. Signal buses, auto loads, but I don't really use auto loads much anymore. And I found this, I don't know, I found this to be a really nice way to manage this stuff. So I also think about like, well, where would this be? You know, like if we're trying to get time, like we want to find out when something is happening, that should probably be on the time singleton. So I try to also make sure that's lined up good. What's up, Sayer? Welcome back. No inside joke. You just know a lot of game dev streamers who have a honk command. I don't know why it started, but I personally love it. What should it sound like? What should our honk sound like? You could test it if you use a different browser to try to load the save. Oh, it definitely wouldn't work. It's definitely per browser, right? But like, what is it? How does it determine that? Like, is it IP address? Like, if I were to use a proxy, would it be different? Is it the browser itself, or is it like some database that tracks your IP address? Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. There's definitely a test. I would probably start with proxies and like try to have like a specific IP address that I set it to, and then rotate to different ones and see if the values change back to those different ones every time I switch to it. A honk command. I don't even know. I'd have to like set that up proper. All right, I'll add it to my list of things to do, Fanny. Okay, it's a list that is ever growing. But I'll even give it like a bunch of stars so it really stands out on my list, on my to-do list. And I can't promise by the next stream it's gonna be there. Honk command. But I'm going to do my best to make sure it happens. It's on the list. Honk honk. Exactly. Okay, I'm so close to this being done. What was the thing I needed to do? Oh dear. I don't remember. Honk honk! Does there need to be 2 honks? Or can it be 1 honk? How many honks is it supposed to be? No, I'm not sure. Can we store it on your computer in the browser files? Probably in the cookies. Well, that's what I would have thought, right? But apparently not cookies? I know, right? If we turn off... there's a lot of tests we could do. If we block cookies, we could try it. The way you honk is up to you. It's lovely. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Sayer. Cheers. Okay. Brrr. I need to do stuff. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, we're fetching the stats and we're gonna apply them. And I was copying the code that we had from time. Right, and so you load your stat. And I was considering if I wanted to return information. So if we were going to apply it back, we would want like probably like a dictionary. Don't we already get the like, oh yeah, we build it with the builds stat variable string here, and that's when we save them, which is different. Interesting that we load it right after. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I think I want behavior to be similar. That's just what I want, so that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have this return a dictionary? Yeah, because we want the name and the value. It was a little complicated for a last thing, but that's okay. So it's gonna return a dictionary. We iterate through all the keys and we load the value. So that would mean also load value. Oh, it already returns a float. Beautiful. And then I got lost. Where am I? Where did I go? Here. And then we would actually assign this to something. So we'll say variable loaded stats, which is a dictionary that is empty. And then we would say loaded stats dot get or add that stat value. And then at the end, we'll return loaded stats. So now, when we go to our manage stats here, oops, we go to manage stats, set initial stats. It depends what stat we have. Manage, okay, stats loaded. We'll call it even the same thing. Loaded stats, which is a dictionary, and it's just fetching manage data load stats. Correct. Tried loading stats from time to set. I mean, you could put it in there. That's not helpful. From loaded stats. Yeah, if it's not empty, but I'd rather have this on a per stat basis, right? For stat in loaded stats because there's going to be different values. So I guess we have to say if it has it. I guess it matters if it's 0 or not too. We'll say if it has it. If, well, of course it's gonna have it. Otherwise, it wouldn't even work. So, but I see. As long as it's not 0. If, but it's not gonna. They don't all start at 0. So I guess what we would say. Oh God, that's a little complicated. We'd want to technically check if it was the constant or not, which is kind of nuts. So where I build it, oh, this is crazy. We could say to upper boolean equals false, and then return. I know I'm just being so hardcore. If to upper, hey, let's make this a variable. Variable built string, which will be a string name, and it equals this. And then we say if to upper, then we return built string to upper, which should return it uppercase. So, and then what we put in there, what we send in there, okay, just do it. If stat to return manage stats. So when you load the stats, it's not the same name. You see, that's the confusing part. You could even do it the other way. What if you say for stat in stats? Stat index, and then we get the stat enum. Then we can pass it in. So we can actually make it quite similar to this. For stat index integer in stats size. Now we have the enum, and we say if build stat variable string stat enum. Well, a couple things. This is kind of crazy. Stat variable string, if that stat enum not just that, not just the name of it. This is kind of nuts. If loaded stats, but here's the thing, is it's not going to be that exact name, right? Because it's just going to have like, oh my god, this is going to be kind of crazy actually. Well, I think what you do is you take this. Oh my god. This is getting a little insane, I'm not gonna lie. This is getting crazy. Like, I could do it. I can do it. It's just, like, kind of painful. Because I want to make sure it matches what's going to be in there. But it also is part of this. So if we iterate through here, and we want to get the string from it, stat enum gives us the actual enum. But what about the name? What about the string? Variable. Well, how do you usually get your stat strings? How do you normally get it? Like this. Find key. Find key. Do you really have to do it as a string? I feel like this is redundant. I've been doing this, but I don't think we have to do this. Find key returns... Oh, returns a... Oh no, you have to do it. Right? I don't know. But this... That's what we want. You could also make that a helper function. You could. Please don't. Please don't. Convert enum. This could be a static function. Convert enum to string. Actually, this is kind of useful. Then I don't have to keep asking myself how to do it. Wait a minute. This is actually brilliant for me. Convert enum to string. But what are you going to pass in is the thing, right? Because it probably needs to know. I do too. It needs to know where. So we need to know enum, script with enum, right? And we have to know that. Which might not even be a node. It could be a resource. Do resource and node share a common class? Like ref counted or something? This is pretty obnoxious. No, I don't even think so. I don't even think that's true. Is it object? Object... I never really thought about this. Leads to a ref counted. A ref counted leads to a resource. A ref counted leads to ABCDEFGHILMNO object node 3D gizmo. No, I don't think so. Crypto? What is that? Provides advanced cryptographic. It's like, Godot has crypto? What? It doesn't. Godot does not have crypto. Alright, I'm bored with this. I don't want to do this anymore. We'll just say it's a node. You can't do it with resources. Deal with it. Godot NFTs. I was like, I guess it's good to support it. Shouldn't that be handled by community plugins? Node. And then we'd want to know. This is kind of crazy. This is a pretty severe static function to make. It's really helpful. But we have to know what the enum is. like enum ref, which, how do you even type that? What's that gonna be, like a dictionary? Then you have to load it as itself? Yeah, don't do it, Lise. Someday maybe I'll make that. But that sounds like kind of crazy to try to do. So never mind. Never we mind. It's helpful, but that's like a whole project to make that to me. To me, that's a whole project. Oh dear God. So what are we doing here? We are adding in the string build stat. This looks crazy. We're trying to get all of the stats to be loaded in, and I'm trying to do it dynamically because I'm crazy. If loaded stats, that is to say, there's anything there, it's not an empty dictionary, which it can be. If it's not, then could you please fetch the lowercase variable name of it? Now, how are you going to get that? Because that's not what this is. You're going to get that. I'll break it into variables in a second. String stats find key stat enum, right? So we pull in that. If, oh my God. First of all, oh my God, this is insane. So wait, loaded stats. Why are you putting this in parentheses here? This is wrong. If loaded stats. Okay, number one. If loaded stats. I don't think that's true. Oh my God, why am I doing this? If loaded stats. I think you want that like in brackets, right? So we want a key in there. This is gonna be the key. Oh yeah, this is it. You got it. If loaded stats, this is set to this to upper. If those match, I think is the idea. Then it's got to get on my parenthesis right. Specifically, what doesn't? Closing bracket doesn't have an opening. Is that a parenthesis? That's a bracket. Opening bracket, closing bracket. Is that what that says? I can't see. Does that say bracket or parent? That is a bracket. That is definitely a bracket. You think that doesn't have an opener? You don't think those... Okay, let's make it more clear now. Variable stat variable string lower string name equals this. I should try to make it look a little less chaotic. Oh no, I don't know. Stat, it's still pretty long though. Stat variable string lower. Okay, nice. Good. If this is not, if that is set, if this is not set to its default, is what I'm trying to ascertain here. Invalid argument for build variable string. Argument 1 should be stats but a string name. Oh. Oops. My bad. I'm sorry. To upper is not declared in the current scope. Oh. Oh my God. True. Phew. That was very confusing. If this is nuts. I need to comment this. This is not readable and you need to accept that. This is just not. If we're going through each one, we're iterating through every stat, and if the stat that we're iterating through in loaded stats is not set to Thank you, Fanny. You're awesome. You're making us honk a little more. Thanks, Fanny. I will. I know I'm gonna have to do extra streams this month, or at least do work off stream. Sleep well, Fanny. Sleep well. I gotta sleep too soon. Oh my god. Okay. I just want to pass these in, and I want it to be dynamic, and I want it to be beautiful. If the stat that we're iterating through, which we're getting as a variable string, that's not going to be in there that way. That's not what that looks like in there. It's just not. It's simply not. I'm just saying. So what you'd really want, I think, is you'd want an underscore here. Add that on there. This is what we're checking in there. Oh my god, it's so confusing. Stat variable string lower. That's what we're checking in the dictionary right there. Because in the dictionary, if I look here, I'll show you the dictionary. It's got underscore stat name. That's what we're creating. It's underscore stat name. Underscore stat name from the enum. And that's what's going to be in the dictionary, so we're looking for that in that dictionary, because that's what we're pulling from low stats. Okay? Okay. Then, I think so, right? That's what we're returning. Yeah, we're creating a dictionary. Keys. Get or add load values stat. I'm a little unsure if I'm doing this right. We're gonna find out. We want to see, is that the constant? Is it the same value as the constant? So this isn't even it yet. Okay, this is where we want to say build stat variable string. Okay. In here. Alright? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Or just if I want to add more as well. Yeah, making a dynamic stat table. Yes. I try to make everything as dynamic and modular as possible, so I can use it in future projects. I can, if I want to add a new stat, remove a stat. And so I don't have to write a bunch of code over and over again. I don't know, it's just the way I gravitate lately. But this is very unreadable. This is brutal. So if the variable, you should write it right now. If the stat being loaded, if the stat variable which corresponds with the stat being loaded is set to being loaded, if the value of the stat variable which corresponds with the stat being loaded is not equal to its constant / starting value, then you live reusable functions, right? You have a library type thing for that stuff. Yeah, a whole library type thing. Exactly. I want to build up my libraries. Exactly. I like that. I guess I don't want to make a project and then just I keep referring back to my old projects, and like that's my library, right? So I go to my old project, I pull something out, and then I have to like change a bunch to try to make it fit the new project. And I'm trying to make more things that I have to do a few less changes when I put it in something else. I mean, this is pretty tightly coupled to the project, but that's okay. It's one step in that direction. If The value of the stat variable, which corresponds to the stat being loaded, is not equal to its constant starting value. Then update it. Then set it. Same as why you made a bunch of global auto-loaded scripts to add to all projects you start. Yeah, I want those, like, things I add to everything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've been putting them more in as, like, static scripts, but either works. Either works. That's what my print debug script is. It's this whole thing that makes fancy print messages styled a certain way. And now I can put this in every project. I don't even make an autoload. I just have to drop it in the file system somewhere, and it'll find it because, well, I think I am doing it as autoloads. Wait a minute. It's autoloads right now. Okay, I lied. It's autoloads. In theory, someday I would make it so it's not necessarily an autoload. I would have to make every variable static in order for that to be true. So that's aspirational. That's aspirational. But yeah, same. It's a good way to go. It's a good way to go. I do have a static. I wasn't making that up too. I do have a static script here. Yeah. So here, this is the one. I'll show you. So this is one that is doing that. So this is not an autoload, but I can access it from anywhere. So I just call it static just for the name. So this script is just in the file system. It's not an autoload at all. So all we gotta do, literally, so it's not in there. All I gotta do is say static func. Give it a class name, whatever it's gonna be, and then create a static function or static variable. And then, now you have to make sure it follows certain rules in order for it to be considered static. But then, throughout my code, although evidently I'm not actually using, oh, I spelled it wrong. I was like, really? None of them? So I'm only using a couple right now. But in theory, I can call this from any script, and it's going to find it, as long as it's static, and it has a class name. So you refer to the class name, and then you put the static thing after it. Very handy. And it's the same kind of, like, thing that makes all of these work. It's similar. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah, convert some globals to a static. Exactly, that's what I'm doing. I have some of them, little by little. Yeah. It's fun to try to make static functions, because it's like a challenge. It's like, oh, can't put that kind of variable in there. Okay, gotta change it to that. It's fun. I think it's fun. Sometimes too fun. So if indeed it doesn't match, we don't need to do anything at all. Remind me what we do on the time, because I'm getting really lost. Oh, we just don't do anything. We just skip it. Okay. So we don't even have to do an else. It's literally just everything happens in here. As long as those don't match, we're good to go. So what do we do now? Now, we need to set the stat variable string lower to be, I think you should put this in a variable loaded stats. Oh, you do have it right here. But wait, that's not right. This is wrong. Okay, yeah, put it in a variable right now. So variable, put it up here. Right up here. Variable, stat variable itself, we'll call it, just to move on. String name. I mean, it is string. It is a string. It's a little confusing. technically this is stat enum string lower. This is stat variable string. Different things. Different things. Not the same. Okay. So call this stat enum string lower. Stat enum. Now we're gonna put, well, actually same thing. Stat enum string lower, because that's the way it's gonna be written in there. Again, that's what this looks like. Except we're gonna call this something else. Oh yeah, we're putting it up here. That's what we're doing right now. Wait. Oh yeah. Wait. Wait a minute. That's gonna return. I'm doing something wrong. You love learning new stuff. Only learned the region and in-region stuff? Yeah, I love that. It's nice, right? It helps me, especially when I have like my debug scripts where there's like a ton of things that are being declared. Let's go. It's fun to learn things, right? Godot makes it fun and exciting, I think. Oh, this is wrong. Because this is looking for a string. That's not what that's going to return. This is going to return a value. This is going to return a number. This is incorrect. No, it's not. Because you're comparing two numbers. Oh, so we have to do get here. Wow. Can you type them? This is crazy. I can't believe what I'm doing here. This is variable loaded stat value, which is going to be a float, and it's going to be equivalent to this. And then in here, this will make it much more readable. If the loaded stat value is not set to what this is going to be, which is the loaded stat constant. I guess we'd even call it variable. Loaded stat variable, loaded stat constant. I'm gonna add more because I can't help myself. I'm gonna put value at the end of that. So that gives us a float, that gives us a float. Now we're comparing float to float. If those floats are not the same, then oh, and this was supposed to be this. Stat variable string? No, because this is the value. This is like the current value? Do we need the current value? Not really. I'm not sure what this was supposed to be, if I'm being honest. But we could set that. We probably should. Variable current stat variable. This would literally need to be the variable itself. Which loaded stat variable value. That's like the current, this is currently on this script. What is it set to? That's very different than getting what's in here. Oh my god, this is hurting my brain. I think you just want this. This is what you've loaded, is that. What are you loading here So this is actually current stat constant value. Right? So that goes in here. Loaded stat variable value, which is based on that thing that we find right in there. Current constant stat value, which we're comparing it to here. Now that we have that, I would want to assign variable current stat variable string, which will be a string name, and that gets set to this. So that's going to correspond to this right there. And this is what we set. So set current stat variable string to the loaded stat variable value. And then we can print saved stat what is it? We could just say stat unum string lower. Is look, this is loaded. I should really rephrase that. Loaded stat value is. I'm gonna change that on time real fast while I'm thinking about it, for consistency's sake. Loaded stat, whatever it is current. I guess we would use get here. It's kind of a lot to put it in there just for the sake of checking it, but that's okay. Is that okay? Crazy, I know. Okay, what's happening here? Cannot return value of type null because the function return type is string name. Build variable stat string. Whoa. Oh, this was supposed to just return build string. Alright, what's wrong with it? What did I do wrong? What did I forget? Invalid access to property or key hunger on a base of type dictionary. Okay, nice. It's trying to find hunger in the loaded stats dictionary, but it's not ready yet. That's probably why it's not finding it. So it's looking too soon. That's why we need to check to see if stuff is in there first. So if we look at managed data, oh wait, it is in there. Wait a minute. There's hunger. That's hunger. What's in this dictionary? That's interesting. Am I not filling that dictionary correctly? Perhaps? In load stats? Let's print whatever's happening in this dictionary before it returns it. So I'm gonna do a debug print. Let's make it highlight so it stands out. And specifically, I'm gonna print whatever loaded stats is, so I can see how wrong it is and why it's wrong, or what's wrong with it. 100 null, 75 null, 15 null, null. It's null along the way. So we just set that up wrong. Fixable. So fixable. Okay. So why is that going in as null? It's going in as null because you're get or adding as the key load. Oh, you're not even doing it right. We did the value. I totally forgot to put in the key. I didn't even add a key in there. Love that. Hypergame Dev is a liar. I know. Actually, Vinge, it's verging on 10 hours. Yeah, if you look at the YouTube VOD history, you will see I have a long storied past at streaming for 12 hours. I am attempting to shorten how long I stream down to 8 hours. But it's not going well. I can't help it. I'm slow and I hyperfocus, and I want to when I walk away from my work session, I want to be able to say I did this, not I started this and I didn't finish it, which is probably something I need to get over. But here we are. I know. I lied to myself. Let's put it that way. Someday it'll be down to 1, but that day is not today. That's right. You know. I long for it. Maybe not an hour, but yeah, shorter ones. Because if I do shorter streams, I can stream more often. I would rather do that. Alas. Okay, so we want to get the name of it, which is going to be like underscored. Do we have? We certainly have this somewhere. Here, prefix with underscore. Okay. And where do we use that? Because wherever we use... Oh, right here. Value string, which we get from there. Okay, that's not really that much, actually. You're over here thinking you can't imagine doing one single 12-hour stream anymore, and every stream is at least that long. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you do the long streams whenever you collab with me. But, yeah. I know. This is why my sleep schedule is crazy. Does you think it's bad here? Imagine when I'm not streaming. When I'm not streaming, I work even longer. I spend even longer hyper-focusing on something. And I stay up all night doing it. I don't sleep because I'm just like, go. Sleep, everybody. Sleep. Clubs are different. It's more social. Alright, if you say so. I guess so. It's not like a singular stream with one person. Yeah, okay, that's fair. No, it's different. I can see how it's different. I can see how it's the same, too. But I can see how it's different. Oh, yeah. When we're loading stuff, we're loading it not goodly. I lost where that is. I'm totally lost where that is. Load stats. Here. We're not actually assigning the key at all. That's a problem. It's interesting. Oh, because we are assigning the key. We're actually making the key. We're making the key be the value. And then we're making the value be null, which is wrong. Okay, this is so easy. You can do this. So literally you're iterating through all of those. So that means you do have to create this variable once again. Variable. We're so close. Pushing your sleep cycle through so eventually you'll be morning person. I've tried that. It hasn't worked for me. Let me know if it works for you. Literally, tell me, because I've tried to do that. Hyper focused into the middle of the night is real, right? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Stonehaven. It's like I think that too. It works sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it works. But like other times I don't know. I still so that day I still stay up late. So I'll get up early one day because I shifted everything, but then that night I still stay up too late. It's this thing called interoception, which apparently, so someone was talking about learning about executive dysfunction. Interoception is another term that is often talked about with situations like ADHD, and we have a problem with that, ADHDers. We don't interocept well. We don't interrogate the things that our bodies are trying to tell us. So everyone's different, but for me, if I feel tiredness, I just automatically am like, get that out of here. Get away, get away, get away. Body, I'm not listening to you. I'm doing stuff. I'm busy, body. Stop with the tiredness. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom? I'm busy. I don't have time to pee right now. I'm doing stuff. Right? And it's not conscious. It just like happens. And then next thing you know, we've been holding our pee for hours and hours, and we've been staying awake for hours and hours because we didn't listen to our I'm busy. I'm busy. I try to like thank my body. I'm like, body, thank you for filtering out liquids and making them come out in a form that is conveniently waste. Instead of like punishing my body and just being like, how dare you make me have to go to the bathroom? How dare you make me tired? Excuse me. Like, no, thank you, body, for being aware of the fact that I need to rest. I appreciate you for that. Doesn't mean it works, but I try. Yes, eat. Exactly. Eating. That's another one. You picked up one. You know exactly what I'm saying with the interoception. Exactly. Hunger is another one. Bouncing up and down. Exactly. Exactly. If Rogi hadn't had me draw that drawing earlier, I would probably still be holding it. You had terrible interoception when you were younger? Yeah, there's a lot of other reasons why it happens. It's not just ADHD. Trying to get better at listening. I think I'm saying it. Let me make sure I'm saying the word right. Interoception. I think that's the right word. Yeah, it is. Interoception. Sensory system that receives and integrates information from the body. Yep. Yeah. It's an important struggle. Is learning how to listen to our bodies better. It's good. Like that we're trying. That's what counts. That's what counts. Right. The string, the like missing piece here to just be like done with this task. What we gotta do is we gotta fetch that from this. So the stat is the key. It's already a key. I think this is already it. Like here, just do me a favor and just print stat. All right, just print it. It's gonna be errors. Just print it. Okay. Hunger, thirst, lonely, bored, poop. It's already the words. You're good to go. You got it, girl. It's right there. Grab it. Interoception is a serious skill. I know, right? Okay, get this. Some people don't have to try to do it. I mean, my spouse has ADHD and stuff too, but for example, they are really good at sleeping. Like when their body is like giving them tired cues, they're really good at getting sleepy and going to bed. So it's not just necessarily neurotypical people. Anyone can be good at some things and less good at others. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to realize that a lot of us are thinking of it like a skill, and a lot of other people are just like, "What are you talking about? I just do it." Just decide to go to bed, right? Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying. I just suppressed a yawn. Like, you don't know this, but I just swallowed a yawn. Just because your money says you need to pee doesn't mean I'll remember what I was doing before if I go. Exactly. Right. Exactly. And that's, I think, we get in that cycle, right? We get in that cycle where it's like this fear of the distraction that we feel is inevitable. Like we have to keep a continuous track constantly. I mean, just make sure I'm not losing track, I'm not losing track, I'm not losing track, I'm not losing track. Yeah. So relatable. Oh my gosh, y'all are the best. Okay. It's right there. All you gotta do is prefix it. Just do it. Prefix stat with underscore. And you can make it a variable. Stat name. Call it a string. Equal it to that. And then put it right there. Stat name. Load value. Show me what's good. Show me what's bad. Nice, nice. Looks really good. Looks really good. Stats are changing. Stats are changing. I'm printing a little more than I ever meant to. But so I would like to dial that back a little bit. Don't remember where I put it. Where was that? Wait, let me spell highlight correctly. It's too much. It's too much right now. Here. Get that out of here. Alright. So now, let's see if it saves. So boredom's at 46%. Let's address loneliness. Reduce it a bit. I'm just gonna click on it. 81, 51, somewhere around there. Load it. It's gonna take a second. Nice! It did it. Now, it took a second for it to load to assign it, so I think what I'll do... I mean, it's not even... We don't even need to say loading. Take a short lap! Alright, bunny rabbit. I don't even, like... We probably want that to be, like, a loading screen, right? Is the time it takes before it, like, settles that in. But see, hunger and thirst, I'm gonna bring down, down to below 90. We're gonna close it, reopen it. Give it a second. Bam. They're below 90. Yes! Yes! We can affect them. We can load them. It works. I'm gonna make you to dance. It's not just a laugh. I'm dancing because we did it. And now I can sleep. Oh yeah, we can go to bed. We can go to bed. This is my version of a laugh. Oh yeah. My version of a laugh is doing a little bit of dance. Oh yeah, we're doing a little dance. We're doing a little dance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. Yes! Let's go! Let's friggin' go! Alright. Well. Now it would be nice if it said like loading before it started. It's just a debug, so I kinda don't care. But it works. There's different stats. We can track them to see where they're at. When did they all become 99? Did that happen while I was up? Wait a minute. Why are they all 99? I guess it's if it just keeps ticking up. So this is okay. So the other thing that I need to work on is making them have a different factor, right? So poopiness doesn't need to constantly increase. Poopiness would be like an hour or two after eating, it goes up by like a quarter. So I would put in like the variable, I'd set up a get set, a setter that intervenes with it being set and says, instead of just passing that value in, check to make sure that this condition is true and then do it. So something like hunger and thirst. Maybe hunger grows, oh, I set it up. Hunger grows more slowly. So the fastest thing that decreases, well, I guess that's different with increase. So this is all it's kind of confusing because these are all decreasing in the sense. It's a it's a little, I guess we could say stat increase, fast to slow. So loneliness would increase the quickest. So we'd put like a factor in there that interrupts it. Boredom would increase a little less fast. Thirst a little less fast. Hunger would be pretty slow. Your puppers always demand she's gotta go immediately after eating. Wait for me to eat too. Oh. You're busy. You don't want to go take the dog out. I love how they have their rituals. It's really sweet. It's interesting that it doesn't go up to 100. Oh, you know why it doesn't go up to 100? Because I had it set to its max over here. I was thinking like about cats. I was like, well, with cats, you don't have to take a cat out, so it's not as interrupting. But you know what? It sucks. What sucks is if the cat uses a litter box that's really nearby while I'm eating. I don't want those vibes near my food. Okay, max here. So we're saying it won't keep increasing it if the new stat value is equal to stat max. So that's basically saying cut it off at 99 because it can never get to 100. So if we get rid of that, there it goes. Now it's at 100. Dope. So obviously I want to make these all mean something. I want to add in the factors so they increase and decrease at different rates. Like hunger, right? Hunger would be the cat would sit... Oh, okay, goodbye. Goodbye, game. Hunger would be the cat sits down and eats in one sitting and then it jumps up a bunch. So obviously I'm going to want to do that, but at least the system is there on a base level. That's what matters. Poopy smell, I know, right? You left a sweet note above. Oh, I probably did miss it. You know I missed everything. I be missing things. That was on YouTube. You're badass. Oh, thank you, Stonehaven. Thank you for saying that. You know I'd be missing things. You're badass. You've been a silent watcher for a while now. Thank you for being you. You're making my life better, even from a casual distance. What? Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Well, on that note, I don't think anything nicer could happen for the rest of my week. Thank you. That is such a generous, kind thing to say. I'm glad that you're here hanging out. Thank you for letting me know that you know, being here is something that's special for others. Oh, that's so nice. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad you're here and you're chatting with me. And even if you're lurking, that's okay too. I love the lurkers. If you're on YouTube and you haven't hit the thumbs up button, I'm gonna transition out. On that note, hit the like button. Let me know that you do like it. Even if you're a lurker, you don't have to come through and say something. It's okay if you just hit the like button. It helps a lot. And we'll go take YouTube people somewhere. Don't leave yet. If you're on Twitch, we'll do a raid. And if you're on YouTube, I'll just see who else we can go hang out with. You've had a lot of abusive people in your life, taking all your sparkle away. No! Give their sparkle back! You're gonna get it back. I know you will. You like the video every time. Thank you. Hoping you install that back into your heart. What? I'm just here making games, hanging out. What? Come on. Come on. Alright, who's streaming on YouTube? What? Oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. How am I supposed to transition with my heart filling up this much? Alright, who's live? Who's live? We'll see if anybody is on YouTube. Ooh, nobody's live right now. I gotta find more. I went through a phase where I was just looking for as many game dev live streamers as I could find on YouTube as possible. And I just sort of haven't done that in a minute. So it's hard to find a lot of streamers who do game dev on YouTube. Sable Spirit made a video. That's cool. Love to see that. Oh, nope. That says 5 months ago. 13 hours ago. Does that say Rideau? Is Sable doing Rideau? Wow. Okay. Well, anyway, sorry, I got nowhere to send you, YouTube, right now. But thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. The bestest secret bestie anyone could ask for. Well, maybe a little less secret now. It's good to have you here. It's good to have all of you here. Thank you for hanging out, supporting the channel. I'll be back on Monday if you're a member of YouTube or if you're a subscriber on Twitch. And then Tuesday will be the next public stream. Join the game jam if you haven't. And I bid you good night. Oh, thank you, Stone. You're so kind. I'm gonna go tell my spouse. I'm gonna be like, this person said this really nice thing. Thank you. Very, very kind. Alright, y'all. Good night. Good night. Have a good night. We must get to sleep. And let me know how y'all's owns, what you calls them? Tamagotchi games are going like. Tamagotchi-like games are going like. Yeah. GG's, 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 GG's. Good night, YouTube. Good night to you. I bid YouTube adieu. Good night to you.